Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and my name is Wyatt, and welcome to the DPA Open Mic 21. So I decided to drop the word episode and the zero in front so that the title can be shorter. So, yeah, something a bit practical in that sense. Give me a second. I'm just need to adjust a little bit. Yeah. So, yeah. So just want to say hi to people first before we start, as per usual. Let's see who is on. Hi Emmanuel. Hi Giant Golden 49. Hi AJV 200,000. Hi Kione. Hi Serbian Village Harasser. And so he asked, is it always this early? No, usually it's 2 hours later. But I wanted to, allow more Asian time zone people to come in, or probably even Africans, so that no more Europeans can come in, much earlier. Yeah, no, don't let the Americans, dominate the chatters. Later they talk about American politics, which most of us don't really understand about. I mean, I understand, but maybe you guys don't, because you need to really follow the politics to understand what the hell they are talking about. Hi, Brisik. Hi, Andre. Andre Yugasov. Hi, B12N23. Hi, Tragas. Hi, Scott Thomas. Hi, Fukan. Yeah. So, hi, Rajesh. Hi, Midwest Talker. Hi, Commodore Veteran. Hi, Max Nexus. Hi, CKG 3.0. Hi, Ali Kanji. Hi, NXS6 Music. Hi, Atom. I think that's a P set. My Russian sucks. Yeah, I cannot read Russian, but I still can't read Russian. But I actually spent like 3 to 5 hours learning the alphabets. So for one period of time, I actually can read it. No, now I can't. I forgot them all. Hi, Tion Campbell. Hi, Humper. Hi, Sleepy Joe. Who else did I miss? Hi, Voss. Hi, Prata. Hi, Tom Brown. Hi, Nigam. Hi, Specimen. Hi, Alternative Geopolitics. Yeah, so I think the American. I'm not sure what is the American time now. Let me check. New York time. New York time is 11:36. So the Americans will be awake now. What's the India time now? India time. Singapore time now is 11:30 p.m. Oh, so India is actually 9 p.m. So hi Muhammad. Hi but my butt. Hi Muhammad Abdu. Hi Cheese Puff. And hi 4K Walking Tour. Hi Wayne's Worlds of Science and Technology. Yeah, you guys, some of your name sounds like your YouTube channel. Do join, and chit chat, and then you can also promote your own channel. Like really, you promote your own channel. Yeah, we need to build a community, a DPA community, the DPA army, so that we can protect each other. We can actually encourage each other as well. Let me I don't know how to adjust my camera. So anyway, today pretty productive. Uploaded 4 videos. So a bit overkill. I actually caused some cannibalism in the DPA War channel. Like I actually sabotaged my own reach. Some of the videos, the graph, like just never mind. Okay, let me take out some of my script, which I can copy and paste, so I don't need to write the whole thing. And okay, so I'm gonna copy and paste this to the. This is. So this goes to the. Hi Samsud Parman. Apa kabar? Selamat malam, sudah pukul malam. Pergi tidur lah. Yeah. Wait. Okay, let me. I may need to refresh my Streamyard. Should I refresh? I didn't know. Let's not do it. Hi, mommy. Yeah, because what's happening is that I'm looking at my platform's chat. It feels a little bit slow, and I'm not sure if I'm getting everybody's message. Let me check to see if everything's working correctly. Some Superman, some Malaysia. Martius Dost. Oh, hi, Martius Dost. Hello, you from Ireland. Hope everything is good in Ireland. We don't see you much on the news. I didn't shave, man. I look like crap. I just bathed. So, yeah, a lot of rubbish chatters. Okay. So that's man. Okay, let me paste the. I need to learn Bahasa Indonesia more, Wyatt. I unfortunately what I learned is Bahasa Melayu. So I can at least still speak in Indonesia, but the everyone is adapting to me because my wife is Indonesian. She can speak very very good Indonesian, like she's like because that's what she learned in school. I really hope I how much I wish I can speak Indonesian because Indonesian is a much more beautiful language than Malay. Okay, so I dropped the invite link in the DPA Open Mic channel. I've pinned it. So if you want to join the Open Mic, do join the stream over at the DPA Open Mic channels. Let me drop the link again because you guys on the main channel might not have the link to the. Okay, let me measure your face. The link is in the on. Okay, let me paste this, delete this. Give me a while. Prata is on already in the backstage. Have you show your face. The link is in the pin. On. Okay. Yeah, I need to replace the pin message on the replace pin message. Yep. So give me a while. Sorry guys. This is terrible. It's bad management. Okay. Prata is gone.
Hello.
Sorry for the delay. I was like trying to fix that pin message on the main channel. Yeah, because you guys in the main channel don't want to join the open mic channel. You see, we only got like 3,000 subs, like 4,000 subs. Horrid. Go over the sub on the open mic channel. Well, Vaughn is driving. That's new. We haven't seen him in the car before.
Yeah, it's probably not the safest thing to do, so I'll probably end up getting off. So I just wanted to pop in and say hi to the Prada, the colonizer.
The colonizer, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that African panel, and I kind of felt like Portugal wasn't really part of Africa.
Yes.
I'm just teasing you, Prada. I'm just teasing you. I thought you saw my comment in the chat. Well, y'all have a good time. I'll catch up in there if I can. If not, I'll just hang out and chat and try to keep those monsters in line. Y'all have a good time. Hopefully, somebody has something good to talk about besides that stupid warrant. I'll see y'all in a few.
Where are you going now? Oh, he's gone. Freak.
He's gone.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, then we can chat one-on-one. So you guys gonna have
That's
like
cool.
an interview of Prata.
Yeah. How different is Malay from Indonesian? Bahasa Indonesia.
So Indonesia is a huge place. It's a massive place. So they just like in China, in the ancient China, they try to create a universal Chinese that is spoken and written for all of China. Indonesia created the Bahasa Indonesia, and as a result, because they got so many dialects, they combine everything. So the dictionary is actually freaking thick, and they still have the dialects around. And so far, I have been to Bandung, and they have the local dialect. I forgot what's the name of the language.
Yeah.
It sounds like Indonesian, but I don't understand a single bit of it. Like it's just totally different. It's like what? I was like, what the hell he's just talking about? So they have to speak in Indonesian to me because I only know Malay, and Indonesian generally the language is very similar to Malay, but Malay is just like one dialect, whereas Indonesian is like the whole set of everything in combination, and it's actually more formal. Indonesian is more formal, more proper. Whereas Malay generally feels a lot more what we call market language. like what the people that commoners used to speak, and only in written format that they write in formal. Like in school when they write in composition, then they will write in a formal format, but they don't talk like this in normal life. But Indonesians actually talk just like as they write, so it's a bit different in that sense. So when two Indonesians talk, I actually don't understand. That's actually very funny. It's like then I realized that all the Indonesians, when they speak to me, they adapt to me, like, because all Indonesians can speak Malay. That's very, very cool.
Really?
But Malays cannot speak Indonesian.
And which language is actually the most common in Singapore to go along on everyday life? English. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's the franca lingua. So everyone speak English. Nearly everyone, except for the very old generations, or maybe some new immigrants, maybe from China or India, that may not understand or can speak English. So otherwise, then the majority race in Singapore is Chinese. So Chinese is very widely spoken. And then we have a lot of, but because of the origin, so we have the Chinese dialect in Hokkien and Cantonese and Teochew to be the main dialects being spoken. But the young generation don't really speak dialect that much. The dialects are very, very widely spoken in Malaysia and Indonesia because they do. Because in Singapore, what happens is that we're like a half communist country. So as a result, we have social engineering policies, like they force everyone to only speak Chinese as much as they can, like
Mandarin.
We discourage dialects. So as a result, we used to have TV programs or shows that in Hokkien or Teochew or Cantonese, it's all removed. It's banned in Singapore for a period of time to force everyone to learn Chinese. So radio stations, they are not allowed to say Chinese dialects. They are only speak pure Chinese. So as a result, over time, the younger generations, like my generation, don't really speak dialect that well. Like I learned from my family, but my dialect is crap. My wife speaks better Hokkien than me. So the only language I'm better than her is actually English. And written Chinese. Not Chinese, I'm also better than her. Yeah. So it's interesting. So in Indonesia, because they don't enforce Chinese language, so they actually generally speaks their dialect. Like Hokkien is actually very big in Sumatra, in Medan region, and then I think. And then in the Malaysia area, they speak more Cantonese and Hokkien.
But it wasn't long ago that you changed for the simplified characters, yes?
So that is just writing. So if you can't really write in Hokkien or Cantonese, like the Chinese wording, the words that they use is very different. Like Cantonese, like in Hong Kong. So in Hong Kong, they learn Cantonese. Right, written Cantonese. So as a result, they have a totally they have the entire written like a method of all the different characters, and is for a Chinese person who never learned Cantonese, like it's very hard to read. It's actually very hard to read because some of the words like we never see before. It's like totally like abnormal. So and they actually can do it for Hokkien and Teochew, but the thing is, most of the words you also cannot really read. Like they have all these made up words that. Because the language is just totally different. It's just like Spanish and Portuguese it's similar, but it's different language. So, but the Portuguese and Spanish can understand each other, right? So it's similar.
They didn't split long ago. They split 1,000 years ago, and I think the Chinese language has split it longer. Hi, Drew. We are speaking about Chinese.
About language.
Hi.
Hi.
You guys are talking about Singapore, so I have to jump in.
Yeah, we talk about
the
Chinese languages. So I was saying, so Teochew and Hokkien is very similar. It's almost like the difference between maybe Ukrainian and Russian.
Yeah.
Like it's not that different.
Yeah,
but I speak Hokkien, but my Hokkien will split. Will keep switching from Teochew to Hokkien to Teochew to Hokkien because I don't really know the language that well. So as a result, they are so similar. I just keep.
So that was Teochew.
Here and there.
In Hokkien would be Hokkien.
Wait, Hiao Gong Hokkien Wei.
What?
I can speak Hokkien, but it's actually different, very different. Yeah.
Do you manage the tones? Wait, because it's not.
We're native speakers, so we have to.
Hi guys.
Hi, Win.
Hi.
Hey, welcome to the open mic. You're new.
Yeah. Hey, got a question for you. What do you think of a country that the last 200 years has invaded every inhabited continent except for Australia?
Except which country?
What do you think of a country that has done that?
Invaded every country in the past 200 years.
Every continent except for Australia in the last
Australia.
200 years.
What do I think of the
Well,
country?
they did colonize Australia, so that counts as an invasion.
Well, no, I mean, this country specifically did not invade Australia.
So you're talking about United States?
Nope, not talking about the United States.
Okay, a riddle.
Spain?
Which
We have
country?
a riddle.
Because there's only a few countries that actually invaded like every continent. I think it's Spain, United Kingdom,
The
US,
last 200 years, it's just
Portugal.
the US.
Portugal also. Yeah, Portugal.
No, Portugal is
Yeah,
older.
I don't really
It's-
have an opinion.
It's
Yeah,
400
that's-
years.
that's-
Here, I'll toss it out for you. Canada.
Really?
Seriously.
Really? Oh. Oh,
You look at our military record over the years, and we have literally invaded everybody at one time or another.
as
And we're
part
one of the
collision,
quietest, friendliest countries on the planet.
as part of collision or forces, like accompanying the United States.
Usually, it was in a coalition, usually with the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
there you
mean,
go. Yeah.
if you put it that way, like because I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about like colonialism and like for
But,
me,
technically, if you look at it from that point of view, we did invade all those countries. You know, I how should I put it? I like looking at geopolitics from the weird side. What is the country's
That's probably
biggest
the right
island? Or sorry, what is the world's biggest island?
Asia.
No, I'm talking an island, not a continent. An island.
I thought you were trying to say something like very smart. I was
Australia is
like,
an
I'm trying to
Oh,
be
okay,
smart,
okay. We're actually talking. Sorry, I should maybe restate this.
Greenland?
No, let me restate this. Canada is the world's biggest island.
No.
It is,
In what way? In what way?
but from a
It's
military
connected.
standpoint. I mean,
yeah.
we have this absolutely enormous, impassable set of shallows to the south of us that nobody can invade us through.
No, the US could.
Yeah, the U.S. could, but nobody else can. The whole point is that the United States acts as a southern barrier, which effectively makes Canada an island.
Well, the
Yeah.
last country to invade Canada was the US. So,
Yeah, and they didn't do very well out of it.
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
they'll try
Or
again.
Washington. But it's sometimes it's good to think of things from a slightly different viewpoint. Like if you're looking at China, for instance, and Taiwan, a Chinese invasion of Taiwan would be suicidal because within a year, China would be starving to death.
Ah, why? Why would that be?
Look at Chinese imports. What do they import?
raw materials,
Raw
oil,
materials.
gas, and
Yeah.
very high tech.
Food, hydrocarbons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without the hydrocarbons, they can't operate their society because most of their power plants run on hydrocarbons. And so, they've got only a certain amount of time if a war starts to continue operating. Unless they have a navy that's big enough to be able to guard all their shipping, which they do not have.
No, but they have trains with Russia. So that's
Yeah,
the whole
and
point
how much in the way of hydrocarbons can you move by a train?
quite a lot.
No. No.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah,
compared to
Russia.
pipeline, nothing compared to ship.
There are pipelines to Russia. There's
And
one large
the other issue is you want to build more pipelines, it's a 5 to 10 year job.
You're talking about energy. Well, energy would be a problem for China. The pipelines are not enough. That's true. Yeah. Well, they would have to shut down all the industry probably just to keep the lights on and survive with the pipelines. And the pipelines can be destroyed. It's like it's something. It's not moving. It's something there, so people know where to.
No, I just wanted to mention because I know a lot of people have been worried about Taiwan. Now, I don't know if President Xi of China is aware of this, but anybody who looks at the military situation can see it. It's not anything that, I say military situation, military trade, geopolitical situation.
China? Wait. Why do it's very hypothetical? But why do you think China would invade Taiwan? What would they gain with that?
They think they own it.
They own it.
do
Yes,
own
it's the same country. It's the same.
Well, no, it is ownership. They believe that they own the.
When?
Okay, the CCP believes it owns the Kuomintang in effect.
No, they don't. It's a different political party. They had a civil war.
Yeah, I know, but that they believe that they own everything that the Kuomintang owns or ever owned at one point.
No, they don't own anything. They govern all of China, and Taiwan is part of China. The Kuomintang also thinks
when I say ownership, I say it from the point of view of a country owning the territory that it sits on.
Yeah, it's the same political.
But they think they also own this territory they don't sit on.
But they do. It's a civil war that never ended. It's like the U.S. when they fought the North and the South, right? If what happens if the South they didn't say we lost. They ran and hid in Hawaii, and then they just pointed their guns at all the Hawaiians and said, "Well, now you are all part of the South now." Is Hawaii now a separate country? No, Hawaii is still a territory of the U.S. And you know they just never bothered to go and finish the war because that would result in too many Chinese dying. So but you see,
there is a governmental merger between Hawaii and the other 49 states. There is no governmental merger between Taiwan and mainland China.
Yeah, why is that?
And nor will there ever be. The people of Taiwan will not accept it.
How do you know that? The polls coming out of Taiwan, 90% just want the status quo. About 5% want independence and 5% want to join back China. They're all confused because they never got a choice.
5% want to join China. That means 95% don't.
No, 90% want the status quo because they
They don't want to join China. They want the status quo.
Either. Yeah, they want the current situation to just stay because that's
China.
kept them safe.
What is the name? What is the official name of Taiwan? Wayne, do you know? Republic of China. And the other China we call China is called People's Republic of China. They call themselves China, both. Like Drew explained. But you have to point to something different. This is what would China, the People's Republic of China, gain in attacking Taiwan? Nothing. They live. You have to look at the trade between both entities.
What did Russia gain by attacking Ukraine?
A lot.
Nothing. It was an irrational move.
No, it's not.
An irrational move. I mean, totally irrational.
No.
And I could actually dig out the numbers and show you. But the Russian military, everybody says it was the number 2 military in the world. If you look at how much they were spending on it, there is no way that is true.
Mm-hmm.
Compare it to Chinese military procurement numbers, and there is no way that is true. The Chinese have a far stronger military than the Russians.
Do you catch the last open mic? So in the last open mic, we had this discussion as well. So the one of the speakers said that the reason why is they are number 2 is because of the Soviet era production. So it's less so of the current Russia production, but it's more towards because Soviet Union built so much. This is why they are the second biggest.
Yeah, but the Soviet equipment is, how should I put it? I don't know how much you guys know about electronics and all the individual ins and outs of things, but effectively, Soviet equipment is inaccurate. It is myopic. In other words, it can't see.
Well,
in a way.
But
because the philosophy is different. The military philosophy is actually very different. I mean,
but it doesn't matter what the military philosophy is if your stuff dies before it can shoot at the other side.
Okay, wait.
That's basically what happened.
The Ukrainians have received so huge amounts of equipment from the Western countries, and where is it? It's all destroyed.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't. Okay.
You're seeing it being used. The PT-91 Tardies were being used, and they actually have a very, very good fire control system.
Amazing. How come they didn't defeat the Russians yet?
They did.
Okay.
What do you think happened in Kherson?
That's a really interesting.
It's
a really interesting reality. Tarif probably knows a lot about these type of realities.
The second strongest military in the world isn't even the second strongest military in Ukraine.
Wait, I just got a good question though. I mean, you are raising a really, really interesting argument here. You're telling
Hell
me that
no.
the Soviet infrastructure, as the world understands it, is an illusion. It's a red herring. Having said that, I want to be open-minded to this suggestion, but having said that, the Soviet Union has made amazing forays in space exploration. And correct me if I'm wrong here, with faulty equipment, unreliable technology, can you really make those achievements that the Soviet community has? Let's consider the fact that the Soyuz space platform is still in use today. I mean, the International Space Station is still running with Russian participation and collaboration. So, I mean, how does that work?
I'm not saying it isn't solid equipment. I'm saying it can't see. Look, if you have a tank and you're 4 miles away from somebody else's tank, or 4 kilometers, and they can only see 3 kilometers, you can kill them, and they can't touch you. And that's what's happening with the Soviet equipment. It's myopic. It cannot see. That's why the Bayraktar made such a huge difference at the start of the war, because it has an optical sensor pod, which is very good. And what a lot of people don't know is that the standard Bayraktar optical sensor pods were, how should I put it, made unavailable to Bayraktar Company by the Canadian government about 4 or 5 years ago, but we did ship them to Ukraine so that they can install them on their Bayraktars. And those sensor pods are super. I mean, like, you are talking ability to see through smoke, cloud, day and night, and being able to see things means you can kill them.
When was the last time you heard about Bayraktar in the Ukrainian battlefield? That was months ago. They're all destroyed.
I'm hearing about them. They're still being used, guys. It may not be being used frontline combat. It's being used for recon, which is where it's really strong.
Win, can you introduce yourself? Because you are new here. Introduce.
Oh, okay. I'm actually, believe it or not, a 66-year-old anthropology student at the University of Western Ontario.
Still a student?
I just started.
Fantastic.
So I'm your almost.
I've been around science, technology, and all that sort of stuff all my life. Been strongly interested in military history and technology ever since I saw the beautiful Trigo-class destroyer HMCS Haida tied up in Toronto Harbor in 1963. If you want to see her, you can see her in Hamilton Harbor now. She's a museum ship.
Are you a former sailor?
Did
I hear? Are you former sailor?
No.
As in, sorry, I missed the part. Why are you related to that ship?
Oh, because I saw it out there and it was like, it was beautiful.
Oh.
It was the biggest moving thing I'd ever seen. I mean, a 7-year-old seeing this ship, it was like, oh my. I mean, it was just so wonderful.
I see. Where are you from?
Just went Canada.
Wayne is from Canada?
Yep.
Yes.
Which is why I know a fair bit about Canadian military history.
Okay, so what do you think about the S-300 and S-400?
Good system for shooting down planes.
Which is actually considered the best.
No, it's not the best. It's not the best. It's a good system. It's not the best.
Hey, hello. Alan.
I'm not sure who has the best, honestly, but I don't think the S-400 is the best. Now, the upgraded one, the S-450, that maybe.
But the West doesn't have an anti-airplane systems like that at all. So it almost is the only one available in the world, almost. For the capabilities and the reason it is almost the only one in the world. So
yeah, it's great. It's great against airplanes. It's just not optimized for use against low-flying targets like cruise missiles.
Yes, that's a different matter. But in anti-airplanes, that's the best. In anti-cruise missiles, that can be debatable.
Yeah. Now that's where you want the Panzer. The Panzer is actually quite good.
S-400,
the Tor.
I thought the S-400 had like a whole bunch of like different missiles for different things.
Yeah, it does, but you want a Panzer.
One missile.
Basically, what you want is you want a Panzer system in front of the S-400 to knock down the cruise missile before it lands on the S-400.
Right, that's the
Or
gun.
for that matter, if you're using an anti-radiation missile to target the S-400, you'd want a Panzer in front to shoot it down because the S-400 couldn't.
Okay.
That's according to
like an overall, like an integrated air defense system, is what you're saying.
Yeah, each one's designed for its own use.
Okay.
It is like an umbrella of different, like onion. How we say it? Different.
Yeah. It's an onion.
Word.
So
yes,
is there a system in the world? Is there a system in the world that is actually better than the current like overall Russian layered system of air defenses that's deployed somewhere that we don't know of?
Well, this is where it gets really fun. The NASA system can interface with the Patriot system and with the Irish-T and with, I forget the other system. There's one other system that it can interface with. And so you can basically have the entire bunch sitting there and each can feed the other targeting information.
Okay. So why isn't the West sending Ukraine this whole nice integrated system?
Yeah.
Because we heard they're already using bombers at the Africa, right? They're bombing them now, which means the air defenses are gone. So
who's bombing what?
Russia is bombing at the Africa, is dropping like gravity bombs now using planes. The planes are no longer being shot down. So
that's interesting because I saw an Su-24 go down yesterday.
In Bakhmut.
In around Bakhmut area, yeah.
Yes, but he's speaking about Avdiivka, another region.
Okay, I don't know about Avdiivka. I haven't heard about anybody shooting stuff down there. I know the Ukrainians were using JDAMs in the Melitopol direction.
The Ukrainians themselves shoot a video of a FAB in Avdiivka that didn't explode. Lots of explosion happened there. About the defense systems, the West use for anti-airplane. They use the airplane themselves, fighters, as a defense mechanism. So you can't speak about an umbrella, a Western umbrella, without many types of airplanes. So there is no way Ukraine can develop such a system. Because of that, it have anti-airplane weapons have to come from Soviet systems, which is come from Russia now, which will lead eventually to very bad spot for Ukraine regarding their air defense situation.
Yeah, if they didn't have supplies coming in from the West.
Supplies them with the what? That is anti-airplane.
Okay, and just shipping them an ASM system.
But they're not very good with airplanes, and especially
actually they are.
Is my microphone working?
Can they get very close to the front line like other systems, like the book and all that?
Yeah, you're not going to put an ASM system near the front line. It's not designed for that.
Wayne,
that's what I'm speaking about.
Wayne, I actually had an interesting question for you. You about 10 minutes ago, you mentioned the fact that Russia's not the strongest military even in Ukraine, implying that Ukraine is the strongest military there and they have a significant advantage against the Russians. I would like to know how you came to that conclusion when we are day after day faced with reaffirming information that confirms that the Ukrainian not only military but high command is committing their forces into fields of battle that are only putting their personnel forward.
Okay, the Russian military has a huge problem with myopic equipment. Okay, it can't see. So anybody off to the side can basically target a tank and get a shot at it, and the Russian tank's basically sitting there. Some of the Ukrainian equipment has been upgraded with far better targeting and things like laser detection systems.
So you're talking about thermal. You're talking about thermal optics, laser designation systems, integrated technologies, things like that, right?
Yeah, the Ukrainians have far more systems that are upgraded that way, which means
okay.
That they
so
can
firstly, I want to ask
better.
you where you got that information.
Where
and secondly, what kind of equipment do they have that's integrated?
Okay, Canadian Ministry of Defense, among other places.
Mm-hmm.
I've got some information from there. I've got information from Canadian firms which are dealing with Ukraine. I've got information from the big listings of equipment donations. I've got information from listings of other stuff that's being shipped, specifically electronics.
Okay.
And, you know, you can add it all up. Even at the start of the war, Ukraine had a slight advantage. Not a very good one, but a slight advantage.
Can I interject one thing here? Do you mean slight advantage compared to the Russian military who moved into Ukraine, or are you talking about slight advantage against all of Russia?
Slight advantage compared to the Russian military that moved into Ukraine.
Okay.
And they have a slight advantage now compared to the current military that is in Ukraine.
And that's based on technology?
Based on technology. They can hit stuff further away.
Why do you say the Russian tank people can't see? I mean, we have seen videos of Russian tanks that have thermals and they can shoot like 4 kilometers.
Do you guys know who the chieftain is?
Yes, I watch him quite a bit.
Okay, you see his reviews of Soviet tanks?
Soviet tanks, he does reviews. I remember I recently watched one. He did one on the T-72 BV, but not the BVM, which didn't have the laser designation system. Mm-hmm. So that I could see how you could gain information from that, but we don't see a very intense usage of T-72 BVs in service anymore. We usually see T-72 B3s or BVMs, and those all are upgraded. Yeah, and even the Russians have admitted that they're taking equipment from the BVMs, which they have in storage, and putting them on the T-90s, and then sending those to combat.
Right, and the Russians are also pulling T-62s out of storage and trying to fit them with whatever they can.
Of course, and a T-62 will destroy a defensive position just as well as a T-62 on the Ukrainian side, because they both use them.
Yeah, I agree, but the Ukrainian T-62s have better optics. It's like the T-55s that, who was it? Not Slovakia, Czechia? Can't remember which country.
I know. Are you talking about the M55s? The upgraded M55s? Yeah, those got used. They only sent a platoon of a company of those though. I wouldn't see those as a strategic asset. I would see those more of a localized tool.
Yeah, but the thing is, all localized assets are strategic in the end. If you have a platoon that has the ability to see further and keep the enemy back, that means it's going to be harder for them to move elsewhere.
Right, and that's kind of why I'm sitting on this point where I'm very, very confused about your point about vision range, because we have video after video, data point after data point, interview, and we can take interviews at face value or we can dismiss them entirely, but we have interview after interview of soldiers on the ground, personnel, drone footage, even thermal camera video after video of these people saying that the Russians are hitting us outside of the range that we can hit them. And if it was one video, I'd dismiss it. Even if it was 5, with drones and tank fire, because the T-90M and the T-72 B3 have an effective range at 1.5 times further than with the current usage of the Ukrainian, what's it called? The T-80U. That's the most common one they're using, the T-80U and the T-70B, some other B variant, but the range is not the same.
Honestly, I'd have to look into that. I haven't.
I think it's a really interesting topic to get into.
Seen those?
Wayne, your problem.
I have not seen those videos, so it makes it really hard.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's real talk. He's trying to really hard.
I try to not jump in too aggressively this time. I try to be more civilized.
Good job,
Wayne,
Ariel.
all
Wait,
your
I will jump in first.
assumption.
Wait, alien.
Sorry, guys, I just
Alien.
got a problem here.
Alien,
Didn't
do you
realize
have
that my
the
phone's running out of juice.
speaker
I'm trying to
on the
find the charger.
Alien, do you have the speaker on? Because there is some feedback from your side.
Alien, can you hear us?
I think
Alien?
he's listening on YouTube. He need to have like
Yeah,
a
I can
5
hear you.
second.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you have to turn off your YouTube because you can only if you use the YouTube and you on the audio, there's actually feedback. We can actually hear it.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you.
but we can hear the feedback. Like you have a YouTube. We think you have the video in the background, and it's like echoing.
No,
through
it's
our
down.
headphones.
It's down.
Oh, it's down now.
It's down.
Good.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to jump in because I'm not trying to attack Mr. Wayne here on his views of the Russian military, but I think he's completely wrong about them. I served with them in Kosovo 2001, pre 9/11. They were actually peacekeeping. They were eating in our chow halls. They were shopping at our PXs. They weren't our enemies, folks. And then I want to jump in real quick and fast forward to 2014 when we basically did what we did in the Middle East and regime changed in 2014. Russia could have took Ukraine then. It's got a modern military. If you listen to Western propaganda and stuff like that, they like to say that Russia's run down and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, it does have older equipment. That's why it used it during the invasion. America did the same thing. I was actually with Third ID when we invaded Iraq 20 years ago. And we invaded Iraq with soft top Humvees. Soldiers didn't have plates. I could go into a million stories about the flaws, how the Bradley fighting vehicles and the Abrams aren't going to help Ukraine, save Ukraine or anything like that. They're not even allowed to have the depleted uranium rounds, which for the Bradley fighting vehicle alone will deplete its armor fighting capability, because those 25 Mike rounds, you take those depleted uraniums out of there and it's basically a BB gun. With the invasion, even where they've pulled out, most of that was strategic. And I think it was because, and a lot of people didn't talk about it, but when Biden took office, he initiated Zelensky. And basically what had happened was he got the backing. Trump wouldn't give him the backing to go against Crimea or the Donbass. But when Biden took office, corrupt Biden, all right, he gave him the weapons. They were staging to actually invade the Donbass when Russia attacked them. That's why Russia ended up attacking. I'm sure when all this stuff ends, we're going to find out all the real stuff that's happened there. But I agree again. I don't agree that Ukraine is winning this fight. I don't think they were ever going to win this fight. I think they lost to Russia the moment it started, and now they're going to be completely in debt to foreign nations. Their country's is basically the world is destroying Ukraine. They're all going to get a part of it. Ukraine's never going to be the country it was before, and we're all being pushed into, especially in America, we're all being pushed into this war to cover up a lot of other stuff, in my opinion. And I think when it all comes out, most people and most people, even on this panel, will say that Ukraine ain't winning. They're not going to win. And I honestly believe to believe so, you don't know what you're talking about. Even with the war crime stuff, I mean, if you just look on my channel, I'm just a normal person with a cell phone show and stuff, but just the war crimes that Ukraine alone is committing, but yet it's Russia and nothing about Ukraine nailing people to posts and setting them on fire. Nothing about Ukraine killing prisoners. I just watched the video the other day. I don't know if any of you all seen this, but it was a group of 4 Ukrainians surrendering, and the guy behind them was videotaping, and they ended up shooting
They shot their own men in the back.
Yeah, they shot their men in the back. It's like, what the hell are we doing here? Now, I ain't going to point no fingers, because even in the United States, if you retreat without giving a proper order, you can be shot in the back. So it's not, but I'm just saying, they're not these people who, it's just not being pointed a light. And I don't want to see us be pulled into another war for lies, greed, and cheap oil, watching good young men die for nothing. Why this stuff's going on. But I just really want to say that, I've been watching DPA pretty much since he came up on here. I've been watching a lot of you guys, and I like where you're all at. But I just wanted to jump in and say that.
If I could cut in one thing, Mr. Borean, Mr. Wayne, Mr. Borean, if you could just wait 1 second, because RL has been waiting to speak for like 8 minutes.
No problem. It's the afternoon here, so I have not very much time. Kids to manage. So Wayne, you said many stuff, but what you are saying is based on information you got, of course. So it can be labeled as assumption. And those assumptions can only be checked with ground information. Even if those ground information we have from the front line can be also discussed. What is sure, if really Russians are so backwards, technologically, technically, etc., I don't think the Western countries will be so afraid to put troops on the ground. And also with troops on the ground, with all the equipments they have already sent to Ukraine. It's war, and the first victim of war is truth. We all know that. But after 1 year of conflict, we have good information about actually the front line. It's the Russian war advancing slowly but surely. About the casualties, that's very important. The casualties, we don't have real information, very valuable information, except maybe for the Russian side, the Medusa thingy in Estonia, which is which is part of the BBC, which are giving a number which is less than 80,000 kill in action. And for the Ukrainian side, I mean, we have so much visual footage where you see Ukrainians using kind of human waves. We have many visual footage where you see Ukrainians killing their own soldiers. So
I would say
look at that glass. You can say it's an empty, it's a half empty grape juice fruit. You can say it's half empty.
Oh, that's wine.
It's a sparkling wine glass with red wine.
I dispute that. It cannot be corroborated. I believe it's red wine.
Yes, it is most probably red wine.
You can also say it's half full. And the same
blackberry juice.
Or that the wine is green. If I want to believe the wine is green, the wine is green.
Guys, the Pentagon recently came out with a statement that that's actually oil, so we have to invade RL.
Oh no! Oh, gosh. You're going to be bombarded before you open your mouth.
Are you assuming the identity of the drink? No, you should let the drink decide. Know what you want to be. Maybe it's like a he drink, then he they drink.
No, that's not important. It's just grapefruit juice. Okay. No, but
Nobody
again,
trusts you
about the level of technology of the Russian equipment. You see, the Ukrainians receive a lot of Excalibur shells, which are
Yeah, I know.
GPS,
We shipped
them. Yes, a lot. Maybe all you have, and now you're depleted. And what's the result on the ground? 20,000
wonderful.
soldiers killed? Nothing.
Okay,
Let me tell you, the Russians have
you have to understand, I come at this from a Canadian viewpoint. This makes my viewpoint totally weird. Why did Canada ship artillery to Ukraine before anybody else? Why, when we shipped the artillery, did we ship it with Excalibur rounds immediately? Targeting, even though the United States wouldn't. Why did you fly main tanks to Ukraine?
Not? You can vice versa. Same.
Because Canada has Russia on two borders directly, West Coast, North Coast.
Oh, what happened? Wait, the audio is gone.
We can't hear you.
Wayne, your audio is gone. Wait. There's no sound, Wayne. You check your mic again, Wayne.
We can't hear you.
No, there's no sound. You check your mic. You didn't mute yourself, but there's no sound. Oops, so sorry.
I cut out there for he cut out there for me for a moment. Can someone summarize what he was saying? My connection was being a bit funky.
He
couldn't finish what he was saying.
Okay. You're muted, Wayne. Wayne Borean, you're muted. You are muted. Your microphone is muted. Voila.
I muted again. Yeah. Try. Wayne, can you speak? Oh, there's no sound.
We still can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
No, but it's like saying Russian technology is bullshit. Why it have also
no.
stuff? But then you don't generalize everything. Yeah.
Yes.
We can't hear, guys. Okay, RL, stop. We can't hear Wayne, and if he can hear us, he might be trying to respond to you. We can't hear a word you're saying. We can see your mouth moving, but your microphone, it's not muted because it doesn't say it's muted, but we can't hear you.
Well, yeah.
This is probably the CIA realized he was talking too much.
Wayne, maybe you try and log out and log back in. So
yeah, you could. I would recommend stepping out of the room and coming back in.
Yeah, there's no sound, man.
You
log out and log in. I think it will fix. Usually, it tends to fix it. You try to get out and then come in again. Yeah.
I wanted to comment about that video. Hi, Mehdi. I wanted to comment about that video that the alien guy brought up. I thought it looked weird, because you see four guys. They look fairly far away, and then in the video you hear this gun cocking, like one gun cocking, and then
I heard multiple.
And then suddenly,
I heard
it could be multiple, but they were quite far away, and then suddenly you just see them dropping one by one. But I've seen footage of other like firefights where they were in the trenches and they were trying to shoot at each other at close range and they couldn't hit anything, and so it's to me it looked a little bit like it looked fake to me, like it was just this video.
I would say tank is actually more accurate when it's a bit further away.
No, that wasn't a tank. It was like guns, like small arms fire that hit the four guys that were trying to surrender.
Well,
so,
the reason I don't think it's fake, because the implication if it's fake would mean that the Russians made it, right? To make it make the Ukrainians look bad.
Well, you never know. It could be a pro-Russian, like a media guy, like a guy in his that just wanted to put out something.
I mean, they were wearing Ukrainian uniforms. They were, trying to surrender.
They have plenty of Ukrainian uniforms picked up from the dead.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Wayne, can
this
you
war has gotten me very paranoid about fake videos from both sides.
Yes.
It's just unless I see a guy's brain get blown out, I know that guy. Okay, that's real. But from far away, you can't really
so
see
dark.
what happened to those guys, and it's just
But we had in the last weeks a lot of videos which are disturbing. I'm not talking about the ones in the battlefield, but the ones in the streets of Odessa and other cities where people are just being men are just being picked up. There are stories about buses being stopped, and they go inside and pick up men. It's quite a bit scary what's happening now. I don't know if there is any rule, international law for these that allows the state just to pick up people and oblige them to fight.
Wayne, can you try speaking so we can see if
like
we
you
can
say,
hear you?
international law is not law.
Yep.
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to finish up?
Just quick, have a dog who wants to go for a walk. What I was trying to say, Russia on two sides, exactly. Arctic coast, Arctic coast. We have Russia, only one country away on the Atlantic coast. Every time Russia sneezes, Canada pays attention. When Russia went into Ukraine, Canada was immediately going to back Ukraine. We had no choice. It's just the joys of politics. You know, because our position, we are one country that is most exposed to Russia. And we have big concerns with them.
Are your concerns that they could invade you? I'm not sure I understand what the concerns could be.
Okay, look, nobody made Canada. Don't be stupid.
Right. Of course, and I know that's kind of what I'm trying to bait the question out.
There is in the world army big and manage it. No, the point is that Russia could starve our supply lines.
We have
Canada
a deal
is
here. We
one of
don't
the
call
world's
people
major
stupid.
trading
Nobody
nations.
calls people stupid.
Okay. Yeah, look, Canada is one of the world's greatest trading nations. We need the oceans. That is why the Royal Canadian Navy is the major portion of our military. That's where we need it. I mean, you know, ground combat in Canada is very unlikely. You know, invading Canada is almost impossible unless you're the United States. And if you are the United States, well, they don't want it because they know that invading us would be a total another mess.
But what about the Arctic?
You don't know what the land is like here.
Well, Wayne, the reason I
It's not
asked,
just the
so you
Arctic.
think the biggest threat to Canada is Russia basically interfering in Canada's ability to trade? Is that a fair assumption?
Correct.
That's Canada's concern? Okay.
Yes.
There's two things that come off of that. One, why would Canada have that concern if they have close ties with the UK and the United States, who would almost absolutely protect them from that? And two, is it not safe to assume that Canada is acting in a way that the United States wants them to act because the United States has investments in Canada and, you know, incentive to protect Canada at all costs for their own benefit, aka making them a vassal state?
Okay, first up, we have more investments in the United States than they have in Canada, a lot more. So we have far more interest in making sure they survive. That's one point. Oh, sorry, I forgot the first part.
The first thing I said was, could it not be seen as the United
UK
States
and,
was protecting?
yeah, right. We're supposed to depend upon the United States. Remember this guy named Donald John Trump who didn't want to do anything for anybody unless they paid him?
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're not going to depend on the United States. Well, we will ally with them, but we won't depend on them. It's just not safe. You end up with one guy like Trump in there, and we cannot be sure that there won't be somebody like Trump getting in there in the future who could just decide, okay, guys, you know, I'm not going to back you. So we have to be able to do it ourselves, which is why we're building a fleet of 50 cruisers.
Actually, that's exactly what Trump pushed, you know, during his term. Like, he wanted every country to take care of their own national interests first, which is why, you know, he always say that it's America first, but he also told every country that he visits, he said that you should also put your own country first. And that's exactly his message. So
okay.
actually, you actually got exactly what he wanted, actually.
Yeah, Drew, you got a question?
I think we need to look at it from a different perspective. Like, if Canada knows that it cannot be invaded, and Canada's main concern is that Russia would disrupt its trade routes. So why would you send weapons to Ukraine, which is fighting the country that you are fearful will disrupt your trade routes, when that would...
Oh, we're not fearful that they will disrupt our trade routes. Sorry, we're not fearful. You have to understand, we're not fearful. We're not fearful, because if it came down to it, the Pacific Fleet could take out the Russian fleet in Vladivostok quite easily.
So what is the concern?
You don't understand.
You started off saying that Russia
I'm pretty sure that
they can mess up the trade routes. They can mess with our friends.
Trucker horns.
I mean, do you want
so
somebody messing with your friends?
The Russian military?
Damn right.
Wait,
you know how many Ukrainian Canadians there are?
Wait. Before we go too far away, I want to let Dean Lerner introduce himself, because like he has been around for a long time. Before we go on, Dean, do you want to introduce yourself?
We can't
you have
hear
no
you.
sound.
And
oh my God.
has no sound.
Oh no.
Talk about the superior Western technology, yeah?
Your mic is kind of... We can't hear you then.
You want to turn off, use your mic, like you turn off your earpiece. Maybe your earpiece, the mic is not working. You try, and then you unmute yourself again. You try. Yeah, because he actually came in for some time, but he didn't manage to have a chance to talk. He's too polite. He was messaging
ask him to get out and come back.
If he get out, he's going to be in queue.
No, what you're trying to say is that I have too big a mouth.
All right, I see you later.
Guys, got to run.
Good talk.
I have to run.
Oh man, that was disgusting.
Wayne, your speech about the fear you have, your government have with Russia, like cutting the shipping lane and stuff like that. It's purely the speech of a group of countries who were leading the world and is actually losing that position. Yeah, and they will do everything to keep that leading position, but they can't. That's why they are now doing stupid things, irrational things.
What I don't get is if you are afraid of somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the speech now. Your elites have political elites and people who have influence in your countries, like in the UK. In the UK, it's incredible how crazy the British intelligence and the British media and the people who are behind the British media are
they are genius. They are genius.
It's off the scale.
This is not for you. This is not for you. I mean, this was much earlier. This was much earlier when he was talking about Canada and his Navy stuff. Yeah, I just thought it's a bit rude for this to come out like so quickly, because I just want to hear what he want to say. Yeah, it's not for you.
You have to put it up when RL is talking.
Yeah.
It's a relevant message, I mean, Canada is a very relevant country for United States, because every oil that Canada produces, it produces a lot of oil, go to United States. That's why United States has so big data of oil production, because they take the oil also from Canada.
Yeah, so which is why the XL pipeline was for, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Canada is the open doors for United States for the North Pole, which will be the next war terrain, because there are so many resources in the North Pole area, and Russia has already fucked everybody by putting a foot there, putting bases.
You heard this huge project the Americans are going to start in the Arctic? They announced it this week.
Yeah, but it's just an announcement project.
I thought it's just
the Americans talked about that.
Can I jump in here about Canada real quick?
No.
Okay. I hate to say this, but Canada could get rolled over by a very strong Cub Scout troop with the amount of forces it actually has. And I say that jokingly, but it does not have any type of land force or navy that would protect itself. It's always been the United States that's protected it. And to think otherwise is just to deny reality. The only true protection that Canada has is the landmass itself, because of how much you would need to go in there and subjugate all of Canada to your rule. That's the same thing for the United States. Its landmass is its greatest asset, just like it is for Russia. And that's why the Canadian Navy is almost non-existent. And I don't understand where any of the Canadian Navy stuff comes from, because we're finding that, surface level vessels now are more and more starting to fade out because of the fact that they can't protect themselves from very cheap cheap in relevation. Oh, I can't say it, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. The amount of missiles that can be fired against them, they cannot. A surface fleet is not going to be able to defeat that once they get within the shores of a hostile nation. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, with the Canadian military. So, Glenn or somebody was talking shit the other day. Oh, they got the longest shot in the world. Okay, just so you know, probably with an American gun, probably with American ammo. You damn sure know we flew his ass over to Afghanistan to take the shot. He probably living on our fob and eating our food. So technically, Canada gets an assist on that shot.
There is one thing where Canada is better than United States. It's its number of icebreakers. Just to mention that.
And I want to say one other thing.
Important for North Korea.
The guy that was talking about China starving, exactly what RL's saying. I think they're building 20 icebreakers right now. They're not going to fucking starve. They'll get their oil from Russia, and if they have to go to the North Pole to get fucking grain from a port, they'll get it from there. I mean, they're already laying the groundwork to get around anyone who wants to fucking starve them or fuck with them energy-wise or any way. They may have problems with Taiwan. They may have problems in the South China Sea, but you ain't going to starve them motherfuckers out.
Yeah,
yes, and the whole point of the Belt and Road Initiative is all that, is to create new routes that can't be stopped. And the other guy was saying, well, the trains are not enough to transport all the grain. Well, I don't know, but they are transporting huge amounts of merchandise now already.
Aren't they also talking about building another line between like the Siberian Mongolia area across like the top of India and stuff? It's like, you think India is going to let you blow up their fucking trade route? Or Tibet or anyone else that railroad goes through? I mean, these people are stupid when they talk about starving China out. I mean, yeah, maybe some people will starve, but they ain't going to lose because they starved.
Is it China?
Hello. Hi, boss. Can we hear you, boss?
Yeah,
no more background sound. Just now there was a background noise. So now it's all right. Good.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, guys.
I just wanted to add, guys, really quickly that 1 year into this conflict, and we still have a perspective like Wayne's, right, where they simultaneously believe that the Russian military is garbage. At the same time, they consider Russia to be a geostrategic threat. So this cognitive dissonance, this contradiction is pretty much the primary driver of this war. And a year into this conflict, and the appetite or the political desire for conflict by this delusional group of thinkers still remains. So, in a way, we can consider that the Russian military's greatest political failing, because when we talk about geopolitical war on a grand scale, defeating your enemy's will to continue the fight is a very important recipe of that whole drama. And that is where Russia is still struggling to make any meaningful progress. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Russia has always, and China, they've both been horrible at English media propaganda, but they do fairly well in their own languages. So all we're saying is a guy that has watched too much Western propaganda and not actively look for stuff from the other side. Which I guess if you live in an English-speaking country, you need to actively look for the alternative narrative. Like in Singapore, I look for both pro-Ukrainian stuff and I look for both pro-Russian stuff as well. And then you can kind of match them up to see what then look at the reality on the ground. What is which one is more accurate to that, and then you gotta get.
I'd also like to add something regarding when it comes to like this cognitive dissonance and information availability. Something a lot of people don't understand is the depth that the like pro-Ukrainian information goes. It's not just Fox News, CNN, BBC, and stuff like that. It trickles down, right? You'll get down to your local newspapers, and then you'll trickle down to like mid-level YouTubers who like. A good example would be there was multiple like geopolitical analysis channels that used to be like very, very good before the war began. Caspian Report, Binkov's Battlegrounds. Like there were several channels that covered pretty decent content pretty evenly. And the moment this conflict began, they either sold out or whatever it is, right? There's also a channel called
I was gonna say Binkov is pushing some bullshit about how they're going to retake Crimea now or some crap. I'm like, really?
There's also this channel someone
Good
shared.
idea. I'm gonna do an arrow map on how to capture Crimea.
Exactly, you're gonna get rich for that.
We have to see, Alan, the fear of being cancelled. The fear of being cancelled, it works in many ways. It's not even that people sold out; they're just really afraid of being cancelled. Now, these people in YouTube, for instance, they earn their money from the viewers, and if you have like dozens of Ukrainians thinking that you're bad for their reputation, they will start putting that no likes and things will go wrong. Yeah, it's unfortunate it's like this, but you're right. But I also would like to point something. The Ukrainian propaganda is slowing, is diminishing. It was very good at the beginning, and it's like. It's getting worse, or is not getting through as easy like before. Go on.
Yeah, no, but that's an interesting point. But now you're seeing someone shared in our Telegram chat. Somebody, it was like this Maps channel or Mapped, like World Mapped or whatever, and they were pulling up like geopolitical commentary on Ukraine. And what I've been seeing a lot more for some reason is a lot of these geopolitical channels sponsored by like a consistent 2 or 3 different consulting firms or like geopolitical.
DPA.
No, I'm talking about like firms. Like
scammy.
If you go on YouTube right now and type in a geopolitical like content channel that does this kind of stuff, at least one of their videos in the last 2 weeks will have been sponsored by this consulting firm called Roshan Consulting, and this is a very interesting firm if you look into it. That's a whole discussion for another time, but like you'll always like the more you look into it, they're sponsored by these really suspicious looking firms that make these really suspicious claims about anti-Russian stuff consistently over and over again. So it's not even just Fox News or CNN anymore. It's smaller channels being sponsored and paid, or even just again, like you guys said, in fear of being canceled by the crowd or other alternatives.
Yeah, but most of the pro-Ukrainian channels on YouTube are sponsored by that VPN channel I just mentioned before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of ads. I've seen ads on Wyatt's streams for Ukraine 24, which I've watched their channel, and it's like they'll be talking about some battle that we've already covered, and they're telling you this fantastical version, and you're like, wow, we literally just talked about that 2 weeks ago, and that's not how it happened, but cool story, bro. But yeah, I mean, I've noticed that there's been Ukrainian channels advertising on different DPA videos, trying to steal away informed people to go be stupid again.
To speak to Vaughn and Alan's point, to speak to Vaughn and Alan's point, look at all these tank museums. These are for all the tank guys that here. Look at all the tank museums that are out there, that all the way up to the SMO, or when we started seeing the SMO would be launched, that were all usually fair about events of World War II and things like that. Then all of a sudden the SMO starts, and all of them all of them start coming out with how Russian T-72s are shit. Their equipment is crap. There's no way they're going to stand up to this. Think about where all their funding comes from, because they're museums. So the state actually has leverage on these sites to be able to pump out their propaganda. And the one thing about, I agree, Russia's lost the propaganda war, but they don't fight it in the same way we do. And to them, what's happening on the ground, the map itself is their propaganda. It's unrefutable. It's right there. So the Americans can keep on pumping out all this stupid propaganda, because inside our world is where we only really see it. But outside the world, they see the truth. So we're only fooling ourselves about what is happening there. It's our general population.
That's the really dangerous thing. That's extremely dangerous if you convince the population of something that's entirely false, because then you can have them believe and support whatever you want to do. Atrocities.
It's not dangerous. It's actually the aim. All propaganda is not for external audiences. The propaganda the Chinese put out is for their own people. The Russians is for their own people. The Western propaganda is to convince the Western people that Russia is evil, China is evil, the Middle Eastern country that they're fighting at the moment is evil, and that it's okay to go invade them and to send our troops there. That's what the propaganda is for.
Drew, to that point though, is this, that if you don't know the truth as an American citizen, you don't know how to vote the right way, because you have no reality of which to judge your country's actions against the rest of the world. So what you're seeing, you may thinking that, you know, you're doing making the completely right decision for your country, when it is the exact opposite that is actually happening. So you actually lose and you actually lose the direction of your country to false realities. So that when people go to vote, they are not voting on reality. They're voting on a fabrication of reality that doesn't meet or align with the truth. Right. And that's how this shit perpetuates.
I'd like one little thing. I want to thank Wyatt. I want to thank Wyatt because you shared the Rohan Consulting link, right, to the chat. So that was very good of you. I appreciate that. I should have probably thought about doing that. Additionally, for everyone looking into it, all I tell you to do is look it up on LinkedIn. Go look up who the owner of the company is, and read his LinkedIn bio and what all the companies he's worked for and his experience history. That's what's going to to blow everybody's mind. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but you guys got to look it up yourselves.
How many times is ISO
saying?
How many times is
look it up and find out for yourself and make your own decision based on what you read. No one here is telling you what to think. Go find out, read it, and decide what you think.
Yeah, Wyatt, now you know what to do. You need some capitalism. Just say Ukraine is amazing.
You know what worries me?
Yes. They are all.
You know what worries me?
Ukrainian
background, man.
Come on, everybody, let's raise the view count. Slava Ukraini, Slava Ukraini,
Slava Ukraini.
I just wanted to.
Slava Zucchini.
Can anybody hear
Let
me?
me go get a wig and some lipstick before I do it.
You know what worries me?
Wear a bikini.
Test.
Okay.
I want to focus on something that Alan and Prada just raised, right? You guys just suggested that talking about the Russian war with a narrative that goes contrary to the prevailing narrative has consequences. In some cases, you might have to maybe censor your own opinions out in public just for your own safety. With a few of my friends in Europe, I felt like there's a very palpable tension in the air, especially in Germany, where the lines have been drawn and it's a very stark line. And if you toe the line, people could just show up to your house uninvited. And if something were to happen to you, knock on wood, you are not going to get a lot of, sympathetical ears from the media if you have even a sliver of suggestion that you might be sympathetic to the Russian cause. Now, having said that, to my friends in the West, do you feel there would be repercussions or consequences for you to have your own opinion out into the media, like we all do over here? So when you're participating in panels such as this, are you always mindful of what you're talking about and the repercussions of it? Go.
Yeah.
Yes,
to be honest, I do not give a shit less, because I'll tell you why. If we're down to the point that they got to hunt down some scraggly ass no tanker from the Cold War back, who is 55 years old and is no possible threat to the country, and they're hunting me down, and they're worried about what I'm saying, then we have a really big problem. I don't care if they come knocking on my door. I have nothing to hide. And if they do come knocking on my door, I'll go gladly, because I already have a very good lawyer who's already approved and qualified to argue in front of the Supreme Court, believe it or not. It's just a friend I just happen to know. But I actually, if they do, it's going to be a fight the whole way. I don't care. I hope they do sometimes, to be honest.
I
think many people easily take this line, or a pro-Ukrainian line, just because it's easier for them to navigate through society. It's not that people even care about Ukraine, but they take this line and they even sometimes show they care, because otherwise they would be canceled. That's the true thing. And people are mean sometimes by nature. They want to cancel other people, especially to feel themselves good. Unfortunately, that's the truth. So in Germany, this sense, like Tarif was saying, not so present, but it's true. People actually, there is like a consensus about these realities. Like Putin is not well informed about what is happening. People are lying to him. That if Putin goes, the war ends, and people consume this kind of stupidity, because these arguments are stupid. They are not sound. But people repeat them because they think, well, if I say these, I'm okay. I look informed. I feel on the wave. Everything is fine. So this is actually what's happening in Europe at the moment. Yes. What do you say, Earl?
It depends. I mean,
for the French are more critic. The French, the Portuguese, the Italians, they have more critics.
Here in UK,
on the person. I mean, in France, you have guys who are pro-Ukrainian no matter what, and you have guys who are more critical, not per se pro-Russian, but more pro-truth. Yeah, I mean, at my workplace, we don't talk much about Ukraine and the war there. Yeah, you just say, "Oh, those guys are crazy to fight against Russian," because I'm working in a design office. So we are more versed into engineering and mechanics and stuff like that. So people have some material knowledge, like, oh, they're fighting Russians, are crazy. Russia is the one of the biggest provider of natural resources. It's one of the first countries in the world who can live alone and continue to develop and so on. Just by logical reasonment, by logical reasons, they say it's crazy to fight Russia. Simple as that. Not talking about the fact that they have a huge nuclear arsenal, the biggest nuclear arsenal, and so on. So, but
I think, like, when I talk about stuff, I just try to talk about it as factually as I can. I mean, I have opinions about it, but that I try to share those in different places. I mean, some of the private chats we have, I mean, I'll be more political, but, as far as talking about the war, I mean, I generally just talk about what I'm seeing, what I think's happening, and based on that, I'll give you an opinion. But I'm sorry if when I'm talking about it, it's bad for Ukraine, but that's just the way it is. I'm not going to sit there and tell you the successful attack on Volga or whatever the hell they're doing down there along the Zaporizhzhia. I'm not going to lie and tell you, talk about this offensive and then just act like it's going on, when at this time I already know, if I'm like Ryan Macbeth or somebody else, that they've already hit once, got stopped, pulled back, hit again, got stopped. Now there may be something else going on, but we don't know. That's what I'll tell you. But they'll sit there and just tell you, oh, they started their 27th offensive of the summer, and it's successful. Whatever. I mean, people can come on here and decide what they want. We all have our opinions. We all have politics involved. I try to watch what I say sometimes because I really don't want to be canceled, but I don't really feel like I've said anything to be canceled about publicly. But that's my opinion. Someone else that doesn't like what I say would obviously disagree. I mean, there's been plenty of people in chat.
But it really depends on your
I guess I could
situation.
Also,
I mean,
I guess I could also touch on it too.
Yeah,
Alan wanted to talk about this.
You have people who are working for big corporation in France. Those people, if they want to keep their job, has to shut their mouth or just say Ukraine is great. That's it.
Yeah, I'm in a small business, so I'm somewhat insulated from that. But I still have to be smart.
If I could just jump in
on social media and be a dumbass.
Alien, 1 second. I wanted to talk about.
But also the wake culture. The same thing with the wake culture.
Prata always want to eat your time.
Yeah.
Let's hear Alan's thought on this and then Alien.
Thank you. With me, as being as young as I am, it's kind of, I take points from Mehdi and I take points from Vaughn, but I also have some serious concerns about what could kind of be tracked back to me. Vaughn and Mehdi, you were both muted and you both spoke. But in my career field that I'm trying to get myself into, I like to try to play the role of like that gray man, right? Blend into everybody in the crowd. If I get popular on the internet, then I mean, the reason I show my face is because I know if I expose my opinions anyway, my face is going to be out there anyway, because there are people who are very, very angry and very, very volatile about this stuff. But luckily, as I was saying, in the career field that I'm attempting to pursue, it's somewhere between the line of, extremely small business / contract work for myself. And if I want to, I can get jobs outside of where I'm located. I can do work on the internet online. So I guess personally, I'm a little bit insulated from that. Although, excuse me, I can absolutely understand though, if I ever look for a career in a corporate setting, larger business setting, even if I want to start my own business and start to grow it, I'm kind of subconsciously aware that the decisions I'm making now are absolutely going to affect my future because of the opinions that I have. And whether you call them good, whether people on the internet call me, insane, Nazi, communist, whatever. And I have been called both sides, and it's hilarious. I've been called
I someday Al will have a rival realtor that'll post pictures of him from like DPA.
Never ever call me a realtor. Never ever call me a realtor, bro. I will fight you on this.
Hey, Alan. To Alan's point, though, the reason why you see me, the reason why you see me listed as Mehdi is just because of what Alan said. When I was working in the corporate field, I was actually writing for conservative blogs here and there. And what was happening was that people within the corporation were reading my work and then complaining to HR because of my viewpoints. It got that bad where I had to stop and create a pen name because of the corporate culture I was in. And that's why what Alan says cannot be discredited, because he's a young man. He's still got his professional life ahead of him. I'm an older man. I've already did the big corporate scene. I've made decent money at it with the job I had. I was very lucky to fall into positions I did, but I left that behind because of that. And I have the freedom to speak and say whatever the hell I want without any repercussion to my job. And if I lose it, it's not that big of a deal. I know I won't, because I know the person who's basically my employer. So that ain't going to happen. But like Alan said, that's the problem is that it's also a generational thing about how we have to look at it, because I can't say what I'm saying right now as openly as I am and be in Alan's position and not expect possibly some type of repercussions for it in the corporate world. It just doesn't, it's just reality. It happens. So, and Wyatt, if you ever want to know my real name, I'll let you know what it is.
Right. And also, I appreciate all the comments saying all the nice stuff.
Yeah. But Alan,
Alan's just more exposed because he's of his age.
This when the war is over, people forgot. So don't worry. The worst things.
Never.
Not on the internet.
Is the woke culture. not in the internet.
I think forgetting is impossible. We've come to an era where information, erasing it would be harder than creating it, right? And if we can segue into one of the innovations of this conflict is
Alien hasn't spoken yet.
Oh yeah, sorry, Alien. Would you like to add your 2 cents on this topic?
Yeah. I just wanted to jump in real quick and on the topic of propaganda. Most people probably don't know it, but the Department of Defense actually pays YouTubers to push the agenda. So that's why you see a lot of your YouTubers, your Arthur Roth or whatever his name is, your Speak the Truth, your U.S. veterans who are so pro-Ukraine, and it makes you wonder who they were really fighting for. But they are actually paid by the DoD. The U.S. military itself trains out of Fort Meade, Maryland. That is the center of intelligence. They have a school there. And what the school does is it actually teaches you how to use propaganda, social media, all that stuff to spin the agenda. It's all ran out of Fort Meade, Maryland. All right. But
hey, what about Tulsi Gabbard? Isn't that her MOS? Isn't that Tulsi Gabbard's job? I said, ain't that what Tulsi Gabbard did? Well,
she did. She might have. Yeah, she might have.
Propaganda,
I just know
what's
that.
The difference?
I also would like to.
Yeah, I just know that under Fort Meade, Maryland is nothing but a supercomputer. Everything digital in the world goes to Fort Meade, Maryland. Doesn't matter what it is. It all goes through Fort Meade, Maryland. But also with the local media, if you look at a lot of these local media places, they're actually owned by the same people that are Putin's fighting in Ukraine, and that's George Soros. He actually owns a lot of these local 6, news on your side. A famous meme was, all these local media is repeating the same thing verbatim, and it's because they're all handed the same script. Right. A lot of people don't know this, but there's actually, I don't mean to sound cuckoo or crazy, and some people might think it, but the elite use a hidden language in our own. All right. I know this might be shocking and seem crazy to most people, but if you actually play a lot of these videos backwards, you can hear them. All right. And it's not reverse. It's kind of like reverse speech, but anyway, they all put out codes and this is how they talk and communicate. And it's called opposite, but that's what they do. That's what local media does. But that's just part of the propaganda machine that they push. When it comes to, like I said, the military stuff and the YouTube stuff, they're all on cahoots because they get money from the federal government. So they have to be pro-Ukrainian. They have to be.
I don't think it's responsible to say that it's everybody. To say it's everybody is irresponsible.
No, I'm not saying everybody. That's why I'm not saying it's everybody. I'm saying a lot of these people that are getting their stuff are getting in from Ukrainian propaganda, correct?
Are you correct? Why? In that case, your channel is screwed, man. You're in the US government shit list already. I'm pretty sure they're keeping an eye on DPA.
What is it?
Hello, all.
Hi, Craig. Long time no see.
Yeah, well, all my predictions had to come true before I came back.
Are you triggered? A lot of people say that Canada is shit. Well,
they're not wrong. I mean, Canada is basically an excuse not to be the United States, and that's all it has ever been. Canada is basically the resistance against the USA and has been since about 1763. If you really understand the history of it very deeply, it's a kind of, if you think about it, you could think about it like an oil and water situation where you have two completely different substances and they will naturally settle out to have one on top and one on the bottom if you leave them alone, right? And then they can get stirred up and mixed up. But then if you leave them alone for a while, they'll settle out again. And one of the ways that Canada and the United States avoid civil wars and collapses is they send different people north and south. So you find in the Vietnam War, 25,000 American draft dodgers come north, but 30,000 Canadians go south to sign up with U.S. forces. That's a trade of certain types of people. And so what ends up happening is Canada settles into one sort of set of ethics and the U.S. settles into another. But because we can easily trade people, that's what keeps both countries basically stable. That's why Canada can't get invaded by the United States, because then you'd have crack-ups of a different kind, and you'd end up with something like 9 nations of North America, right? Like, you know, the prairies would all be one thing with Alberta, and you know, the Great Lakes would all be one thing, and it was split up along different lines. But as long as we have this very ridiculous 49th parallel border and Great Lakes border, you know, you just walk across it if something is going on that you don't like in the other country. And I've worked a lot in the United States. Like when I was a consultant, I had 60 clients in the USA in the early 90s. And I had about 10 in Canada in the early mid-90s. And there were definite differences, but fundamentally, it was not a problem to cross that border and do work.
Not only Craig, you also have French speakers in Canada.
Yeah.
And that makes a huge difference.
Particularity of Canada. Yeah, and
it does. It means for one thing, it means that every single Canadian Prime Minister for the last 70 years at least has spoken absolutely fluent French and is sometimes as influenced by the French as they are by the English. And that really matters, especially when, you know, you're dealing with issues like, say, Africa or Latin America or something. Also, Canadians get along great with Cubans, Chileans, and other refugees from American disasters. Generally stayed away from all those wars.
I bet you Trudeau gets along good with the Cubans.
Well, there's this theory that he's Fidel Castro's biological son, but I don't frankly think that he lives up to either Fidel or Pierre's legacy. Both those guys were serious mensches, and if you watch actual video footage of them in crisis situations, you see a very different person than Justin.
You know, hey, Craig, I want to ask you, I live in Maine, so I'm familiar with the border situation. We cross, you know, it's no big deal to cross back and forth the border. Plus, if you go up to the logging golden roads up here, you can cross directly into Maine with trucks full of shit. Nobody would really know the difference that you were doing it at all. And the one thing is that I have a question for you. Is Canada itself starting to segment? Because I know that Alberta now is kind of saying, hey, listen, we're sick of carrying the load for Ontario and shit like that. And I know that's been going on for a while. What's it like right now?
Well, look, that's a very long story, but let's just say that every Canadian province is actually a country, and that they basically squabble the same way the EU countries do. But it would be like as if all the countries were the Baltics, you know, and just so full of relatively not very competent people and, you know, with ideological agendas like crazy. So the economic situation is always this perception that somebody else is getting a better deal. Always that perception, right? But it's mostly BS, because the system as it's set up actually has a thing called transfer payments, where if one province can't maintain its social services, like its health care or its infrastructure, its social services, then the others all pay into a fund to keep it all evened out, right? And every time that a province goes like 5 years drawing from that, there tends to be complaints from all the others. But literally almost all the provinces have been in a net positive and a net negative position over the last 20 years. So it actually does work out. Right now, the province that is by far the best economic position of all, like invincibly unassailable economically, is Quebec. Quebec is absolutely guaranteed long-term the richest province, probably the richest place in North America. And that's for a bunch of reasons. One is they've got all the minerals everybody wants. Another is they've got 170 terawatt hours of large hydro dams, which is a battery that's enough to charge 1 billion Cybertrucks. 1 billion Cybertrucks, okay? That's with no sun and no rain. You can charge 1 billion Cybertrucks just with the hydro dams. So think how valuable that is. Right now, they're getting 3 cents a kilowatt hour for it as base load, which is worthless. They're going to be getting 30, 40 cents for it, backing up literally every renewable supply in North America. And with the cheapest wind power in the world being floating wind, that means we're all going to build tons and tons and tons and tons of floating wind. We're going to get that for a penny a kilowatt hour. And then when it's not running, you're going to have to go to Quebec. You have to go to Tennessee and suck it out of big dams at 30 to 50 cents a kilowatt hour. It'll still work out to be cheaper than today. But Quebec is invincible for that reason. They also have an aircraft industry. They've got a train industry. They actually even make all kinds of weird small craft like jet skis and stuff. They've got an entertainment industry, a software industry, big video game companies are there. I mean, for an economy of 11 million people, it's ridiculously like over-equipped with everything the world needs. So Quebec is the economic core of Canada now, whereas it was for the last, however, Canada's exports are still mostly fossil fuels from Alberta, and almost all those exports go to the United States. And with China no longer buying from Canada, which they never will again, not anything fossil, they can get everything they need from Russia, we now are in a situation where Alberta is kind of becoming the collapsing falling star, right? Like, you don't need that heavy oil for very much. So it's becoming worth less, and it actually went negative in the pandemic crisis, like it was down to negative per barrel. So we're now in a situation that's in complete reverse, and so you do see separatist groups everywhere. Everyone's got a separatist party. It's Alberta separatist, BC separatist. I'm personally a Nova Scotia separatist. I think we'd be way better off as a kind of Singapore here than we are stuck to anything else in the North American continent. We could control the access to the Great Lakes the same way that Wyatt controls access to the Straits of Malacca. Him personally can block off all Chinese trade, and I could block off all Great Lakes trade, and, you know, we could run the world, right? So this is the kind of situation you have to think about when you live in some kind of bottleneck position to world trade. And so every part of Canada isn't a country, really. It's not one country economically, and it's not one country militarily. And if we did get invaded, we would not respond the same way. Canada almost broke up twice in both World War I and II over conscription. Nobody from Quebec wanted to go to Europe to fight at all. And so you can't do that. So that's all there is to say about Canada, really. It's a non-factor in all of this. And, you know, it seems there's a consensus coming out that we hate Chrystia Freeland. Everyone for different reasons, but we all hate her. So if she became the prime minister, that would be a disaster, but that's about it.
If I could interject,
Craig, as General de Gaulle stated before, vive le Québec libre.
Vive le Québec libre. This is another thing, is that Canada, if you look at a globe, sits in between all the nuclear powers. Russia's there over the pole, the US is there over the 49th parallel, China and North Korea are over there across the Pacific, and the UK and France are over there across the Atlantic. And if they start firing missiles at each other, literally all of them would be going over Canada, with a couple of local exceptions like India, Pakistan, and UK, France. And my joke is that India and Pakistan both have the bomb because of Canada. It was technology transfer from Canada that helped them both get the bomb. And we probably did that deliberately so that there would be at least one nuclear exchange that didn't send the missiles over us.
Wow.
I'm blown away. I mean,
can I get that in a?
Yeah, but I thought I was cynical.
Oh man, if you want to understand cynicism, you have to understand the incredible pettiness and complete self-servingness that exists in Canada as a country. Like the stock market is completely pump and dump mining scams. If you look at the Toronto stock market, 80% of the world's mining companies are there. Mining, okay? Mining is literally fantasy and fraud. That's all it is. You lie that you found some gold somewhere, and then you go to suckers and sell them stocks. It is literally all con jobs. There is nothing honest about the mining industry. And that's the basis of, because no one's ever going to actually go up into the far north and check on you. So people believe, you know, they believe Canadians, and they shouldn't, because, you know, tremendous con artists. Nortel, Briex, there's a long list of Canadian financial scams. So one of the biggest scams is NATO, right? Like, we do nothing for NATO. We don't even own the weapons that are on the books as our weapons. I know somebody who shouldn't have told me this, but they work in the port of Halifax, and the weapons that are stockpiled there are actually owned by the Americans and only leased to Canada. We have exactly nothing to throw into a fight. Nothing. And nobody wants to go. As for the million, yeah, well, that's right. I mean, effectively, that argument is correct that the landmass defends Canada the same way it defends Russia. You keep invading, but with a few exceptions, and I live in one of the exceptions in Nova Scotia, you penetrate too far and there's not much worth holding if you go too far north, right? So why would you do it? You'd rather just deal with the people who are there now. It's the same reason China will never invade Siberia. It just has to deal with the Russians, and it can have anything it wants from Siberia. The Americans can buy any raw material they want from Canada. There's no reason to fight at all, ever. There never will be. The political risk of trying to take over Siberia for China would be immense and disastrous. It would give them a whole bunch of ethnic minorities that would have allies further east, and it would alarm Europe and America in a ridiculous way. It'd be stupid. Same reason the United States would never come north to mess with Canada. Then they would just have problems with the Cree and the Inuit and everybody else that Canada barely manages to keep satisfied. I mean, if you have managers that are actually giving you everything you want, it's completely stupid to take over the company. So
But Canada does has a lot of influence in the mining industry all over the world. The Rio Tinto and some others, they expand like tentacles. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's difficult.
Yeah,
it's
there's
difficult
a
to do
corrupt
anything
side to
without
it.
Canadians. But RL, what you going?
Absolutely,
RL,
absolutely. Canada is like, if you look at stuff like the Saudi Arabian line project, like that 175 kilometer city they want to build as a line. That they just hired SNC Lavalin as the chief contractor for that. I mean, this is a typical Canadian consulting company that gets their paws into everything. They were in the Three Gorges Dam in China. I mean, Canadians are engineers and consultants working all over the world, and the more outrageous a project is, the more Canadians you will find in it. But it's an extension of this con artist culture from mining. It's like, yes, the project is ridiculous and will probably fail, but, if a Canadian is fronting it, it somehow sounds credible. People believe us for some reason. And sometimes that works, like in diplomacy, but the diplomacy hasn't been there for 15 years.
Craig, before you move on, though, I want to ask you something, because I bring up Alberta for a reason, because there was supposed to be the oil pipeline running from
Keystone
Alberta down and they shut it off. I mean, we actually, and I think Canada had put a bunch of resources into it all the way to the point of the border, and then we just decided, we're not going to go through the project. So here's Canada with all these wasted resources. I believe it will come online eventually and get completed.
No, it won't.
You don't think so?
And not at all. And also, remember, you can't use Canada as the subject in an economic or military sentence at all. It was the province of Alberta that put money into the Keystone XL. And as soon as they did, the Premier, Jason Kenney, was heavily attacked by people, including me, saying it was a huge, unhedged investment in something that had already been canceled once and would probably be canceled again. And basically, a provincial premier took all the heat for that, and he's now gone. So no one thinks of that as Canada getting burned, right? They think of it as a political opportunity to burn Alberta.
The Albertans I speak to do say completely the opposite. It's because of the other provinces didn't want Alberta having that kind of power and control. So they're the ones that keep nixing it down.
Most of the other provinces would rather see Alberta leave before Quebec leaves, because Quebec is on an economic upswing and Alberta is on a pretty much permanent flush down the toilet. So basically, good. Fuck Alberta is the response here from the East. We don't care. We want them to go. If they could viably quit the country, it would be best for everyone. There would be no more crazy lunatic governments, and there would be no more Ukro-Nazis, which is like 1 million people in the West are Ukrainian descended people who just live and eat and breathe propaganda. Goodbye. I don't even care about British Columbia anymore. I mean, you have a supposedly socialist green government there. They build a non-viable dam in the middle of nowhere to enable fracking, which is a disaster economically and every other way. And they tear down forests like nobody, including old, irreplaceable growth. And They have no attempt to have an economy other than that. I mean, Alberta and BC are pretty, but only for now until they tear everything down. So I have no interest in them. Let them leave.
Craig, by saying you don't
the
want to
same
have
thing
them there,
about-
though, you're damning us to have to deal with them.
I know, right? I'm really sorry about that. Because the big thing is, though, if the Albertans became a state, they would still vote Democrat. They would still demand universal health care. They are whiners, man. You cannot satisfy them. You cannot. You will be blamed for everything. And when they find out that the federal government then controls energy and environment and education, they're going to flip because provincial governments control that
Stream
stuff.
keeps cutting in and out. See you later.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Craig, the one thing is,
I kind of wanted to bring something up because multiple.
I'll take all comers on Canada subjects, man, but I want to only do it once.
Right. Right. But
I just
actually
wanted to go ahead.
Mention something. We've had multiple chats, like super chats. Like, is that what they're called on here?
Yeah.
Wyatt? Super chats?
Yes.
Yeah, we've had multiple about how like religion is affecting Russia, and I'd like to talk about that.
In a sec, though, I want to answer. I want to answer point from Mehdi first, though. Mehdi made a point about the Keystone XL pipeline, and I want to explain that very specifically. The grade of so-called oil that's supposed to carry is stuff called Western Canada Select, which is a from basically bitumen, tar sands in Western Canada. And that stuff is great for lubricants, and it is good for membranes, and it is good for paving. It is the world's shittiest fuel. It is full of heavy metals. It is highly carbon intensive. You can't make it into oil without mixing it with a lot of real oil. It's garbage. The only reason Keystone XL was being built is because there were plants to process Venezuelan heavy oil in Houston, owned by the Koch brothers, and they tried to get Keystone XL built so that they could get that stuff there cheaper. It's a very marginal product. It does not affect the North American fuel supply at all, and that stuff has even been banned for use in marine shipping. So the whole logic behind it is gone.
So which pipelines should I invest in the coming years, Craig?
Absolutely none. Pipelines that exist today are all we need. In fact, the Trans Mountain pipeline, the Canadian federal government did put money into that, which was supposed to be an export port for significant amounts of tar. It was existing pipeline that was being doubled in size. So it wasn't even on a new route, right? It was already ruined route. And they were supposed to export tar sand out to China. But China absolutely does not need either Canadian fracked gas or Canadian bitumen now. They are literally building massive conventional gas and oil pipelines from Russia. So there is absolutely no market. And there's no reason to build it. The only customer for any of this garbage is the United States. And
But
who cares? It just doesn't have a long-term future.
Russia's collapsing, though.
Oh yeah, sure. Like that's why the Saudis are building Power of Siberia 2, 3, and 4, and which are pipelines, and it's why the Chinese already have built, essentially massive infrastructure eastward or westward, sorry, into Russia. I mean, they're going to be almost one country now, China and Russia, and that's probably good.
I wouldn't say now. Would it be better to say within the next decade or two? 2 or 3 decades?
Man, diplomatically, they're increasingly behaving the same. And the Kissinger, for all of his war crimes, Kissinger said it correctly. Nixon administration tried very hard to prevent Russia and China from being both active enemies at once and allied with each other. And the CIA did everything in its power to get Russia fighting China and China fighting India. And those projects are failing now. They're failing. China, Russia, and India have never been as close as they are. And Russia and China in particular are super close. And Eurasia is going to come together as an economic bloc. I'm with Pepe Escobar on this. It's like inevitable.
China and India getting closer every night.
Pretty much. What are their issues with each other anyway? Tibet pretty much settled some very minor Himalayan border disputes.
What about the water? Fresh water.
Yeah, that's a big issue.
It is, but it's the way you fix water issues is not with wars, because in wars, one side pollutes the water and the other side, dies. It's just you can't fight over water; it doesn't work. Yeah. So the only thing you can really do is conserve the hell out of it. The logical solution to that problem would be for Indian water conservation projects, like putting solar panels on every single agricultural canal in India, which they are now doing, to be done in close cooperation with the Chinese. So the Indians need less water, right? Reduces the evaporation by doing that. And, just put the state-of-the-art water conservation technology in place all the way up and down your failing rivers. And for God's sake, cooperate on climate so you don't get into a disaster like the Pakistanis did, where you've got 3,000 people dead in global lake outburst floods and total infrastructure destruction. Like Pakistan has been destroyed by climate disasters just this year. And now it's falling apart politically. Like, do you want that happening in Kashmir? No.
Well, actually, what comes to mind is ecological disasters in Bangladesh because of the density of their populations. Because if they have an economic disaster, their entire population would probably have to up and leave. And that
80 million Muslims living about 1 meter above sea level.
Yeah.
So basically. And here's the unfortunate truth is that the data is now out from the Thwaites ice sheet that there is an inevitable carve-off of a very large piece of sitting ice that just alone itself, when it falls, is going to raise global sea level about 5 inches, about at least 12, 14 centimeters. Just that one piece. Like,
wow.
One piece.
Would it come down in one piece, or would it break apart beforehand?
Well, it may break apart, but once it breaks apart, every part of it, it's suspended like a bridge, so every part of it's going to fall in. So essentially, sea level rise is catastrophic. It's not, you can't project it. You can only go to actually the pieces of specific ice that are going to fall into the sea, and you have to do seismic studies on them to see when they're going to fall into the sea. And then you have this map of, some kind of stochastics of when does this fall in and that. And it's Thwaites ice sheet, Totten ice sheet, both in Antarctica, and the Greenland under glacial aquifer, the big three reservoirs.
From what I understand, these are not, I think it's important for a lot of people to understand when we're talking about glacial ice sheets, these are not like couple mile or couple 100 meter wide chunks of ice.
No.
These are small country sized chunks
These are the size of fucking Belgium, yeah.
Yeah.
And the Greenland one is the worst because that's probably in water form already. Like every year we see lakes form on top of Greenland and then they sink down to the bottom. But this is all stuff that ice scientists study, and it's rare for them to come to actual conclusions.
Yes, because there's a lot of disagreement on it. For instance, there is from RT a great documentary about also the ice caps and so on. And he said, well, but this is just 3% of the whole water. There is some exaggeration here. Of course, places like Bangladesh will do have a lot of problems because it's too much people living in this very small place. And yes, and they are dependent on the water that comes from the river. The river, if the ice cap, if the ice,
sea level rise is one of. I don't want to overstate sea level rise as the issue because it's storms, it's heat waves, it's pest increasing.
The biggest problem in Bangladesh is actually the river. The river, as it goes, it destroys more land, and it gets less and less. And the same problem with in Pakistan. Well, it's true. If more ice melts in the Himalayas, the rivers will become more stormy, and and they will lose land that was used to plant, and all types.
Well, that's right. There's several climate scenarios that work out to be disasters for Bangladesh. There's several that work out to be disasters for North Pakistan, or several that work out to be disasters for certain other vulnerable places in the earth, like the Caribbean could be destroyed by hurricanes or by sea level rise. Like there's places in the world where you want to learn to sail. Because the day will come when you have to sail away.
The Chinese just discovered something very interesting. The center of the Earth stopped, and when it stops, the Earth moves slowly.
The Earth's core has not stopped spinning.
That's an oversimplification of what's going on, but there is a difference between the spinning of the core and the spinning of the mantle and the spinning of the crust. We know that just from plate tectonics.
Yeah, and it stops. Sometimes it stops, and then
but in terms of and that may be related to magnetic pole shifts, which have an even bigger effect on the climate. But who knows? We've actually seen evidence, I guess, paleontologists and others, that these things cause massive, but in a way, these are such massive changes. They're like an asteroid hit. Like if you happen to be here when Yellowstone blows, or an asteroid hits, or the magnetic pole shifts, or a comet comes way too close to Earth and destabilizes its orbit and changes its wobble, then your whole civilization is going to be destroyed, period. Like, nothing's going to survive that. So it's not really predictable, and I'm not sure we can do anything about it in this chat.
Arresting Putin was going to change the world.
Well, putting out the warrant will change the world, because that's 123 countries that won't arrest him, and 123 countries that will probably join up the new BRICS International Court.
And live the court, yes, and live the court.
No, that's so mind-blowing. The possibility that they even, like, imagine the balls it takes to step up and be like, yeah, we're just going to arrest Putin if he shows up.
But the reason is even worse. For evacuating children from a war area. It's so
enslaving
ridiculous.
Them. Enslaving them.
Go read the indictments for Julian Assange and the current one for Donald Trump. They are equally thin.
I'm very.
They're mad because Putin evacuated. They're mad because Putin evacuated.
What do you expect to happen on Tuesday? Do you think he's going to be put behind bars, or there's going to be? Yeah. What do you?
Does anyone think Trump's going to bring out the public on the level that Imran Khan has brought the public out to prevent his arrest? Because that would be something if Americans came out like the Pakistanis did.
Not sure, man. Not sure.
I think he could. I don't think he will, because nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a nothing burger. I think that's my prediction.
Could be. When you look at the crappy charges they filed, like Julian Assange fake rape charges, Trump basically this minor electoral funding thing, Imran Khan, what kind of weird agitation thing, like, and Putin, and very indirect involvement in something regarding orphans who literally needed to be evacuated somewhere. These are insanely weak charges to bring. They're just excuses to try to put someone in custody so you can find something else to charge them with. If you can't charge Putin with anything in Bucha, then you got nothing.
Yes, quite true. It's amazing. The reason is like ridiculous. But even Trump. Okay, Errol, go on. You want to talk? Go on. Sorry. Go on.
No, but that shows how the elites in United States and generally in the Western world are becoming crazy. Just look at the last election between Trump and Biden.
That's the ICC. That's not the US. That's the ICC. That's a bunch of that's definitely a left wing organization.
It's a part of it. Let me finish. I mean, you see the Democratic Party. They didn't have another guy than Joe Biden.
Well, they did. They just wouldn't put Bernie up, and they wouldn't.
Worse,
all the other people were way more recut.
And if you look at ICC that the United States don't recognize officially, I mean, the guy who filed the indictment for Putin, he just freed his brothers in the UK for pedophile stuff.
Yeah, the ICC is one of these institutions that's kind of gone down the dummy drain, I think. It hit its peak when it convicted Milosevic, and it has done nothing to increase its credibility since then. The biggest issue is that the Africans view it as a colonial effort by Europeans to convict Africans of things. So Russia or Putin can now go to Africa and say, look, you're right. This whole thing has always been rigged against you. If you want fair international law, come join BRICS and get it from us. And they'll set up an alternate institution. I mean, they just handed Africa to Putin. That's how stupid this is.
Not only African countries, trust me.
Most of Asia, too.
Not only African countries, but it'll start with Africa because they were the most vocal about being selectively prosecuted. The joke I made today on Garland Nixon's feed was that it's the Fred Sanford courtroom scene, right? Where Fred Sanford gets up and asks the cop, do you ever arrest any white drivers? And the cop says, well, yeah, I do. And he says, where are they? I see nothing but, enough N-word here to make a Tarzan movie. And it's an infamous line in Sanford and Son. And it's exactly what the African leaders say. They say, look, you're just here to arrest black people, you European colonial bastards. And Putin can now go to them and say, I'm the token white guy they arrested.
Right, but there is something also very interesting in in the way they made this institution believe they have the control of certain laws. No, the jurors they now claim they have the jurisdictions over the world. First of all, if the crimes were crimes, they were committed in Ukraine, which is also not part of the ICC, which is also a bit funny. But the interesting thing is that this institution is creating. It's just trying to say that the world rules order exists.
Analyzing these charges is about as sensible as analyzing the CIA cover story for Nord Stream. You're not interested in the truth of it. It's obvious nonsense. What you're interested in is who will repeat it.
Jurisdiction. It's like we know that international law is just international law when countries signed and rectified something. So that's when international law becomes international law for each different country individually. Now, what they're trying to do is to impose certain types of international law to everybody. Doesn't matter if you signed or you didn't sign. And this is like another process to expand their concept of world rule order.
It's called universal jurisdiction. It's not a new idea. There is such a thing as universal jurisdiction, and that's not new. But you are right though that this is a reach for it, and the specific charge involved is just an excuse to try to get Putin in the dock. But it's going to have the opposite effect. It's going to bury the ICC.
Well, many countries were saying that, and they were against bringing any type of persecution for Putin. But the Germans are crazy. I think this is more the doing of the Germans than even the other ones. Baerbock, if you listen to Baerbock, she's crazy about the children, but there is nothing about the children. We are talking
more Germans were convicted of international crimes than anyone else in 1945. So I guess they think that system ought to work.
Go on. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah,
they're fucking crazy though.
If the worst they have is moving kids out of Ukraine, that's
go on.
That sounds kind of stupid.
It's pretty weak, isn't it? Like if that's all they've got, then it's almost like they're saying, we looked into Bucha and it was in 90% Ukrainian killed casualties, so we better hush that up and only charge them with the kid thing.
Well, you don't
that's
have
what
to
it looks like.
either. But,
Vaughn had something to say. He's been waiting.
I was just going to say real quick that I think the problem today in the world is the United States and the West, we control the media and the story and the narrative, and everyone knows they're hypocrites. You're going to sit here and talk about Putin as a war criminal, but you're going to ignore Bush, Cheney, and you can't hide it, and the world knows. It's like a guy in an African village can get a cell phone and look at the story and be like, well, that guy's full of shit. You can't hide it no more. So I think that's going to work an advantage towards forming an alternative to the ICC through BRICS. Because the most of the world's going to look at it, you can't hide it. You can't. The lowest guy on the street knows that they're fucking lying. They can't.
To their credit, the Americans knew this and were against an ICC charge. The same as some Germans knew that sending things called panthers and leopards to Ukraine was a really bad idea. Like there are some things that are just bad optics. And
if you look at the top 3 donors to the ICC, they're all former Axis countries. Japan, Italy, and I think Germany are the top 3 in the top 5.
Yeah, but do you see also the reaction of Putin? That's even better. The guy just went to Crimea and then went to Mariupol. I don't know if you sometimes follow the newspaper Publico, and they were like a provocative travel to Mariupol.
Yeah, right. He also drove his own car there. He was completely unafraid there.
He wanted to talk with people. He even
went to that was one of his doubles. That wasn't really him. I heard somebody say that was a double. It wasn't really him.
Sure.
It's actually all pre-recorded, guys, from the future.
Every single left wing in the United States is like the left wing in Europe. Their main way of like getting their way is by shaming people. So that's the whole. The International Criminal Court has this fantasy that they're going to be like the Nuremberg trials. That's pretty much it. It's these countries that don't have any power, like Holland and Norway, and these countries with zero responsibilities that are basically running that thing. That's all it is.
I'm surprised they didn't say on the news that do a Seinfeld episode. Putin wasn't really driving; he was just sitting in the car, and there was guys behind him moving the screen and it looked like he was driving.
For the next few days, we're going to see all this.
But they accidentally show a picture like New York Street.
Over the next few days, 90% of the world's stories about this are going to be, what about Kissinger and Cheney and Bush? What about Iraq? What about Palestine? I mean, it's the whataboutism level in global media is going to be infinite.
Well, at the end of the day, the ICC had no power
that's
over
the
the United
problem.
States.
I mean, they've made a bet to where that's
Didn't matter.
completely.
Yeah.
They ate this one. They just totally ate this one.
Something I've been saying since the beginning of SMO, and I'm going to ask you guys here because you guys seem plugged in, is that I have said that this ends in a showdown between the UN and BRICS about who does the world trust to apply international law fairly and justly and punish the people it finds guilty. They know it's not that they've already blocked the Russians from presenting evidence basically to the UN. They know Russia went into this knowing how it was going to end. And that's why it was an SMO, because they need a place that they can fairly bring all the evidence that they gained throughout this SMO to show they were right in what they were doing. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think, Mehdi, if you're talking about a trust game, no one's ever going to trust the Chinese or Indians more than they're going to trust like people from Europe and the United States. If you ever done like, especially in business. So just from business alone, like it would be a retarded idea to start trusting the Chinese, just because the politicians of the United States and Europe are lying and stuff.
I don't know that's true. There's a lot of business deals in the world, and it doesn't. I don't hear that.
I've always had a bad experience with it in both India and China. I've never been able to trust them internationally. So that's it for me.
No,
I mean, and they love doing business with Europeans, though.
Mike, let me clarify the question. It's much broader than that. I am just talking UN and BRICS, not them as organizations, because BRICS itself has said, the founding members have said, there will be justice for what has happened. They have also started talking about their own security concerns. This is what I mean. When the ICC did what it did, it only pushes this divide further and further. So my question is, who is the world going to trust? Not the. You know what I mean?
I mean, like, do you think India actually trusts China? Like, whose currency do they get to use? The rupee or the yuan? All this stuff. The ruble. Like, they don't trust each other.
But it's not China. We're talking BRICS.
BRICS? Okay, you're talking about what? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. None of them trust each other. Maybe South Africa puts a little trust.
None of them trust each other, but they just signed an agreement with Iran and Saudi Arabia. Where you can't say that. Evidence supports it going the other way.
They signed a business deal to export oil okay, so if there's a war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, then China basically falls apart because they're not getting enough oil from Russia directly right now. That's all that is.
Yeah, they would if they need.
Just to talk
if Russia want to sell them, that's another thing altogether. The more suppliers that China have, the less bargaining chip Russia will have. If China is 100% dependent on Russia, then China is screwed, because then basically Russia will have China in their balls. Okay, I used the term wrongly. So anyway, I just want to say, Tom Istanbul, do check the private chat. Actually, I have been trying to get you to give me your email since the last time you're on, and also I like to also welcome Chris Buff and Sir Khan. They are new to the open mic. Can we get
an intro?
Get an intro. Let's start with Chris. Chris is here first. Can you introduce yourself? Wait. You're very soft. Your mic is so soft. Are you able to do you have a mic? Oh no, you're so soft.
Okay, sounds better now.
Oh, better. So much better. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm actually Chris Bar, and I'm actually an African Nigerian. I'm from Nigeria. And
Nigeria?
I actually own a book. Yeah, I'm from Nigeria, Africa. So I actually own a board that actually talks about Ukraine, the Ukraine war, the Russia war crimes and everything. It's like a community is built on blockchain. And I'm trying to promote it to push it out there, and that's how I got to DPA. So he spoke to me about being on a mic, and I just had to drop out.
Can you adjust your mic in a way that to make it even louder, because we can't, it's like intermittent and then it's very soft. All the way, just oh no. Okay, we can have Shirkan to introduce first while he fixes his mic.
Yeah, how do you hear me?
The background noise is probably more the issue there. It may help if we all go to mic mute when he's talking. It might help, but it still has to be higher.
Okay,
so Chris, do you want to go?
Chris, do you want to try again?
Yeah, I can. Is it more question? Is it audible now?
Slightly better.
Okay.
It's slightly
I
better.
said my name. I'm actually from Nigeria, Western Africa, Nigeria, and I actually, own a board, a community that actually talks about the Ukraine war, and I'm actually neutral. I'm neutral because I have to be neutral. You understand? Because we do not really, most of us don't really know what's happening right inside there, with the information war happening. So I just choose to be neutral. So I own a board where I put out content, review content as regards to the Ukraine war, and that's how I got to meet with DPA, and he spoke to me about coming on the open mic, and I just had to drop by today. So
yeah, so you can actually find his Ukraine bot on that website, ukraineuncensored.com. So can check it out. No, a lot of it's to me it seems very neutral. A lot of different people post different things there. It's a different community. So and Chirkan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My actual name is actually Andrei, but this is my nom de guerre. I'm from Serbia. I'm definitely not neutral. I'm strongly pro-Russian, but I'm also objective in the sense that when I analyze things, I like to, have a complete picture. So this is why DPA community is such a great thing, I think. So I've been following you guys actually for months now, but Sunday is not the greatest time for me to actually join in. So this time I managed. So here I am.
Thank you so much. When are your good days, actually? When are your good days? Days that are good for you.
Saturday, yeah.
Saturday. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Next time you do a Saturday open mic, I will surprise all the regulars. The regulars are like, "What happened? Why is it today?"
You can always do twice. Twice a week. But picking back this idea of Mehdi, well, the BRICS have potential. The idea of constructing a kind of a basket currency has a lot of potential. Well, of course, we are talking about countries with very different economies, but they can balance the basket actually quite well. I'm more impressed about the ability of the new development bank actually to work to make what is its promise to do, especially to rescue countries. It's in financial poor situations. They never did it, but it would be interesting to see if they really will be able to function. Yeah, but the idea that the BRICS are going to be an alternative to the UN, I find it a bit too out of reality. I don't know how you guys see that, but the UN will be always the UN.
I think the UN could be fixed by moving it.
I think the problem will be like you'll have BRICS countries that'll support the BRICS court, and then you'll have Western countries that support the ICC. And depending on if you're involved in one or the other, and if you get justice in your mind, will depend on whether or not you support it. I mean, I don't know how it would be enforced by either side against any of the large countries that commit the majority of the war crimes. I mean, again, and is the BRICS going to turn into the ICC and go target small countries that they can enforce their will on, or are they actually going to try and dish out actual fair, equal justice, regardless of the size of the country or the person involved? I mean, like I said, I think if you're on BRICS side, you'll be happy with BRICS. If you're on the other side, you'll take whatever you can get from them, or what do they tell you?
Well, the enlargement of BRICS is on the table, but how can that work? Because the structure of BRICS, it's a structure of 5 countries together. So I can't see when there are like 20 new countries they want to get in. How is this going to work? What kind of a system are they going to implement? So we are
that's where. Let me explain myself, because I think that's where this questions get misleading. People are thinking economies and monetary. I leave that out of it, because many of these countries, they don't have economies that in that regard are actually going to matter for what I'm saying. It is about who can these countries go to for protection against the UN when the UN is fully controlled by Western leaders. They need a place to be able to go to find some type of justice and protection. And here's what people are not understanding. BRICS as an organization can just agree to sanction the US just as much as the West sanctioned it. It would all matter upon can they get solid enough to do that? And that's what I think is going on here, is that I do not think that the UN and BRICS will ever exist on the same tier. One is going to have to overtake the other. And that's what I mean. And I hope that clarifies it up a little bit.
There are probably functions of the UN that will be very hard to replace, like in sense of kind of the institutions that have been set up just for scientific kind of purposes or educational or whatever. Like, in a way, it would be a damn shame if 70 or 80 years worth of work on that just disappeared. But on the other hand, you cannot have people in a position of judicial leadership coming out and saying someone's guilty of a war crime when a charge hasn't even been laid. That is so bad that it ruins the whole institution. So you probably have to have at least the heads of the agencies replaced, and I think the UN has to move out of New York to survive.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
that I agree with.
The US has the UN is not just in New York; it's also in Geneva.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, the headquarters where they meet shouldn't be in one of the,
Now,
the country which is.
would Russia be considered the head of BRICS? Would Russia be considered the head of BRICS overall?
The logical head of BRICS, in my mind, has always been India.
Okay. Well, I was just thinking, I mean, this is hyperbolic, but, you know, if countries were concerned about turning to somebody for protection, if you're a small country, you just request a Wagner unit to your country, then you dare the other country to kill Russian nationals. That's the start. I mean, you get the foot in the door. That puts everybody on whoa, then maybe you go from there.
In Syria.
And Vaughn, that's what I mean. This is a two-way street. We've always had it one way. It now can go another direction, and that's what people are not grasping.
You gotta go kill. You gotta kill Russian peacekeepers in Nigeria, because what? You know, I mean, that's the game they can play. That's the problem. They set up the stupid game of sophomoric bullshit pettiness. You want to send troops to this country? Fine, we'll send some motherfuckers here. And this is how it's going to always be. There's always going to be that but until one of them finally is lower than the other one, I think. But realistically, that's what Russia can play that game. China can play that game. Oh, we need help, China. Hey, here, have some soldiers and some engineers come build roads in your country and dare them. I mean, that's what I would do. It's an escalation, but you have to force the issue. You have to force the West to reconcile with its bad behavior. And force them to make decisions they may not want to make. I mean, you going to go to war over the Solomon Islands, or are you just going to suck a dick like you should and admit that you lost out there because you didn't take care of them, you didn't help them, you didn't do anything you said you were going to do. So now they've turned to someone else. You lost. Take the L, go home and try again with somebody else. Try to do better somewhere else. You know, that's what needs to happen. Or are they going to let that happen?
That's really true. How is the US how is US going to stay if it invades another country again after this? It will be very hard for them. First of all, can you understand after what they reacted against Russia? How will the US even invade another country again? They lost. They completely lost.
But listen, US.
They really don't think they're like that, though. They think that they really are the world police. They think so. They can't fix
Russia
stuff.
and China can play the same game and just start dropping units all over the world in trouble spots, and just our peacekeepers are there. Don't worry about it. We got it. You don't need to send in M1s. We got it. I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, it's not expensive to send small amounts of troops here and there with some tents and some bulldozers and have them do road projects or whatever. Send engineers in to dig wells from Russia or China. I mean, there's so many ways they could fuck these guys around. They don't even have to be combat troops. And like I said, you're daring them. Come in here and kill my people who are here providing humanitarian assistance or protecting something for this poor developing nation. That's how you play that on the world stage. Why are you coming into this poor little nation and trying to exploit these people? All we're doing is trying to build some roads and fix their hospital. What? That's what's going to happen, and they're laying the groundwork for this stupid pettiness where it's just going to be, oh, you did this, well, we'll do that, and we'll do this, and we'll do that. And they're not going to win that game. China and Russia are not going to give up. They're never going to stop. They will never stop, and the U.S. cannot go the distance on that. I don't believe they can. And if it ever got violent and people started dying, everybody knows all you got to do is kill so many Americans, and then we're going to be like, oh, we want to buy.
Vaughn, that kind of happened already in Syria with the Wagner.
Well, it's also happening in Northern Africa or Central Africa too.
Yes.
I actually kind of had a series of questions I wanted to kind of bring up if you guys wouldn't mind. The first one is kind of related to Wagner, and there was a chat that came up earlier about Mexico, about how there are some American politicians calling for airstrikes or some sort of operation in Mexico. In the Telegram group chat, I was speaking with a few people. Vaughn, I think you remember. We thought about what would happen if Russia were to, deploy some Wagner, troops. If Wagner said, "Hey, Mexico, we heard you have a cartel problem. Let's fix it for you," and then they went in, what would the because it's not Russian, right? They're not Russians. They're viewed as criminals already. So, what kind of impact?
I mean, how are you going to complain about a country hiring a company to come in and clean up a mess?
But America
That's basically what they're doing. What's the hey, my dog shit all over the fucking house. I'm going to hire so-and-so cleaners to come clean my house. Oh, you can't do that because that's not the American cleaners. That's the Mexican cleaners. I mean, again, that's another game they can play. We got hired privately. We're just here to clean up this mess for Mexico. What, you don't want us to kill drug dealers? You don't want us to kill cartel guys?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you play it. What, you don't want us to stop the fentanyl?
A horrible position, because the U.S. I guarantee the U.S. would step up and say, "Hey, you can't do that. We have to intervene." And then the whole world would look at the United States and say, "Didn't you just say Russia couldn't do that because you just paid hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine to keep that from happening?"
But Alan, they have no shame whatsoever. They literally will do exactly the thing that they just told every other country they can't do because they think they're special. Now, I mean, I want to agree with both those points, though. I want to agree with Vaughn that unless you've got somebody who's willing to put boots on the ground and overreact when one of their so-called cops gets killed, then it's very hard to maintain sort of a guarantee of stability. Other countries historically have held that position. Britain did for a while. To some degree, the French in Africa did, because everyone knew they were ruthless if you mess with them. And even Israel to a large degree. I mean, Israel and France are two countries that have declared extrajudicial death penalties and then sent troops out to enforce them. Golda had a list of terrorists to kill after Munich, and they went and killed them all. And the French went after Gaddafi, and they went after Greenpeace. I mean, there are some countries in the world that have a DGAF attitude about this, but it's not systematic and it's not in the service of any particular court. Now, the Americans used to make that case that we are here to build stuff, and if you mess with us, you're messing with world order. That's become a harder and harder and harder case to make over the last 50 years. But Vaughn isn't wrong that in principle, you do need the 800-pound gorilla capacity. to come in and stomp on at least the small troublemakers. But I'm also going to go narrow now and agree with Africa specifically and say the crisis in Africa is very similar situation to Vietnam. The French have just got the boot from Africa. I think we all agreed that the French have been told they're unwelcome there now. And the Americans, after that happened to Vietnam, the Americans stepped in as the new colonial guarantor, and we know what happened to them in Vietnam. So if AFRICOM, which shouldn't exist at all, why does the United States have an Africa command? But they think AFRICOM is going to go in and run Africa now because the French are gone. And they've been waiting for 50 years for the French to be booted out so the Americans could come in, just like they waited in Southeast Asia. Well, they're going to have the same results as Southeast Asia.
Not as things are now in terms of mentality, I think the Americans would never be allowed or invited, even being invited to come in. Well, they managed to convince the Swahilis to get in, but I don't think that has
I don't think they need an invitation if they decide they want to come by and visit.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think there was any African Union vote on whether to establish AFRICOM. Yeah, they don't wait for invites.
I believe, I'm in the same group with Vaughn there, is that people need to realize we've passed the Rosemont, the what do you call it? I can't remember. Anyway, we've passed the line where Russia and China are any longer going to give a shit about what we say or do about influence. They proved it by putting their foot right in the middle between Iran and Saudi Arabia.
Look at the last few weeks, just the attitude in the media of their leaders. It's a like fuck you attitude. They're done. Did
anybody see what Joe Biden himself said the last time he went to Saudi Arabia? He came out of there pissed and whipped like a dog, and he said we are never going to give. He was blunt by saying we are never going to give up trying to keep our influence in the region, shit like that. And this is shit that you just wouldn't come out and say if you thought that you had a chance of keeping that influence in the region. You would have kept that on the down low. Then they lost it. And that's, go ahead.
If I can continue on what you're saying, this is one of the big wars that are happening that people don't really talk about. Yes, Saudi Arabia created the petrodollar with the States. Now they're leaving. All these other countries are stopping to transact in dollars. What's the consequence of this? Look at the inflation that we're getting. If you look at the percentage of dollars used around the world, that's continuously going down. So this is a big battle that's happening. I don't know if you guys listen to Tom Lolongo ever. You guys ever listen to him? He's an economist guy anyway. I don't agree with everything he says, but he has a very good point. And it's Powell is actually in battle with the Treasury and the Biden administration. And what they're doing is they're trying to save the dollar, the central bank, by raising the interest rates. And the Biden administration, you see that they're battling part of the World Economic Forum side, and they're trying to do everything against that part. But you see that Powell continuously keeps raising this interest rate, trying to defend the dollar. And this whole battle going around the world is to protect that dollar.
I've heard a theory that they're also raising interest rates partially to cause a lack of trust in the dollar, so that they could also kind of switch over to a digital currency. But
that is a strong possibility.
Yeah. I'm not one to talk on that very much, though.
I just want to hijack this topic really, really quickly, because a couple of minutes ago, Alan and Craig got into a really nice, detailed discussion on the climate change and its implications on Bangladesh. I am from Bangladesh, so that topic affects me directly. But I can tell you this: Jerome Powell has done more to hurt Bangladesh this year than Earth has, or it will, in the foreseeable future.
That is the consequence of a strong dollar for the rest of the world.
Right.
But that's why the rest of the world is saying we're gone.
So, which is why I just wanted to add that you are absolutely right when you say that BRICS nations have plenty of frictions and fault lines in between each other. If you take all these BRICS nations individually, they actually like the West more than they like each other. The Chinese actually, the Indian likes the American more than he likes the Chinese. But you are cornering these countries into a position now where a friendship with the West is becoming costlier and harder to sustain or justify. And necessity is the mother of all invention.
China's down to 800 billion in treasuries. It's the lowest it's been in like 20 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's low. Now that Drew is here, we can have profitable economic lectures because we can be corrected on our bullshit. It is absolutely true that the United States petrodollar is an incredibly shaky position. It's basically gone as a petrodollar. Is it gone as a reserve currency? Not totally.
This takes time. It takes time.
But nonetheless, the mainstay, it's absolutely true that Saudi and the U.S. had a deal that the U.S. would guarantee Saudi security militarily, and the Saudis would trade only in dollars on the world market. That deal is now clearly gone. And but the U.S. still has 5 bases in Saudi, so the Saudis, in a sense, are still benefiting from the deal, but not having to fulfill their side of it. We'll see how long that lasts. But now economists are all over the map on how much the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency actually means to the United States as an economy. That's a huge controversial can of worms I wouldn't necessarily want to get into. But
it's huge. It is huge.
Some people say it doesn't matter at all, and some people say it'll collapse the U.S. economy if it fails.
The biggest export of America is dollars.
It doesn't matter because whatever that number, whatever the effect is, the perception of the effect is more important. And the perception is that it does matter a lot, right? So that will affect decisions. But now, here's what I want to say about interest rates. If you go back to when the existing world order was set up, which we really have to look back at about 1970, when Nixon announces that they're going to stop pretending the U.S. dollar is convertible to gold and they're going to float it. The best book written around that time by someone who knew what he was talking about was John Kenneth Galbraith's book, Money, Whence It Came, Where It Went. And in Money, which is a fantastic economic history of basically how money operates, how it works, how it goes wrong, fantastic bit of economic history. Galbraith wasn't necessarily a great economic theorist, but the guy did know his history. And when that system was set up, it was very clear that the United States currency is the foundation because it is the least inflation-prone currency. It's very hard for the rest of the world to have less inflation than the United States because of the way the system is set up. Every time the United States has a significant inflation, there's a serious threat to the dollar as a reserve currency. People will look around for a lower inflation, stabler thing to base their trade on. And that is something that at the moment could be provided by a combination of BRICS countries, but I don't want to use the word trust. This is the year 2023, and as somebody with professional experience in privacy and crypto, you do not build systems that require trust at all. You build what's called zero trust systems that only require testing. And so it's irrelevant if anyone trusts China or India. It doesn't matter at all, and no one should use that word.
There are multiple ways. I agree with you. There is also gold.
Yes, but we have to. Craig is completely right. We are in a very big crisis of trust. We don't trust anymore, and we are like he's saying. Now we just need this hard test and showing that it works. But the thing is about trust is like freezing the Russian assets made or stopping SWIFT. They destroyed trust, and they keep destroying trust. So they don't understand. They keep destroying trust.
The American system was a trust-based system, and they have blown it. But I'm saying the replacement for it has to be a zero-trust system.
Yeah, because we have an irrational guy as the president of the United States that is more. He has no. He just wants to make Putin mad. That's it. That's the only thing in his head. Is if you pay attention. The only thing that guy cares is making Putin mad, and all the rest doesn't.
I don't know if you guys heard this, but I think it was about a month ago. Did you guys see the European Union told the banks to investigate how much money they had frozen? Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah, I just mentioned it in chat.
Did you hear the number that they actually froze?
Yeah, 34 billion out of 350 billion that they froze, they could only account for 34 billion. Russia snuck out all the rest.
They just kept playing.
They reported it. It's funnier as shit.
Yeah, but the blow is huge because, for instance, Chinese, all those big billionaires around the world that are not Western, they took their money out of Switzerland. They are putting their money in new places where there is a lot of gold. Like, for instance, the new financial system in Dubai or even in Singapore. I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you guys see? Is Singapore growing financially? In the last,
just compare the value of the Singapore dollar with the US dollar. It has gained value in the last 15 years. It is the most stable fiat currency in Asia, and I would argue in the world at the moment. And you're absolutely spot on, Prada, because this entire series of sanctions and drama has pretty much spurred on the next epoch of capital flight globally. People holding wealth all over the world are right now looking for hedges which are beyond Western sanctions. Even if you are a member of the Western economy, you want to park your money somewhere where Uncle Sam can touch it.
You have to distinguish. You have to distinguish money from investors, who need trust, and then, s'il te plaît, and then you have to think about the necessity or the lack of choice when you want to purchase commodities. If you want tomorrow, if the US dollar is crumbling, if you need to buy stuff from India or from China, you will need to use their currency or the BRICS currency. It's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of lack of choice. It's a matter of necessity.
But it would only take you seconds to buy it now. Seconds to buy it.
Yeah.
Drew, go on. You are the expert.
Yeah.
I just want to ask one.
Let Drew speak.
I just wanted to ask Drew a question, actually. Do you think that any sane country would ever allow itself to be susceptible to having its assets frozen and its economy collapse? I want to ask you, Drew, do you think that the BRICS nations will allow the dollar to deflate slowly so its effects are not as big as they could be, impacting the other nations that are still invested into it but are part of BRICS?
No, well,
it always happens slowly, and then suddenly.
No, it's right now it's a balancing act, because if the dollar suddenly implodes right now and everybody dumps it all at once, all the countries that are holding dollar-denominated assets will lose a lot of money. So they can't just go in and just destroy the whole system. And China, over the last few decades, has prospered tremendously from a stable global economy that allows it to trade. Again, if they took a gun to the whole system right now, which they can do if they chose to, but they themselves would hurt a lot. So they are trying to prevent that. So what you see is a slow sell-off of their US-denominated assets. And interestingly, they are not just selling, but they are actually selling the low yield bonds, and they're actually buying new US securities as well. Not as much, but they are also in the game of chasing yield. They also want to get a little bit more money for the assets that they have. So it's a balancing game for them. They don't want to collapse it too much, but they also don't want to keep the hegemony, allow the hegemony to continue. So they're slowly building up their position towards the new, when they announce the new BRIC currency. I don't think it's an if anymore, it's a when they do.
Yeah.
Then maybe they can then take it a step further. But right now, they're just slowly positioning themselves. But I wanted to answer Vaughn's question just now about who is the leader of BRICS. Actually, this is quite interesting because you actually said it correctly. It's actually Russia, because the precursor to BRICS is actually an organization called RIC, R-I-C, and RIC was actually came up by a foreign minister of Russia in 1998, and the whole idea of this was to get India and China, because back then it's still in the Cold War. The idea was to get India and China to make peace, so that they can eventually support Russia in their overall kind of fight against the West. So it's worked out well. Eventually, Brazil joined, and then South Africa joined, and now a lot of people want to join. But actually, the RIC is still run separately from BRICS. They still have annual summits and talking, and they are still talking among themselves. So when there is kind of like a problem, like like the Himalayas in Kashmir, territorial disputes, that's actually one of the forums that they use to basically reduce the tensions between the big three countries and kind of unite to fight off the common threat, which is the global West. Yeah. So yeah, Russia is actually the one that has been pushing everybody along.
How do you see the dollar disappearing? Well, diminishing its role and not imploding, because each time.
Slowly.
Yeah, but slowly is also somewhere in time. They can't slow it. They can't make it slower, because if you take so much liquidity out of the system, because it's not being used, no? Or better, if you produce extra liquidity because you don't use dollars or all those other monetary instruments, the system will be overflowed with those papers and bonds and money.
Well, liquidity isn't removed from the system. Liquidity isn't removed from the system. So when for example, when China sells a bond, a US Treasury bond, there's always a buyer. When a trade takes place,
Yeah, the US Treasury.
A US Treasury bond. No, the US Treasury doesn't buy it. It's a lot of the pension funds in the US. So all of your the US guys, all your pension funds are actually being used to buy all this.
In Canada, in Canada, I believe 60% of the pension funds need to be in bonds. I forgot the exact percentage, but it's high up there.
Yeah, US security bonds are considered like AA, AAA, like super good, can't fail kind of risk-free investments. So the pension funds love to buy. So the over the last year or so, there's a huge uptake of pension funds buying the bonds that Japan and China are selling. And what happens after a while of this is that if the US system fails, the people that actually suffer the most is actually the US people, because suddenly all your pensions has disappeared. It goes poof and it's gone. If the US ever dares to renege on its bond payments, so that's a scary scenario. But I don't think that will ever happen, because if that happens, then I think politicians will start to fear for their lives, because the US people will start to revolt. So I think they'll just keep printing money to fund those bonds.
Some housekeeping. Alien, can you show your face? Alien Testosterone. Do show your face. Yeah. And if you feel that this topic is very boring, you can actually swap out for other people as well. So you don't have to stay here, so that other people can come in. Just want to let you know. And Vasily, how do you pronounce your name?
Vasil is fine.
Oh my God, that's pronounced as Vasil.
That's
do you mind introduce yourself a bit, because you're new to the open mic, right?
I was here once for an hour, but yeah, I'm Serbian, born in Canada. I don't know what else to say.
Do check the private chat, because I have been trying to ask for your email for some time, but do give me your email to keep in contact. Yeah,
no
because
problem.
we have a closed Telegram chat group which I want to invite you in. Yeah. Sorry, you guys can continue. Sorry for the housekeeping.
I've got something here.
Just want to add about the relevancy of US dollars regarding China. As long as the United States will be the main economic partner of China, China will need US dollars.
Yes.
A bit more, they will need it, because the United States is their biggest partner economically. And as long as that trend continues, I mean, maybe the amount of US dollars China will have will not be at 1,000 billion. Maybe it will be at 800. Maybe it will be at 500 billion. But it's still a huge amount of money. So
that's not that much, actually. it's actually most of it is actually they're using it to store the value of the money they have. So the amount that they have to need to trade is actually not that much because US also buys a lot of Chinese stuff, and actually they have a trade imbalance. Right. So the US needs more China cash than China needs US dollars.
I really want to back up on an important point that's keeps getting made is how fast does this change happen, right? And I got to make a really fundamental point about money and economics. Money is not magic; it is a technology. All right, and there are 4 specific jobs that money does. 4 well-known ones, and 2 of them are pretty transitory. One of them is called medium of exchange, which means you make a deal in that currency, and you only need it to make that deal, and then you don't need it when that deal is done. Right? And the other one is unit of account, which is when you look at how much do I have, it reports you back a number in some dimension. Those are very transitory functions. We could actually price things in gold grains and settle them in bitcoins or rupees, and we would not need the gold grains or rupees to exist for more than a day, right? They don't matter, those 2 functions. Medium of exchange and unit of account don't matter at all.
It's the store of value that's the most important.
Right. The 2 important functions are, actually, I'd argue store of value is the second most important. That store of value is important because that's when you buy something in that unit, which is kind of an imaginary thing that humans made up, and you're satisfied to let that sit around like it's real value. And you're willing to let that money sit outside the economy on a promise that you'll get it back when you need it, which is a huge thing, right? You actually are trusting the whole system enough to hold this thing. So the classic store of value is real estate deeds. You believe in them so much that you're going to have access to that land, that you're willing to sit and do nothing with that for decades, pay property taxes on it, and actually pay into a system to maintain it. Store of value is critically important. But why store of value is not as important is because there are many stores of value. People store value a lot of ways other than in currency, right? So it turns out the most critical thing to look at is what's called the standard of deferred payment, which is when somebody's going to pay you something over a period of time, what is it denominated in? I'm going to have a mortgage. I'm going to make my payments in Canadian dollars, in US dollars, in Indian rupees, right? I'm going to buy something over a period of time. I have to believe in that over a period of time, and I'm committing to get some of that resource, that currency probably, to pay that deferred payment at that moment. I'm exposed to that currency. That's why I have to keep it around. So you could actually see the US dollar wiped out as a unit of account, wiped out as a medium of exchange, barely used as a store of value. But as long as it's a standard of deferred payment, as long as people will still write mortgages and agreements in it, and as long as you still see newspaper articles saying X country or company has agreed to pay X dollars over X, Y years, that's the thing to look at, is what is becoming the standard of deferred payment. Now, I'm not offering an opinion on how fast this is happening, but I'm saying that's what you're going to want to zero in on if you want to determine how fast the US dollar is being displaced and where and when and by what.
Well, what would happen to the US dollar? Oh, okay, not what will happen. For example, in this hypothetical scenario, there's a lot of people saying that if any more threats or arrests are made on Trump, people will threaten to do or actually do a bank run to purposely try to collapse banks. And as silly as it sounds, right?
Last time I checked, the regular population doesn't have the money.
But the threat of it, right? The threat of it is also an economic weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And if enough people come together to withdraw their money, simply saying that you'll do it could affect people. Could affect the decisions of.
You guys are just asking for capital controls.
If I can just broaden this conversation a little bit, right now we can all agree that there's a fight for what's going to be a mode of transaction in the future and how this new economy is going to be working. You can see that the world is splitting and choosing sides. How this is all going to work out, we don't know. It could be a cryptocurrency. It could be back to a gold standard. It could go many ways. We don't know this, but we do know that this is starting to fracture. Do you guys not agree with that point?
I don't agree with that at all. No.
What do you disagree with?
Well, there's certain things that just aren't candidates to become the standard of deferred payment.
Well, I didn't say that everybody can become that, but I'm just saying Let's say the BRICS get together, create a shared currency that they all put in their currencies into a basket and use that. Or gold as, I'm not saying everybody can do that. I'm just saying there will be a new choice given to us.
I don't think so. I think we'll have 1,000 choices, but the one I'm only interested in from an economic standpoint is that standard deferred payment.
I'll let you continue. Did we have a choice in 1972 or one?
Sort of.
We didn't. Did we have a choice?
There was a choice. The choice was you could have continued to use like gold bars to settle your deals, or you could have gone to the communist countries and used the Comecon system, right? There were choices. They just weren't very good choices, right? Now,
this takes an educated population to have that choice. I don't believe we have it.
Yeah, but I'm going to just say that nobody in any country has a choice about settling things in the legal tender currency of their country. That's not this debate. And it is absolutely true what RL just said, that as long as China and the US are the world's two largest economies, and as long as they're trading with each other, they're going to need to have a significant reserve of each other's currency around just to settle deals with each other. That's going to happen. So we're not concerned about either of those two things, not concerned about transactions within a country, which will happen generally in that country's currency, and we're not concerned with US versus China with respect to each other, because they will have to keep each other's currency around. We're looking at how everyone else in the world is going to settle their deals. And there are certain things that you just put on a list that you said could be this, could be that really can't be. We can't go to gold. Commodity-based currencies have serious liquidity problems. And we can't go to crypto because crypto does not functionally do the critical things for standard deferred payment.
I agree with you. The way the economy is set up today, you wouldn't be able to run a gold standard. I agree with that.
I don't think you could ever run it again.
How? In what sense? What would be the limiting factor?
There's not enough gold in the world. Silver is a better candidate, but it's still not a good candidate.
Why? You can't price gold? Let's say even $1 million a gram, you can't do that?
It's worthless. There's not enough of it. It's not divided up into enough little bits.
No,
but are we living in a world where we're going to carry gold in our pockets, or we use gold just to underwrite the transactions?
I'm not saying you're going to actually transact in gold. It'll be set as a backing. And it could be a basket of commodities. It could be oil,
who holds it?
and other things.
Wait. You don't need gold to have a gold standard. You
Correct,
just need some of it. You don't need all of it.
Correct.
And how it is how you defend it is using your foreign reserves. So when the price deviates a little bit away from the price of gold, for example, then you just push it back up using your foreign reserves. So you don't actually need the gold to.
In theory, but then somebody has to hold on to the actual gold. And with silver, I'm going to actually speak up for silver for a second. There's enough silver in the world that I could store some of it on my person in silver coins, have some of it hidden under my mattress, and have enough different sources of silver in different countries that I could be fairly sure that the world wasn't going to run out of it in a cornered market. With gold, I am less sure of all of those things, and it probably devolves down into trusting certain people to hold the gold and accounting in gold, which is a trust system.
There's always going to be a level of trust.
China proved way back during the opium wars that they had a problem with that because all these people were hoarding silver. So they had to make a way to be able to get silver out of people's hands because that was the only way transactions were happening, were opium.
Hoarding is a problem in all commodity currencies. All commodity currencies have the hoarding problem.
But
that's my point, though. No matter what you hoard, the system is going to go after it.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's gold, silver, or wheat, it doesn't matter. They want control of it. That's why, as an American, I'm worried about my 401k. Them getting their hands on this, to take care of things.
But look at real estate. Okay, real estate is inherently unhoardable because in order to guard all the real estate, you have to have security guards all the places the real estate is. That's why real estate is a great distributed store of value and why everyone uses it as a store of value. And it's better than things that are hoardable, like silver coins. And the commodity currencies in general don't work. I'm just saying that if you had one, silver would work better than gold. That's all.
I think we should use.
Well, silver's been a form of money much longer than gold has.
Craig,
history.
Craig, just look what the Iranians and the Russians have done. They've decided to make a crypto kind of currency based on gold. So to use gold as a standard, but indirectly.
Yeah, you say based on, but I mean, I actually have a math degree and I understand crypto, and to me, the word based on is actually a trust system. You have to show me the math, and I don't believe it.
Everybody
Greg, what system is there that wouldn't depend on trust besides Bitcoin?
Well, you use what's called a zero trust protocol, which is a strictly electronic contractual method, and then you
think
don't.
any country will adopt that though?
Yeah, sure they will. They have it
agree
now.
with you. I'm all for that, but I don't see governments ceding sovereignty. That's the issue. And I don't see the populace educated enough to realize what the issue even is.
It's corporations that do it. Corporations will decide that the risks of relying on zero trust protocols is less than the risks of relying on governments with their increasingly flaky and screwed up behavior.
I would agree with you, other than the fact that the central banking system, which is the most corrupt system in the world, is built and owned by corporations, banks and corporations. The system is built to be rigged
in the West
in their favor.
Not in China. The Chinese central bank is pretty autonomous and pretty practical.
There's the freedom's different in China.
Freedom? What is that?
They are not less free than us.
What do you mean?
They're more free.
What is that freedom? What is that?
Well, the freedom, let's say, to purchase property.
Which is the most regulated business in every country.
Company. The freedom to say whatever you want without consequence.
That's 5 different things already.
Well, you asked what's freedom. I'm telling you, freedom's very broad.
You're just using it to mean good.
To do what you want as a sovereign person.
You're just using the word freedom and sovereign to mean good.
See, the collective.
I think we're getting into a semantic argument here, gentlemen.
No, this is a big thing. This is the big.
No, I won't accept the word freedom in any context. I won't.
You either believe that you're part of a bigger project, which is the collective, and the group is more important than yourself, or are you more important than the group? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't work as a group or think about as a group, but you have to have the choice, make that choice as a sovereign person. Not to say, like, as an example, the last 3 years, what just happened.
Hey, Vasily, about personal freedom. Yeah?
That's not freedom. Having
different
the choice
answers at different times, different contexts.
Vasily, here in France, I'm not allowed to drink a beer on the street.
That's not freedom.
Well, what is?
Exactly.
I mean,
in China, I can go to the street and drink a beer. I'm more free to drink alcohol on public roads than here in France.
Oh, I'm not saying
yeah, in principle.
Canada's
reason
going backwards.
Here in Seattle, I'm free to shoot up fentanyl right on the street, man. I got total freedom. I can take a dump outside. Right outside on Broadway. I can go right outside on Broadway and take a dump. I got total freedom, man. I can crap. I can pee. I can drink. I can shoot up wherever I want.
I have the freedom. I have the freedom to go out in public at my college and speak the things that I like to hear.
So freedom doesn't mean that you're able to disrespect somebody else's rights.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on.
We're going round and round, gentlemen.
There's still, this is where culture comes into this. There's still
it is. It does mean that.
It means
someone else thinks that they did that to you.
To violate them.
So sorry.
Yeah, but I think I have a different idea of when my freedom is violated than you do. So yes, your freedom does violate mine. I will always have some cases where you think you're doing something within your freedom rights, and I think you are over the line into mine. That's why the word freedom is used.
Give me an example.
I'll give you 1,000 examples. But look at the pandemic.
Just give me one.
Well, look at the pandemic. Are you perfectly free to walk without a mask into a public place and breathe your fucking poisons on me?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I say you can't. I would literally kill you if you did that to me with certain diseases. I would kill you.
You're violating my rights.
Hold on a
second.
You don't have that right.
Are you okay with me telling you to take a medication?
Over and over, everybody. Hold on a second.
Doesn't matter.
Let me just say something.
No, are you okay?
When it comes to this agreement,
yo, guys, chill out.
Here's to your freedom, dude. Your idea of freedom, here it is.
Yeah, okay.
Alan, don't
Is that clear enough?
Congratulations, you're a collectivist.
More respect.
Sure, whatever.
No, but this is an interesting
Everybody
point.
at GS is talking.
Yes. The ultimate arbiter of disagreement is violence. Think
Correct.
about that.
Well, forcing somebody to wear a mask is violence.
Yes. Or the threat
No.
thereof.
Remember that, Craig.
I don't agree with that.
Telling somebody to take a medication, that's force. That's violence.
You can't send your kid to school without vaccinations.
Who makes
Just
that
look at-
decision?
Just look at
The school
guns and
board.
the transgendered issue. How far are you willing to let someone destroy a child, and what kind of guns can I have?
I would
And not
disagree
only
with that.
that, forcing me
Vaughn
to
is closer
believe
to
that
the
the guy
point. Those
with
are
under three is a
decisions
lady.
that you make about that. Yeah. Vaughn is
What?
not wrong.
I didn't hear what he
That's the
said.
things that people make violence threshold decisions about. That is true.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
It's
no,
either
it's
violence
not-
or the threat
no,
thereof.
no, I
When
disagree.
there's disagreement, that's how things are solved.
Ultimately, yeah, and all of democracy and politics is a shortcut
Democracy
to it. Like
is
the
not
reason we
freedom.
have democracy
Remember that.
is so that
Democracy is
There is no
imposing the
society
will
without
on
violence.
the minority.
Wait.
the
One by
reason
one
we
by
have
one.
democracy is so that we simulate the street fight with voting, so we don't have to actually have it. It's a simulated form of violence to vote, right? And so
And it's bad.
violence is the
It's
basis
bad,
of the whole
actually.
system.
What's wrong with a
Craig,
republic like
you need to-
America, where you have certain freedoms which are ingrained, where the
Craig.
government can't come and take them?
Craig,
Well,
you have
then
to.
you have to
And then you
understand
don't have
all
to
of science
vote
and
on them,
medicine to write that
because
constitution. Then, and you don't understand it.
Craig,
the mustache
Craig.
man
Wait.
in power and then tell you to do whatever he wants you to do.
But that's why you have
the
Supreme Court.
Craig, you
You
have
guys
to
need to talk
define
one
me
by one
first
because
what is
we can't
democracy.
hear.
I could
you're
define the
Votes and
democracy.
deciding what's for dinner.
Exactly, because we don't have the same definition for democracy, you and me. Even if
Yeah.
you are living in a country
Democracy
called
is
Canada
mob rule.
and I'm living in a country called France.
Voting, okay. I was narrowly talking about voting as a simulation of a street
I
fight. All
wasn't
right.
talking about
We want to talk
voting
about
at all.
democracy as a bigger concept. We could, but we're not going to agree on this, right? We just have people here saying that wearing a mask is some kind of violation of their so-called rights. So you can't talk to people like that. You have to fight them.
On the end, what do you guys want to explain?
I want to disagree with the original premise that violence is the basis of all what is it? What is
No,
it?
it's
True
violence
arbitration
is
or
the
something?
ultimate arbiter of disagreement.
Yeah, that is not true because we have moved on from that. So violence was
Really?
originally the
Whoa.
violence was.
You're gonna have to
When?
Let
Who
me
moved
finish.
on?
Let me finish it, otherwise you'll never hear my argument.
Okay.
Right? Violence, it was originally the arbiter of all disagreements, but we've moved on from that because now violence.
Well, first
is
off, who
healthy.
is this we you're talking about?
Yeah.
Because I haven't moved on from it.
Every single country.
They limit personal freedoms. It's normal.
Craig,
Can I
can
finish?
I ask you a question? If we got a government in Canada, because I know you're from Canada, and
No,
we came in
let Drew.
and we decided, you know what, we're going to start
Drew.
offing a certain section
I
of the
would like to talk,
population.
but I'm being
Let Drew
interrupted.
finish this point.
And the majority votes for that. Is it moral? Is it right?
Let Drew
Vasily,
finish his point.
Vasily,
Let him
you
answer the question.
interrupted
Not
Drew.
answering till Drew is finished.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so in the past, violence was the arbiter, but now a lot of countries are using violence to defend themselves from other violence, and within the bubble that they create, their political system, within their political system, they can then use things called laws and negotiation and
Laws
discussion.
are
to
backed up
create-
by violence, the threat of violence. If
Correct,
you ignore a
correct.
law,
They are backed up by violence, but violence can be offensive or defensive. And many countries, excluding the United States, are using violence or the threat of violence defensively, like China, like Singapore, so that we build up our militaries so that other people don't attack us, but we don't use violence within our own societies to
I didn't say
arbitrate
violence
the truth.
was the only factor. It's the final one. It's the last one.
Yeah, but
Right.
so we
If
have
I
moved
don't
on
do
from that
X,
in the
the
sense that
cop
we
comes
use
to my
violence to
door
defend.
and
Let you finish
violence.
the point. Let you finish. Go ahead, Drew. Sorry.
So we use violence to defend against other violence and build a nice bubble that we can then use civil means of arbitrating the truth. That's my point. Basically, but we still need violence, but in a different way. It's
well,
a backstop.
okay, but let's say there's two countries that don't agree on something. They can't compromise it out, right? So then you have violence. Like, let's say, I don't know, let's just pull two countries that. Okay, let's say Ukraine.
How about Russia and Ukraine?
Okay,
I
just pulling that out of a hat for some reason. It came to
Depends.
mind. Let's
If
say
both
Ukraine and
countries are
Russia.
defensive, if
I'm
both
sorry, go ahead.
countries are defensive, they will never attack each other. They will continue to build their militaries up, but they will not take the step to attack each other. So
Well, eventually they will if one feels that their will is being threatened by the other. So, for example, Russia, you could argue that the reason they invaded Ukraine, among others, was because NATO was going to put weapons, offensive weapons, in Ukraine. Russia wasn't going to stand for that because they believe it would tip the strategic. So what do? They use violence.
Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, what will happen to Ukraine will be decided by violence. You look at pretty much every border that exists in the world today. How is that border defined, or how do they get there?
Look at what's happening in
the
Russia.
threat thereof.
Look at what's happening in Russia today. Nothing. Inside Russia, life goes on. You see?
Yeah.
They
so
use
how
violence
does
to
that? What is that?
defend
How does
them.
that take away from my point? You're not arguing the point that I stated.
Look at
They
the
don't
border
use violence
dispute.
to arbitrate the truth inside Russia.
Drew,
They use
you're
violence to
Chinese.
defend the right to be civil.
Drew, you're Chinese. Look at the border issue between China and India. How they settle it?
They don't. They leave it open.
With
and
sticks
they try to
and
minimize the violence.
stones.
They're not.
Because they've
Well, that
signed an
hasn't been
agreement
resolved.
to not
By
use
definition,
fire
it hasn't
weapons.
been resolved. So
So
the
they're
only
doing
one-
it
the
with
ultimate
sticks
arbiter of
and
disagreement is violence. Prove me wrong. Give me an example.
It's like in the past. Okay, if I wanted that piece of meat you have, I would kill you and take it. Over time, that is evolved into a bigger.
You don't have to
bigger-
kill. Violence is not necessarily death. It's just
No,
enforcing.
okay, it's just an example. It's just an example. You know, I will beat you up and take your piece of meat, right? In the past,
Yeah.
because there was no language, there was no communication. I will just hunt you, take you.
No, there were
take
language.
whatever you have. You know,
Violence
and that
among
was
human
the-
population
yeah.
has increased exponentially the more "quote unquote" we advanced we've gotten.
Yeah. So it's
And-
that was the point I wanted to make.
And within a society, the police is the one who has what we call the legitimate use of violence.
Yes, Errol. We have
just
to
about to
touch-
get more messy.
As from the moment humans,
True, it doesn't work that way.
humans constructed
In
societies.
primitive societies, tribal societies, you cannot just go and take what you like. Or otherwise,
Of course.
you will grow violence on yourself.
Yes, we just know humans living in a society, and with our society, with this, we see that the most important thing is to control the violence, to regulate violence. So, if we see to one of the most important things in any country, in any group of humans, is the monopoly of violence. Yes, and then it's a state use violence, police, military, to impose the tribunals and so on, to impose their will. Internationally, things still work a bit like a jungle, but we also manage through all these supranational institutions to regulate violence, that we don't go to violence. Violence is like the last resource.
I never was saying that we
No,
can't.
no.
We shouldn't do all these
I
other
agree with
things.
you as well.
I was just saying,
agree with you.
ultimately, in the end.
Now everyone shuts
Yeah,
up.
it's so quiet.
Go on, GS. Go on.
And we have
No,
Draco here, so you know it's going to get
there
much
was-
worse now.
Yeah, there was another point I wanted. There was another point I also wanted to make. It's a bit of a semantic point which Basley brought up. He was saying that everybody is now on a global scale, taking sides and choosing one side or the other. I actually don't agree with that view, because in the West,
Do
yes,
you mean
they have already-
sorry, Drew, do you mean economically? Just to understand what you're saying. You mean
No,
economically? Or you mean,
politically.
politically. Okay, go ahead.
So because now there's this whole idea that the West is a bloc, and then countries in the middle are choosing whether to side with Russia and the BRICS countries or with the West. But it's more of a sense of most countries in the world don't want to choose sides.
Yes.
They want to choose their own side. Their own countries' interests are more important than a bloc.
But
so now,
yes, true.
but they are being forced to choose a side because the West is forcing everybody else to choose a side.
It's forcing,
it's like
yes.
you are with me or you are against me. So it's not allowing others to just be neutral. And that is, most countries don't want to choose a side.
Well, there's an expression true in America that there's nothing in the middle of the road except yellow lines and roadkill.
Yeah. The multipolar world will be not a blocks world. Well, the West may stay as a bloc, but I don't think the US and the European Union will stay together for much longer. They are just in a convenient position now that is for their own interest. But the thing, in the unipolar world, we'll have some countries that have a kind of more appealing capacity. Will be Russia, China, India as well. And the other ones will kind of deal with each of these poles as it's their interest. The Drew is pretty much correct. Nobody has been choosing sides. What countries want to do is to choose to whom they might work in a certain area, with a certain project. Yeah, it is though very interesting why so many countries want to join the BRICS suddenly, and this is very unusual. Why is this happening? But I see as Drew. I don't think they want to choose sides.
It comes down to one thing: trade.
They want to feel protected.
Borders.
Huh? What?
Could we agree on the fact that violence is a primitive principle, which should be excluded from the international relations, because violence is really primitive.
No,
it's
very effective.
Yes, for the ones who are aggressive, but if the world would renounce on aggressivity, then and would take fairness instead of aggressiveness. I mean, for the future, why not? Why not?
Well,
because the people.
When we get to heaven, we can talk about utopia. Now let's stay in reality, okay?
Yeah,
gentlemen?
it's not pragmatic, Draco.
Yes, but I mean, could we agree that aggressivity is primitive?
We can't even agree. We got 8 people here. We can't agree on it.
We cannot agree because Americans.
People to,
The problem is that the Americans are the most primitive people on this earth. Because they are aggressive.
So I want to agree with you, Draco.
Thank you.
Violence is part of humanity. It has nothing to do with primitive or not. It's just a part.
Oh, for me, yes.
Humans use violence.
To accept it
in a
and maybe
regulated
work on
way.
it.
Humans use violence in a regulated way. We don't know humans outside of a society. This is a myth. All human communities that we know on Earth, more or less primitive, they all construct a society, and the basic idea of a society is to regulate violence. Always. It's all a society do, is that...
You are Prata, this brings us that brings us to the thought that the violence is not good.
Yeah, but it's the power of the state. It's to control. It's to manipulate that violence.
Yes, but if the state would be good, the state wouldn't need violence to regulate the life of the citizens.
There's one thing that's missing in this conversation. I am 100% for freedom, guys. But freedom cannot exist 100%, and I'm not naive on that point. What needs to exist is morality with that freedom. Needs to have moral rules, like shitting on a street or taking drugs or whatever. Those things should be frowned upon. But how do you choose?
Well, you say you're going to take away my right to shit on the street.
How do you come as a group to decide what's right and wrong? In my case, as an Orthodox person, I would say Christianity guides my path. With other people, you get what I'm trying to say? There has no morality with
how convenient that we bring up religion now. There have been a lot of super chats that have been waiting to be answered.
I need it here.
Yes.
Religion
like this.
To bring up something else, that guy that came here earlier, the 66-year-old, when he was talking about the S-400 system, just to bring up a point on that, Russia's the only one that has hypersonic interceptors right now. The 9M36, I believe it's called. It's going at like Mach 8 or 9.
Cheers.
No country has that right now.
Actually, that's all fake. Russia doesn't have anything.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Alan. Sorry.
Only
about that.
shovels, right? Only shovels.
Only shovels.
I mean, come on, dude. There ain't no way a vacuum tube is surviving 8,000 miles an hour.
Go. You know who Alan watches the guy too, Alex Martinov. He showed the Russian documents on the speeds of them.
Yeah. So the reason I kind of brought up religion, because I remember in the chat it was brought up. I don't. Maybe we don't have to get into super deep religious talk, but there was a comment that mentioned like way back that it's been on my mind this whole time. How is like the impact of religion and especially Orthodox Christianity impacting this conflict? Primarily because we're seeing a lot of Ukrainian churches having a lot of state intervention or interference in what they can practice, what they can say, because they're being accused of being like Russian sponsored or Russian supporting puppet institutions.
Can I start off an answer on that, and then I'll let you guys go. This is just my view on this, but obviously there's a lot of evidence. Probably some people will disagree, but the Orthodox Church, okay, that was split by the CIA, pushing the Patriarch Bartholomew in Constantinople. And they split the church there, which was wrong, in my opinion, to do. What happened there, whether you like it or not, majority of the government in Ukraine is of Jewish origin. Not that that's bad, but they are. And if you go to the western part of Ukraine, which is predominantly Catholic, or they're what are those Nordic tribes? I don't want to see what they are. You guys know what I'm saying? And they put a lot of power on this government. They're the ones controlling this government. When you hear Russia saying we're going to you know what I'm saying? They're talking about those groups within the government. And you're seeing how they're acting toward the Orthodox Church. You're seeing that they're throwing raves in his church. They're throwing ink in the priests' faces. The priests got arrested. I'm not going to get into.
Which is, at first, we should clear which is the difference between Orthodox religion and Catholic religion, because this is very important. Because the Orthodox religion is based on the national structure. Every Orthodox church has a national structure.
Not everyone. Not everyone.
Everyone, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Romanian Orthodox Church, the Serbian Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church.
Like Ukraine belonged under the Russian Patriarch.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem. Because the Russian Orthodox Church was national church of the Soviet Union.
It's not a national church. The church, if you look, okay, I'll explain to you why. If you look at the Russian eagle that's on its flag, or the Serbian eagle that's on its flag, do you know what it symbolizes? Nobody knows?
Just know we're waiting for you. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
The eagle that's looking both ways.
And if you look at the eagles, they're looking opposite of each other. So
to the east and west.
In one body, but working opposite of each other, but at the same time working together.
Oh, the symbolistic now. Please, I am just talking about the kind of the administration which the Orthodox Church is implementing in every country in which they have influence. And if you now say that the Orthodox Church is not based on national principle, then I think you're wrong.
Draco,
what do you think about Saudi Arabia? Draco, what about the Salafi?
Everyone speaking at the same time. Come on, chill.
Yeah. What's the issue with the church set up like that?
Okay, I just want to say to Draco that is every single organized million.
Wait. I just want to check.
Okay, guys.
Can Bradley hear Vasil? Wait. Prata, wait. Bradley, can you hear Vasil? Can you hear him? I just want to check.
Vasil.
Vasily.
Yeah,
his name is Vasily. His name is Vasily.
Can you hear it?
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing it.
Can you hear? Can you hear him?
It's a bit choppy.
I just want to check. Wesley, can you hear Bradley?
Mic check.
Yes.
So I can hear Draku very loudly. I can hear Vasily is a little quiet, but yeah.
I am very loudly.
Okay, all can hear each
That's
other.
not a compliment.
The last open mic, we have this problem where
Draku,
they actually
I'm
cannot
not
hear each
arguing
other,
with
so
you. I
they're
just want to
both speaking at
understand
the
your
same time.
position. Why do you think that that's an issue, that it's a national church?
Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because the Ukrainian are feeling that the Orthodox Church is a Russian religion and not a Ukrainian religion. Because they don't have a, let me please finish. Because the Ukrainian don't have a national Ukrainian church, Orthodox Church. Yes, they try it to do it, but they weren't pleased about the results, which they got it, and that's why now they try to supreme this church, and they try to get the Catholic Church, which they had in the west of Ukraine, as you already.
It's about 10% of the population.
Yes, but this is also a Greek Orthodox Church, which is a mixture between the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church.
You're wrong on the Greek part. When they say Greek, they mean West Orthodox.
No, my friend, I know what I'm talking about. I am Romanian from Transylvania. We have the same religion in Transylvania. The Greek Orthodox Church.
I understand
you
what
don't know. You don't know this religion because you are from Serbia. You don't have this there.
I have this church right 500 meters from the Ukrainian church you're talking about. Don't tell me what you're talking about.
It's called Greek
That's the problem.
Draku, let me answer you now that I listened to you.
Okay.
What happened there was interference. This was not the people that said they wanted this church to separate. The government created the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. So the Ukrainian government, under Zelensky, created a national church tied to the government. The Russian Orthodox Church is not connected to the government. So what
the government of Ukraine.
Say it again?
To the government of Ukraine.
Yes, now the new church is a national church connected and owned by the government. So the point I'm making, the whole reason that the Ukrainian church was under Russia is because for Ukraine's whole existence, it has been Russia. And majority of the people speak Russian. You have to understand the history of Ukraine.
But he knows.
The church.
But he knows. But let me say something. Okay. So there were many, Ukraine had many churches. From the times in the West, from the times under the Polish, they had the so-called unions with the Catholic Church. They called it. Everything looks Greek Orthodox, but they answer to the Pope. These are called normally Greek Catholic. So they had this church in the West. Then from the first independence of Ukraine, they had the so-called Ukrainian Autonomous Church. And from the second independence, the one in the 90s, a big chunk of the traditional Russian Orthodox Church split it and created the so-called Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Kiev Patriarchate.
No, the new one was the Orthodox Church of Ukraine. The one that was with Russia was the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
So there was this one that split it during the 90s and created. They are called Orthodox Church from the Kiev Patriarchate. There is the other one, which is still. It was until very recent the main Orthodox Church in Ukraine. It's the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarchate. So, what happened, what you were saying, it's correct. The Americans, but also the Greek government, went to Istanbul.
You are correct.
Went to Istanbul and forced him to create a new Ukrainian Orthodox Church with the condition that the autonomous Orthodox Church and the Orthodox Church of Kiev, Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev, would join together, and they did, yes, and they created an independent church structure called with a metropolitan. The guy that was there was turned out, and they invented a new guy that speaks English perfectly, obviously, because they always speak English perfect. So, and they tried to convince as many Russian Orthodox Church priests to join this new structure. What happened was most of them didn't accept it, and before the war, churches were being priests were being expelled. Even Romanian Orthodox churches that exist in one part of in the border, where there is some Romanian-speaking communities, were being expelled and stolen from the Romanian Orthodox Church and put it inside of this new church. Now with the war, things had become just crazy. They are expelling priests from all types, from all churches under the Russian Orthodox Church. Yes, and things are very complicated.
To make it simple, this is not an organic split, is what you're trying to say. This is not something that the population as a majority wanted to happen.
No, it didn't. This is being produced by the Americans. It was everything. It was studied by the Americans, and they tried to impose. And those guys, even if they are Jews, they're in Kiev, the governments, they are very keen in trying to achieve, because religion controls people, and this is very important. And a state that doesn't control its religion is always on the brink of being sided. No. So this is important. The other thing that
this is the good part about how the Orthodox Church is structured in comparison to the Catholic Church, which who brought up.
The Orthodox Church,
you have the Pope who controls the whole church, whereas in the Orthodox Church, you have bishops who are all equal to each other. So if there is a heresy within
there is hierarchy. There is more hierarchy.
No, you have patriarchs. You have patriarchs in every country. You have a patriarch.
Is still a bishop.
Yes. The thing that one has to
realize is not a bishop, my friend.
Draco was right. Draco was right saying that the Orthodox Church tend to be a national church.
No, I'm not disagreeing. But the reason is because of the language.
Even the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of the Moscow Patriarch has a metropolitan. He is the highest responsible for it's always national. The same will happen in Estonia, in Latvia, where the Russian Church exists, and other parts.
I agree with you, Prada, but the reason I'm trying to bring up is having it set up in a decentralized fashion, where
it's not connected to the state.
If one church falls out, like the Greek Church today and the Bartholomew in Constantinople, the other churches don't have to recognize, and over time, the true church can continue. Where if you see the Pope, a lot of Catholics will say he's doing a lot of heresy today, he's doing a lot of wrong things, he's embracing the economical movement. There's no escaping that in the Catholic Church today. Once you're in that church, you got to go along with the program. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Having the church set up in a way where you can still be decentralized, it protects the church.
If I may simplify it, I would like to simplify it. This is about.
Can I say something real quick?
Go on. Varna is expecting a long time.
I think that we understand that there's a persecution and a split between the two orthodoxies in Ukraine and Russia. I think what Alan was getting at more was the religious overtones that both sides may feel or use as they fight this war. Like, is Russia part of a crusade of a bigger picture to fight the decadent West? Is Ukraine the epitome of evil? And what religious thing? I think that's more where he's going. I don't think he was getting so much into the differences between the Orthodox, because I think it's more of a split of convenience in a time of war to hurt people that you are against. And I don't think it's more about the battlefield and the war going on.
The biggest important difference within the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church is the right to kill. The right to kill. In the Orthodox Church, you are just allowed to kill if in self-defense.
Yes.
This is very important.
Simplify the thing.
And in the Catholic Church, I'm not finished. And in the I'm not finished.
No,
and in the Catholic Church, and in the Catholic Church, yes, then I will finish. And in the Catholic Church, there is right to kill once you're blessed, because you're in the
forgiven.
Yeah, you to go on and on. You say you're not finished, but you never shut up. So
I finished.
Bring up your points there.
I finished.
If I may simplify the thing, what's the problem?
Please simplify it.
But the only thing that is important.
Jesus Christ, man! Will you just shut up?
Let
In the name
Jerry
of
simplify it.
This is mostly about secular president want to declare who's the patriarch in
Which
Ukraine.
is what I said earlier.
Okay, just
let him finish.
Usually that church itself chooses its main patriarch. Okay, but this is about president taking control of the church. Absolutely, it's not
He
that
went to Constantinople to ask
Let him
the church
finish.
to do that.
Let him finish.
No, I agree. I'm just pointing out.
You're speaking loudly and annoyingly.
Go ahead, sir.
No. So if you agree, don't have to yes, yes, because it will actually disrupt the audio, so people actually cannot hear what I say. So that yes, not that's not good.
Yeah, I just wanted to simplify. This is about usually in every nation, Orthodox church chooses its own patriarch, while in Ukraine now it's president that wanted to choose who is the head of the Orthodox Church in Ukraine. It's not that Moscow Patriarch is treasonous or anything. It's just he wants to control it. How many parties in? He wants to control everything, every aspect of the political life and personal life. That's mostly about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted
is it
to.
the new law?
I wanted to give the Van a point there because he was completely right. I think this is this might be a new direction in what this conflict is heading. The religious component of it, because also the Ukrainian people are not agreeing with Zelensky in this issue. And the Russians are very aggressive about that, because no politician should ever mix in the business of the church. This is a principle of the Orthodox Church, and I think there is now evolving a new component of this conflict. It's very interesting, Von. What you stated there.
The thing is that in the Catholic Church, normally the state chooses their national highest bishop. This is quite typical. The church, for instance, in Portugal, they give a number, some names, and it's the Portuguese state actually that chooses the favorite one.
What?
They usually try to accommodate each other. Yeah.
Sorry again?
I just think the religious aspect is helping build this traditional culture in Russia, and it's very appealing to a lot of people. And I think that's another thing that Russia's doing right. I mean, I think that's how they see it. Maybe that's how they're selling it. People can say, oh, well, Russia's disingenuous. They're not really trying to be Orthodox Christians. Putin's not really going to church. He's just faking it. It doesn't matter. The population is buying into it. The culture is buying into it. And it's building a foundation that's going to be very strong. And that's what I think Alan was kind of getting at, is this religious aspect benefiting Russia? Is it building momentum on other things around? Because think about it, like we were talking about it earlier. If Russia, let's say Mexico says, we need help with the cartels, and they send Wagner guys in there and start cleaning house on the cartels, wouldn't it be sensible for Russia to say, we support family values, we support traditional values, we're against the drugs poisoning in your family? Then it plays into the American heartland. You turn your enemies, so-called enemies, into people who support it. I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, because like I said, you're going to sit there and you're going to bitch at some guy in Wagner who gives an interview to Good Morning America, and they start criticizing him. He's like, what, you want me to let the guy send the fentanyl across the border to kill your children? You want me to let the human traffickers steal your child at Walmart and take them down to Mexico and sell them. You know, that's what they're going to do. I mean, that's the kind of things that they can play to, in this whole religious aspect, whether it's genuine or not, can appeal to a broad case. I mean, because think about it. The majority of the world is traditional, whether, you know, a mom, a dad, a family, support your family, have something to leave your kids, a legacy, whatever, you know, always leave something better for your kids and teach your kids to do something better. It's genius if that's what they're doing. And even if they're not doing it, the unintentional consequences is what, I mean, that's what I see as part of it. It's like, you know, they're against all this disgusting degeneracy. I'm for that. You know, they're fighting a country that, from all points that I can see, is basically like totally bought into the Western ideas and degeneracy, and they're willing to kill hundreds of thousands of their own people to propagate that. You know, it's evil what's going on, and you know, as they start to spread out like tentacles across the world, if they want to, that's another backdoor way. You don't even have to fire a bullet. And who's going to bitch in America? Oh, those fucking Russians are stopping the fentanyl? Yeah, maybe some bitch on MSNBC is going to say that, but you ain't going to see no farmer in a fucking small town who lost a kid to a fentanyl overdose, or unemployed guys hooked on opiates. You know, oh yeah, fuck them Russians. You know, now my kid can't get hooked on fucking, you know, Oxycontin. Damn. You know, it's just not going to play out for them in the end. So I think that's the religious aspect that they're playing up. Whether
it's kind of like the tie-in. No, because remember, Vaughn, we were asked, I forget who it was, why us Americans kind of have a pro-Russian slant. And I think, I don't want to speak for you, but I think one of the reasons is we see the degeneracy. I mean, well, where you live, I think it's pretty not so bad. Where I live, it's out of control.
Yeah, you're way worse. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's things that you like and you support and you want for your kids and you want to be part of your world, and it's like you look over there, Russia seems like they're the only ones fighting for that. I mean, look at that fucking propaganda video they put out with the Americans. You were a veteran that served your country. You know, come with us. And they're showing Russian guys pouring on the beach. We're fighting the evil. We're stopping the filth. I mean, that shit's going to play out. It don't matter if you're a Russian farmer or some kid in the Midwest. You're like, yeah, fuck that, you know, those trannies and all that. And I'm not trying to be hateful on PC. I'm just saying, people don't like that shit, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm down with that.
Vaughn, you are correct, but let's not forget that Ukraine pretty much is very much the same as Russia in that category.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But I'm saying the government is so overpowered and backed up by the West so much that...
But they don't say it loud.
One thing, they can hide that. Here's what I'm going to add to that. So what ended up happening since 2014, since we took over there, is we pushed this, I guess you could call it, that woke ideology, cancel culture and everything. Because Ukraine had an identity crisis to separate from everything Russia, they had to censor everything, take down statues, get rid of books, change the church. They had to do all these things, and that got pushed by us.
It's all about control. It's all about control, to control every aspect of life. So that, I mean, they're still in a crisis of society, of identity, because only identity they built on is anti-Russian. That's all they have, basically. Nothing else. I mean, what kind of identity is? But yes, they can build it on top of it, right? If they succeed in surviving as a state, as a society, but that's not going to be possible. What I see is that control is about not allowing any alternative, independent view of the things.
Okay.
No independent view of the things. So they just want to do that, nothing else. Because if they allow more independent things, the identity won't be cohesive enough. This is the start, how the state is built, how the nation is built, even though majority of them are just Russians, right? Very little different nationality. It's all mixed up and everything. So it's hard to differentiate. I had two friends here. I met two friends from Ukraine here. And after a while, after I got contact with them enough to ask them, so are you of Ukrainian or Russian descent? And they say, what you mean? We all Russians. I mean, they both answered it identically. What do you mean? We're all Russians. Like, they're no really Ukrainians. Mostly, like, those Ukrainians are Polish mixture or Romanian, and that's the
Westernized.
fact. So they
not Romanian.
Westernized, yes, yeah.
To give you guys a little historical background, so back during the Austro-Hungary Empire, they used that region that was kind of Catholic. They also used the region, and I'm from Serbia, so the Croatian region that was also Catholic, to stir up hatred to go against Russia and Serbia at that time. And that has been carried on over 100 years now, and it's been going on.
What?
This is a long thing that's been going on. It's not something that happened overnight. But
I think
to get on Yuri's point, they have been very successful since 2014 and changed a lot of minds.
Basically, what they
just a moment. What I would like to emphasize I would like to make the point of to make the point of the region crisis which is happening now in Ukraine, and to put it a little further, because this I think this is a big mistake of Zelensky, because this move will turn a part of the Ukrainian population against him, and will put the Russian population in the situation to accept the Zelensky as a type of devil. Take it serious, because the Russian Orthodox people, which are really believing in God, they are getting this mixture in the business of the church, like a real violation of a very old and very important principle of their lives. So it will be much more easier for Putin now to make a concentration. How you say it? A new to bring new people in the army.
New conscripts.
Recruit.
New conscripts, yes.
To recruit.
Because a lot of people will say, "Okay, we are fighting now against the devil."
Well, think about it. The Holy Russian Empire.
Influence.
I mean, they could bring stuff up like that. They can go back to historical symbology and bring up that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's what it's really about. Draco, I think that what it's really about is it's trying to create a different or an alternative identity, because a lot of Russians and Ukrainians are extremely religious people. Like, so as a result of that, you want to maybe create an alternative, church that's still legitimate and it's Ukrainian. This is a Ukrainian Orthodox church, definitely not Russian. So this is about, a lot of the times you have like religious organized institutions. It's all about identity in the first place. And trying to create a split is about trying to create a split in that identity. Of course, there's always Western Ukrainians that were more Catholic, right? But this isn't that. This is something else. And there was even, we discussed this before, the church that tried the movement to combine Orthodox imagery with Catholic, structure, all that stuff. But the bottom line is that it's really not. It's not about how you pray, really, right? It's about identity and where you belong and who is legitimate and who is not legitimate. So I think that that's why there's so much of a split, even in the Ukrainian Orthodoxy. But anyway, continue.
Don't
I
forget.
find it very interesting from Vaughan that he was talking about the soft power of Russia, when he was saying that the Russians, they don't even have to do nothing. They just have to say, okay, we defend the traditional values. And these soft power is amazing, because everybody in the world just say, oh, the Russians are right. And that's how they don't need to do much. They just have to say
it's an easy play. I mean, who's against mom and dad and a family, and dad being able to provide for the family and maybe take a vacation and apple pie. Who's against that?
As
I
a
mean,
workplace.
it's so
Seattle, man. That's who's against it.
Yeah,
oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, worldwide, that's a easy make. Whatever they eat for apple pie in China or Africa or whatever. Same thing. Mom, dad, we got a hut, we got a garden. The lions ain't trying to eat us.
But very interesting.
And to prove all that, Putin is actually heavily supporting family structure, supporting the kids, new kids, right?
Look at what Earl Grey talks about. The subsidies they give families now.
Yes.
For having kids and apartments and stuff. It's like they're all, whether it's genuine or not, they're all in and it's working.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But the thing is that they implemented that long time ago. But only now on Fatherland's Day speech that Putin said, "Oh, we're gonna provide all those subsidies." But actually, it's just that then, like 1 year later, he's taking credit for it. Okay, it was unbelievable because nobody was taking credit for so much subsidizing the kids, families, and everything.
Maybe they were just waiting until they had some good stats to back it up with,
Probably, yeah. But I also needed to get more support for the war, right?
There was this country, Kenya, which supported the sanctions at the beginning, and then they brought to the parliament the legitimation, the legalization of gays. And what happened is that almost all Kenyan society become pro-Russian. They didn't need to do anything.
Just to add something about the Ukrainian church and all that stuff. Don't forget, I will be controversial by this saying that, but I don't give a F word about it.
We are used to.
Don't forget, Zelensky is in charge in Ukraine officially, and Zelensky is a Jew. He don't give a fuck about Orthodox.
Oh, come on. No, don't stop it. Stop that. No.
Let me be controversial.
Let
me be
let him talk. Let him say his piece.
Why don't you let him talk, Jure? Let him talk.
He don't give a fuck. His parents are in Israel, protected, so he don't care. And to please the West, to please the Europeans, to please the Americans, he made a law to allow LGBTQ and stuff like that. So he even doubled down on his stance. That's fact.
If I may,
That's
why
not,
I don't like that.
Yeah. And about the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, and church is a part of the cultural identity of a population. That's true. But the Orthodox Church is kind of infiltrated by the CIA. Because the kind of pope, it's not really a pope of the Orthodox Church, Bartolomeo from Constantinople, decided to separate the Ukrainian Orthodox Church from Russia. So now, officially, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine is monocephalic. And that the Russian Orthodox Church were not pleased with that, but
I went through a bad war that was all about nations against nations, even though we don't know who's really who, right? It's so in the past, it's all intermingled and everything, and it's not really knowing, all that anti-nation talk is really bad idea. Like anti-Jew talk, it's really bad idea. We are confused by
Jews
it.
Are doing only positive things. Jure.
No, I was just talking about Zelensky.
Doing a lot of shitting.
I was just talking about Zelensky, which is a Jew.
Zelensky is a Jew.
But doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He's American. He's American pawn. That's what it matters. He's American pawn.
His first visit outside the country was in Israel.
Even if he is a Russian, even if he's a Russian, he's an American pawn. That's what matters, right? Not what nationality he is. And I don't like talking anti-nation talk. It's just not productive. It's side. It's gonna take the sides stories from us. I know that's bad thing.
No.
But it's correct when we are talking about Russians, and it's correct when we are talking about Ukrainian.
Russians are orcs, dude. They shouldn't even be brought up in this. They're not even.
That is correct. But when we are talking about Jews, then it's not correct. Please, Jure,
okay.
let's be objective.
Yes, I'm talking about when I talk about Russians, I talk about Russian state. When I talk about Ukrainian, I talk about Ukrainian
then you
state.
have to say it,
That's
because
how,
otherwise we will understand you are talking about Russian people.
Maybe.
Well, the Russian people deserve it, dude. They're not people, dude. Obviously.
No, they are animals.
Yeah. They live in the swamps.
When I went
Alan,
to the States,
you're a
to
Jew,
college,
right? So you could solve this once.
I really could. I really could.
Is it true that the Jews are secretly run the world?
Of course.
Okay, all right. Now it's settled, guys. I heard it from a Jew right here.
My source is DPA chat.
Dude, oh my goodness. Okay.
If there's any Jews in the chat, do come on to defend the Jews. If there's any Jews in the
Can I just bring up a point here? We had England as the world empire, and at that time you had a guy named Cecil Rose who created a structure 100 years ago, and that structure is branched out. I don't want to go through the whole history, but you have the Council of Foreign Relations in America. You have the Royal Society of whatever in England. And these groups are the ones that have a different ideology, not based on religion. It is based on a religion. You could say it could be transhumanism, whatever they believe.
No, it's based on species.
And this what we're talking about that's being pushed on Ukraine from us is coming from that.
No,
and there are different power structures in the world. There are power structures.
They're lizards. They are literally lizard people that control everything.
That's a different nation.
No. I think, Alan, you are wrong. They are coming from under the earth.
No, that's the Nazis. The Nazis live on the inside of the earth.
They are coming from under the earth. Okay, I got you.
It's serious. It's Satanist.
Man. They're in Antarctica.
It's Satanist. Those guys are Satanists.
Yes.
They believe in transgenderism, in transhumanism.
It is a transhumanist agenda,
They believe in destruction of the family. They want the destruction of collectivity, of being part of a group. They just want to have individualist, based on.
I don't think they even want the individual
desires.
They don't want the individual.
Because look in American schools, they took out cursive. So you can't even have the individuality of a signature now, unless you're taught your own kids. Wow. I mean, what do they do now? I guess you just print your name and that's your signature. I mean, it's little stuff like that. That kills yeah, exactly. It probably you don't need a signature, just fucking scan your retina. Asshole.
Did you hear about that? In 80% of the state primary schools in America, the teachers are advising the kids not to say their parents what gender they believe to have.
Oh yeah, they get caught doing that shit all the time. There's always a scandal like every other week about schools getting caught handing out flyers without telling the parents, or putting classes on and not telling the parents. They get caught by Project Veritas talking about how they like to fucking show kids dildos in class and how cool it is. And then they get busted on TV and then they're like, I don't know why I lost my job. It's like, because you're a fucking pedophile. That's why, you piece of shit. I mean, we know. I mean, trust me, people that have kids that don't. I mean, look what the government tried to do. If you went to a parents' meeting to complain, they tried to call you a domestic terrorist.
Domestic terrorist. But Vaughn,
they had the FBI on your ass.
In fairness to these teachers, I mean, where do these parents expect their 6-year-olds to learn about anal fisting? I mean, they got to learn it from somebody.
Wyatt, your channel is gone. Wyatt,
here in France, I just had to wait. Here in France, I just had to.
You go too far, GS. You go too far.
Here in France, I just had to fill a document, and in that document, it's clearly stated parent number 1, parent number 2. I'm not anymore a father for the administration.
Tell me when you guys get to Canada's level where you have assisted suicide for kids.
I heard about that.
What's the 6th leading cause of death in Canada? Euthanasia.
Yep. I believe
Already?
Yeah.
The sixth?
Sixth.
Okay.
And that's supposed to be a first world country.
I believe the first year that it came out, I think it was about 10 or 12,000 that they did.
Jesus Christ! I had no idea it was that many.
Yeah, they want depopulation because we are too much in that planet Earth, according to
But
them.
I am
You know, I feel
sincere.
so bad about that. Hearing about that, I'm gonna move to Canada so I can euthanize
If
myself.
it comes, if it comes to the
No, you are too
to
old.
the time where I will need how you call it when you can piss on it without going to the toilet.
Catheter?
For children, for babies. You put on it
diapers.
Pampers. When it will come the time where I will need pampers, I would like to kill myself. I don't want to live that time.
No, I have to make you suffer with me. If I have to live in this world, you have to live in it. You don't get to leave early because you don't.
Draku, Alan is younger than you. When you need diapers, he'll be your attendant.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Alan, you have jobs.
You're welcome, Alan. You're welcome. I'm not shitting too much. I am just a small guy. I'm just a small guy. You know?
Draco, what I don't understand is why euthanasia, where you can kill yourself by suicide, if you really want to, yeah? Why euthanasia?
I understand the difference. I understand the difference, Arel. I understand the difference.
Service of killing you. That's what I don't get. Really, if someone wants to fuck himself, just go kill yourself.
Do they pay you anything if you choose euthanasia?
Zarot, what are your thoughts on this entire discussion, especially the religious part?
So yeah, I want to intervene. By the way, I was very interested in the thing about Orthodoxy in Ukraine. The thing with it is that I don't know if you mentioned it, but the persecution on the Russian church started even before the whole conflict, even before 2014. I remember seeing videos in 2012 when Greco-Catholics, Uniats, used some nationalist militants to attack churches and to take them from the Russian Orthodox Church. And even before that, obviously in the 90s, this is when they declared their own patriarch with Philaret. It was Philaret in 1901, I believe. But then, obviously, Constantinople intervened in 2018, I think, to make it official because no patriarch was recognizing this church, basically. But this is a heresy in according to Orthodox canons. It's called Philatism. It's when you mix nationalism with ecclesiology and, generally speaking, the religion. And I think today this is what is guiding the so-called, Ukrainian patriarchate is essentially the nationalism. This is the only thing that unites them. And through this nationalism, which is essentially chauvinism, it's the hate of Russia, quite obviously. So I think there's nothing orthodox in this church, in my opinion now. And in the opinion of many.
I think to me, it's like basically a political stunt just to hurt the church, to hurt Russia. It's not anything more than that. Because I mean, like you said, no one recognized it. They didn't even take it seriously, and it doesn't accomplish anything. You said it doesn't make the church better. It's just a little stupid stunt to hurt them.
It's something to hurt them, and you see, it even physically hurts. Like there's so many cases of Orthodox popes, priests getting attacked by basically like nationalists and extremists in Ukraine. And
I've seen them go into church services and try to grab them out.
They are lucky. They are lucky because no one was killed by now. But
there has been.
If they will manage to kill a priest in Ukraine, this would be a catastrophe for Zelensky.
They've already killed monks.
They've already killed.
No, monks are one thing. Priests are very important. If they manage to kill a priest, or to burn a church, or to do a thing like that. This would be a catastrophe for Zelensky. Socially.
I can actually send you a video. There are videos of churches being burned down in Ukraine. Like that's already happened.
Yeah, because of the war.
I think one got blown up too.
If you ask the Ukrainians, they'll say the Russians shelled it. If you ask the Russians,
so this is not. But imagine now the cathedral in Kiev will burn, and it was set. The fire was set by Ukrainian nationalists. You understand what I mean? So this
what you're
is
saying, if a church or priest gets killed or destroyed or wounded outside of the battle zone, outside of that, you think?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Just on property rights, this is wrong because they seized the church from the Russian Orthodox Church. This was their property. On top of all the gold that's inside there and everything else, that all belongs to the Russian Orthodox Church. That was all seized.
But you don't understand. Ukraine sees the Russian Orthodox Church. They argue and perceive the Russian Orthodox Church as a political tool of the Russian state. So any action they take against the Russian Orthodox Church, they could justify it. Now,
every tyrant made claims like that.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Whether the people accept it or not is different. But their argument could be, right, from their perspective, hey, they're a part of the Russian state. The Russian state is attacking us, so we can just take their stuff because they're already.
What they're claiming is that they found rubles and writing in Russian inside those churches,
or books written in
or
Russian.
books.
Yeah.
But I already saw some religious gatherings in Ukraine where there were thousands of people listening for the priests outside in the rain. So that means that behind the church there is a very big majority of the people. So I mean that this is a mistake of Zelensky. I think this is a big mistake of Zelensky.
We can actually go back. We can go back quite a bit. When the churches started to get kind of pressed on by the government, this was back in early September, late August, is when the early ideas of intervening in the Russian Orthodox Church in Ukraine started to rise up. You can see a very distinguishable morale shift in the soldiers as well, because when you come after a soldier's beliefs, even if he's fighting for you, their will to fight. Now, I'm not saying all Ukrainians are just going to give up. No, I don't think that's the case at all.
No.
But
you're perfectly right, Alan. You're perfectly right.
Yeah.
This religion issue is a very, very big point, and I am very curious. How will this get out? I am very curious.
What do you mean get it solved? How will it be solved?
Yeah, how will be solved in a time? What other steps will be taken? What will be the next move from the side from the part of Zelensky? What will the Putin do? What will Russia do?
I'm just waiting for Putin to turn this.
I think we have an example actually. If you look at Chechnya and how that worked out. It worked out. That's one example where it actually worked out in a good way. The problem was solved there, was it not?
I don't know. Chechnya is a little different because Chechnya was Muslim.
Yeah, I'm not saying that by the religion. I'm saying there was an extremist faction there, and it was kicked out, and the extremism was extinguished.
Well, I mean, it's successful. Really. Chechens are dying for the Russian Federation, so it's a success. But they're willingly volunteering and dying for the Russian Federation, so obviously it works for them.
In Chechnya, if you don't have troubles today, it's because you have a strong power. You have a strong police force everywhere.
That's the whole Russia, though. It always needed a strong power.
Chechnya, the Chechens who are living in Europe are anti-Kadyrov, anti-Russian. So all the people who were not happy with Kadyrov and Putin left the country. So inside Chechnya, you don't have its issue. But
the problem with Chechnya movement, with Chechnya, was that actually Dasayev was took by the Chechenian population like a nationalist, anti-religious, and now they have something like a very strong religious leadership. So which one is better? I don't know.
There's peace.
So
that we can say.
Fortunately for us, the Muslim religion in Chechnya is Sufi. But the Chechens outside Chechnya who are against Kadyrov, against Putin, are more Wahhabi, something like that.
Sunni, yeah.
Okay.
I think also if they leave the country, especially if they leave Chechnya, during the war, they are not going to understand the Chechnya today. Like, just like the Chinese dissidents that left China, their imagination of China still remains in the 80s or the 90s when they left. So all these Chechen people who left, they wouldn't have seen the progress and the peaceful development of Chechnya. And I'm quite sure, because of all the development, the investment, the safety, and the prosperity that comes into Chechnya now, people have no reasons to go against Kadyrov. And I saw images and videos.
It's always about economics.
Beautiful. Yeah. So
yes, it's always about economics. When people have enough income to support themselves, to support their families, they won't be rebellious, right? When there's desperation of feeding your kids, right, you're gonna go for the best income, which is going to soldiering and loot, kill, right, for the biggest salary. That's what happens a lot. That's what the only course of action is, and what historical process is going on when economic crisis happens, right? The ruling party starts to blame someone that has no power, some group, like Jews, like gypsies, like I don't know, or communists or gays or anyone, a group that is present there, but it has no decisive power, right? And if the political groups, politicians that cause the crisis successfully divide the people and blame other group, then they will cause more crisis in time, right? Which is happening in the US right now. The crisis wasn't solved in 2008, so it keeps going. And now they blame others, someone else, for the crisis, for economic suffering. And in order a situation getting worse and worse economically, people getting more desperate, they keep blaming, and in the end they have to cause a war, either civil war if there's influence from other country, or start the war somewhere else, in order to completely take the people's mind off.
Karel, I wanted to ask something, Karel. Karel, how is the situation in Paris? Because it seems to be serious there.
Smelly.
You have to wait 1 or 2 weeks, I think, to really see if something's serious, or like the yellow vest, just boom, 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 stick on the head and everybody go to home. We'll have to wait.
This don't seems to be like yellow vest. This seems to, for me, seems to be like real serious. I don't know, because the French people are going very fast on the street. But
always protesting.
It's very violent, though. It's very surprisingly violent.
So many times you really need time.
For me, you have a big difference with the yellow vest, which is quite crucial. The yellow vest were asking the good questions to make the system crumble and having fear of the people. Here now, they're just saying the pension reform, we don't want it, and we will do everything so the pension reform don't transform into actual law. It's different.
What about
we'll have to see. We'll have to see in the future. But I want to just add something about what Jordan has said. Yeah, if you have good economic situation, then the people are happy. It's not enough for some people. For some people with specific culture, like for Muslim world, you also need morality. That's why Kadyrov in Chechnya is very Muslim. You will never see him drinking alcohol. Maybe drink alcohol when he's in private company, but publicly never. He always show himself like a representative of the Muslim world and the Muslim culture.
And
saying,
traditions.
look at us and look at them. We are Muslims. We believe in God. We believe in a family made of a woman and a man who raise their children. He's using that. He's also using that.
Can I ask you a question? Šta se radi sada? What's going on in Serbia there now with the whole Kosovo thing that Vučić did?
Oh, bro, it's making me so
I'm really
tired. I
not
don't
so
really
much
follow
into
it.
Zagreb.
Do we know what he signed yet?
Apparently, he said, I think yesterday, that they agreed on something to normalize the relation between Kosovo and Serbia, but it's not recognition, you know.
He said, yeah, he's not going to recognize.
But you
It's
see,
never
Soroka,
recognition.
you said last week that he would give up and will go for European Union, and this didn't happen.
Yeah,
what he
because
was
if
saying
he does that, his life is threatened. But now the reality is that I believe he's kind of recognizing it, but on the paper it doesn't say recognition, it says something else, it said normalization. What does this mean? Why normalizing relationship with Kosovo if we don't even recognize its existence as a state? We don't have to speak with them if we are, you know, real on this topic.
Yeah.
But
Unfortunately, we're surrounded.
They want to go back to the previous situation where they kind of were dealing, we're okay with each other.
Yeah, the status of autonomy. The status of autonomy.
I think Kosovo wants independence and the West wants Kosovo to be independent. And by the way, Vučić said that apparently the Serbs may gain autonomy in the north. But again, this is weird because they said that only will Serbs gain autonomy if Kosovo is fully independent, which is so confusing. It's you know, it's playing with words, so the people are confused. You know, that's.
Yeah, I think he's very smart. I think he's very smart.
Vučić, I know a lot of people talk bad about him, but in my opinion, he's pretty skilled at playing the fence, like an Erdogan. Not as in that power structure, but he's good at playing the sides.
Yeah, hey Zimrod, I was going to say, I mean, you're exactly right. It's word games, and I wouldn't, you know, he really can't trust the West or the United States because they say normalize, you sign it, and in a week or two, some guy from the State Department will be like, normalize, recognize, what's the difference? I mean, you're talking about, well, if you recognize Kosovo, then we'll let Serbia be normalized or separate, you know, the northern part up there where the Serbs are. And then, but that's only if they're recognized, but it's in the normalized. So, you know, that's what they're doing. They're just going to play a word game, a schematic game. And because you're Serbia and you can't do shit against the United States by yourself, and Russia can't really come and help you right now, what, you know, that's the game. Just don't sign it, because if you sign it, you're fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, you're fucked if you don't sign it, but you might as well not sign it and get fucked instead of signing it and getting fucked twice.
But you shouldn't be like, you know, it reminds me of, for example, Russia. When they say,
situation solved.
What?
You know, I think that US doesn't want a situation resolved fully. They want that spark that can be ignited at any time.
No, of course,
right?
of course.
Because
nothing can be
solved. If it wanted it solved, it would solve it, right? Force anything.
No, if you sign it, that creates a spark because somebody will do something. If you don't sign it, it's in limbo. If you sign it, then someone will violate the understanding, and then there's their in. You can't. If it's not signed, it's in limbo. If it's signed, there's going to be action taken.
No, we've normalized a signature years ago, and they violated that signature too.
Yeah, but we've normalized so much the relation that they have their own police, their own government. some maybe their own
You already
currency.
have an understanding
Their own
why
place.
sign on paper. You already get along without it. I mean,
We recognize their license plates on cars. What is the difference? They are pretty much independent. You know, just say it. Say we recognize it. Stop saying we
This is
normalize.
autonomy.
We Slavs don't like this. You know.
you know
Sarod, you don't understand
Serbia
the
will never,
principle
the
of
people will
autonomy.
never allow it.
it's a trap.
Wait,
It's just
wait,
like that admiral on
That's what I'm
Star Trek
saying.
where it said
Because
it's a
he's
trap.
manipulating the people. He's not manipulating the West. It's the people who's being manipulated.
I
That's my
think,
point.
I think the question goes a bit deeper. Like, for instance, the European Union needs to solve that problem. What is Balkans today? It's very complicated. You have Bosnia with 3 different entities, and they never really go along. You have Serbia and Kosovo. But if you don't normalize situation in Bosnia, you can't integrate Montenegro. So what they want, actually, they want to expand. They want to take these countries inside of the European Union, but everything is broken. You can't bring any of these countries inside without making a lot of changes. And they want to make these changes. The problem is it in the interest of Serbia to get inside of the European Union?
No.
I don't think it is. Yes, exactly. It is not. So, but it is also not in the interest of Serbia to say we don't want to go inside of. We don't want to be a member of European Union, because the moment they say this, they lose all those this privilege access to the European market, and they'll be isolated because, unfortunately, Serbia doesn't have any connection to the sea. So they need to stay in this limbo. They can't get inside of the European Union, but they can't say that they don't want to get inside of the European Union.
They have no choice.
Hey guys, let's make some scandal. Let's make some scandal. Wyatt is gonna go to the toilet. Let's make some scandal.
I saw some statistics. Maybe Zaro can correct me.
I just want to ask a question. Does Serbia have a common border with Hungary?
Yes.
Yeah.
The biggest.
Then we might think of some scenario which can
And if
be
Odessa gets taken by Russia,
very good
then they have a river that goes through Hungary and Serbia.
We have excellent relations with Hungary.
Bulgaria. It's Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria. These countries could make something big together.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Bulgaria is a country where people have a will, but they unfortunately ruled by.
What the fuck? Why are you letting Romania on the side? Romania is also on the border.
Romania is doomed.
You guys are more Latin.
Yeah. But Hungarians are also not Slavic.
Oh yeah, but we trust more Romanians as Serbs than Bulgarians because we never had war.
Romania is the friend of Serbia.
They're real friends. We never had war with Romania.
We were the only country which not attacked Serbia in 1990s.
When Bulgarians were Slavs, but you know what kind of
Orban never let Hungary used as a base to do strikes. Also at that time, he wouldn't let NATO strike Serbia from there.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, it was. But what I was going to say is I saw a poll that came out since the war in Russia started. I believe Serbia now, something like 75-80% of Serbia does not want to join the European Union now.
Yeah.
Since this started.
Yeah, because they see it as a bellicist organization. Like for them, if you enter EU, you enter NATO automatically. So they're very scared of, having to sanction Russia and having to obviously to some degree go at war with them. The people don't want it, at least, because I know they really like Russia for some reason.
They did want to go before. What we got to understand is because Serbia was such a poor country and they had all these wars, a lot of them just wanted to get out of the country to have a better future. And getting into the European Union would allow that. So it's not that they want to actually ideologically join the European Union. They want to get out and have a better future.
No, they want to get out, make some money, and then get back and have a good life with the money which they make in the Europe, in the European Union. And that was a good tactical move of the Serbian state. But the problem is that they saw that Serbia is getting stronger, and that's why they attacked then Serbia. That was the reason for it. But I wanted to ask you all a question, because I don't know if you talked about that. You already talked about the drone?
No.
The what?
So, what is your opinion about the drone? Is an interesting issue.
Which drone?
Which drone? There is one drone on this world. The drone which was
when you saw
which was taken down by the Russian in the Black Sea.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, the one that the Russian
It's so unimportant. I forgot about it.
Now that Putin visited Crimea, it was obvious that Russia took down the drone in order to make it safe for Putin. That's the actual, I would say, actual reason, because drone over there was spying on it, and probably were looking into preparation, what was going on, all the security preparations that always happen few days before a visit, right, official visit. So I would guess that's the main reason.
From the Russian.
I'm not saying
this.
I'm
What
saying you
about
do have a
this?
good point. But
When
at the same time,
was the warrant issued? When did he drive to Mariupol? Were they collecting intelligence to conduct an assassination strike on Putin when he would have been in Mariupol?
it's possible, but we got to remember that that drone, if Russia's not lying, had a transponder off, and where that ship is doing the salvage, it's pretty close to the coast.
I can 100% tell you is transponder is off. You know why? Because if the transponder is on, you will see on the OSIN, they will be like putting the map, from the radar 24, right? That you can see, that's where they fly. The reason
And
they
where-
don't have it means that the transponder is actually off.
Yeah,
and, there is a
And where the
reason why
ships
Russia
and where the
has-
ship's doing the salvage, I think that's like less than, I don't know, 60 kilometers, 80 kilometers off the coast.
Well, someone did a video where they did make an attempt at geolocation, but they couldn't be precise because they didn't know the exact altitude of the drone.
On Twitter, they managed to geolocate it. It's more or less really near to Sevastopol, and it's really within that 60 kilometers, because at certain angles of the video they can actually see land, and
You can see the mountain range in the southern part of Crimea.
Right, but the challenge
so
was like
located where it is.
So do you think
the
it was
challenge
on
was
the-
they didn't know the altitude of the plane, so that kind of. But yes, it was within, like Wyatt said, they weren't in quote unquote international airspace. So
I can share a bit on the opinion on this. Is that all NATO craft, be it drone or planes, never come so close to Sevastopol ever. Like they always go just along the line where the aerial identification zone that Russia enforced over Crimea is. They just go just along the border there. They never try to go so near. And this time around, they actually go towards Sevastopol, and it's a drone that can actually launch missiles. That's number one. And then the transponder is off, and it's going so close. So US being US, they always try to pull off shit, and then after that they will say that no, we didn't do it. So the Russians will have to they will definitely be paranoid, because if let's say this drone fire off 2 missiles or something, and then they actually hit something, they will just say that it's Ukrainian.
Too, it's like it's either 4T10 or 4T11. I mean, I can go back a year on Flight Tracker, and you can see exactly where that drone always stays. There's a pattern in the south that always route it flies. There's a one off the coast of Romania below Odessa. They always fly. Sometimes there's one in Polish, Romanian airspace along. I mean, and it's an oval track. They always fly right along that line, like Wyatt says. And the reason you can track them is because their transponders on. So the fact that they were in that track and then it turns off and gets shot down, 20 miles off the coast of Sevastopol, that tells you. I mean, they have historical reference for that aircraft flying the exact same pattern every day, and then all of a sudden it goes off course.
Well, that was
shoot it down.
Hold on.
What do you think was the intention of the US?
The aircraft that was shot down was not Fort 10. That was not the.
It was Forte 11.
No, that was not the one that was shot down.
It was 1410.
In a video where the Russian Su-27 do overflights, actually 2 overflights with spilling the fuel. Yeah, actually,
I heard 19 times they tried to get him to turn around before they did it.
We got to remember that there's 2 big points.
Okay, just a second. There's a cut in the middle of the video between the overflights of the Su-27, and the first drone has a yellow tip. And then when they show the second part of the video, the damaged propeller has no yellow tips. Okay, you can watch it carefully, and you'll see.
You might not be able to see that because it was spinning fast in the way the video does on a rotor blade, like on a propeller. It almost looks like you can watch a helicopter through your phone. It'll look like the blades aren't even spinning. It's crazy. So it could just be an illusion that you didn't see the yellow, but I'm pretty sure it's the same one because
regardless, both of them are not really lying in this situation because the U.S. doesn't recognize Crimea as Russia. So technically they're not lying when they say they're in international airspace. But at the same time, Russia created like a special zone during the war. Like as an example, NASA shoots off a rocket. They're going to corner off a part of the sea, even though it's not theirs. They can do it.
That's called NOTAMs. It's just
international waters are only 12 miles away from the land. Only
you can extend it for a certain period of time.
Only economic zone.
They just create a safe zone. No-fly zone. You see, that's
and from what I understand, America agreed to that special like extension of the zone. From what I understand.
If they didn't agree to it, they would fly right through it if they thought they could get away with it with FedEx planes and DHL. And you can see where everybody goes. They fly way south over Turkey. Or
what could have been the intention of the United States letting this drone fly so near on Sevastopol?
You actually, you took the words right out of my mouth because I wanted to bring that up next. You guys brought up a good point about why the U.S. would do that. If the most extreme example would probably be trying to spy on Putin's travel plans and trying to plan an assassination.
I don't think so.
I know. I'm saying.
Anyway, go ahead, Alan. Finish your point, please.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter because nothing's getting target information and giving it to Ukrainians to kill Russians.
I've heard on multiple podcasts. If you guys watch Timcast, have you guys ever heard of Timcast?
Yeah.
Very popular podcast here in the U.S. They had a guy on saying that the Russians were not allowed to shoot down the aircraft because it was in international water, no matter what it was doing, and the whole panel, even Timcast is pretty pro NATO, pro US. Just they don't like to dip into that side of the conversation, which is I have no problem with.
He's a fence sitter. He's good at being in the middle.
But my point being is, even he was sitting there like, no, we had a drone that had the capacity to threaten, give intel and threaten the lives of Russian servicemen. They had every right to shoot it down, and apparently a lot of people didn't like hearing that. So you have to now.
We shot a balloon that left our territory.
Technically,
but it left our territory.
We tried shooting it down 4 times. We shot missiles at it over Montana. We had aircraft escorting it the whole time. Now you got to really think, why did they let it fly over the U.S. for 3 days? But that, whatever. Anyway, the point being is they're being hypocrites, and now we have this event that happened. It doesn't really matter how it was shot down, who did it, or what happened. Russia's now on the table to decide what they're going to do next. And that's what I don't think nobody's focusing on. Well, how do you escalate this?
How do the Russians or how do the Americans? Could you expound on that, Alan?
Yeah. So we've had this escalation. A drone has been shot down. An American piece of military equipment has been destroyed in international water. At least that's the argument on the world stage. What could Russia do next other than ignore it? Or what would America do to possibly escalate this further?
They just put
if I was Russia, I'd say my pipeline was destroyed in international waters.
But
you lost the drone. They got off light.
It was not in international waters. The pipelines were destroyed
even though
waters.
Hardware was in international waters, but electronic warfare signal is crossing onto the territory. I would argue that way. Okay.
To me, it's just it doesn't matter because
I think Scott Ritter. Go ahead.
For example, if you look at the war, Ukraine have a lot of craft, Navy craft and airplanes fly over, or drones fly over international airspace. That doesn't mean that the Russian cannot shoot it down. A threat is a threat, and the range of the missiles is actually way longer than that international border. So it's a threat. Then they have to shoot it down. No, it is a war zone, and they already gave the warning: don't fly in. This is de facto a no-fly zone. Imposed by the Russian airspace, the Russian military. So if you dare to fly in, then that's at your own risk. You might get shut down. So, and I feel that the Americans basically just testing the water. They are just flying in and see what is the reaction. It's the same thing as the balloon flying into the United States. They just want to see what the reaction would be like. And they kind of, they maybe wanted Russia to shoot it out. Like,
yes,
to use
that's my point. They wanted the reaction. They wanted something to escalate, to bring to the lights. Why would they bring the drones so near? They don't need to bring the drones so near to watch it. They would not.
But they choose to pee.
No, they didn't. They didn't have to because that track to the south of Crimea was where it was stationed for months on end. It never had to get any closer than that.
And to validate your point, apparently it didn't have the most sophisticated cameras and equipment on the drone when it went down.
Quite true, but it still has this system of
what you can.
That's not what I've heard, and the pictures have shown that the drone was equipped with a system of reconnaissance and visualization.
It had the Gorgon stare camera. That's not that good when you compare it to the Globemaster. The Globe.
Gorgon system is what the NATO is using.
Okay. It's not as good.
And look at the way. And look at the way the Russians have brought that drone down. They didn't shoot a missile.
Very important.
Very important because if the drone crashed in the sea without exploding, and the Russians are able to recover good stuff, good part of that drone, not too much damage. It's a very good move by the Russians. Very good.
From what I understand, the targeting pod was the most important part on the drone.
Yes.
Yeah. I do hear that they had a way to self-destruct stuff remotely, but you never know if that worked because it was damaged with the impact, and they could just be saying that because I mean I'm not saying they don't have like a little fry box in there that would fry the circuit boards, but I would imagine even if they're fried, you could still send them to China and they could figure them out. I mean, they're just trying to copy it.
Wouldn't that make a vulnerability in the drone if you had a self-destruct option where somebody else could get into that?
That's the thing too. I mean, in self-destruct, why not just detonate it?
Another question about can the drone be identified by on this because it was flying very low? Yes, could it be identified almost by sky?
I believe it was around 40,000 to 50,000 feet.
Not so low.
Not when it went down.
Low.
But easy to recognize, right?
But high altitude.
Easy to Is it easy to recognize these drones?
No, Brata. It was over the clouds.
Yeah, it was up real high. They flew up on it and identified it. I mean, well, I'm sure they had when it was doing its track with the transponder on. They identified it as either 1410 or 4011, so they know it's a global a Predator type drone, the MQ-9 Reaper.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They probably know where it came from.
The global
and then they fly up there, verify it, and then they knocked it down. After 19 tries to get them to turn around. 19 tries.
Well, that doesn't matter.
The unexpected thing is how the Russians take it down. I think the way how Russians take it down is totally unexpected by the American military.
I have a question.
Who have thought that they will pee on the freaking drone to make it?
They will shit on it.
Is it possible that they accidentally took it down that way and intended to shoot it down?
I don't think so.
Because there was so many passes, Alan. I don't think so. Because they
if they wanted to shoot it down, they could have just
the Russians were
shot
real
a cannon
good
shot into it.
And you have stuff that
maybe it might be an accident as well. Maybe they are just buzzing the drone using the fuel to try to just disrupt it, to force it to turn around. And then I think maybe there is some truth to hitting the propeller, causing it to go down. Maybe, I'm not so sure. But
you'd have to get real close to that.
The weight of the fuel can bend the blades.
They get sorry, Aras, they get a lot of fuel on this drone.
Like anyone, because I'm actually a pilot, like single engine VFR, but what happens is you disrupt the air underneath the plane, you lower the plane's lift. So
yes.
that can cause all sorts of aviation problems, especially at altitude, because the air is extremely thin. So they could have been trying to do it that way and then cause the plane to lose control. And because it doesn't have the same like thrust as you would have in other pilots rotary. So that is probably what they were trying to do. They were doing everything they could to disrupt its ability to safely maneuver, so it would lose control. Because once it lost control, it's going to just spin out.
Well, you have to kind of explain what losing control is if you're an airplane. That's stalling out, right?
Yeah. It's theoretically it's a stall, right? You lose lift, and then and there's a couple of different ways you can do that, right? If the pitch is too high or if the tail is too low,
right?
Either one can cause you to lose control of the aircraft. So my guess is they were trying to do everything they could without shooting at it for a couple of reasons. I also think there was political reasons why they didn't want to shoot it, because that could
it's an act of war when you shoot at it.
Yeah, but there's been so many acts of war that phrase has kind of turned meaningless, hasn't it?
There's levels of escalation. From what I was listening to Scott Ritter, apparently if you're collecting intelligence and giving targeting data and weapons to Ukraine, and you're using that drone's the one doing it, you're pretty much a participant in the war, and you have the right to shoot it down by international law.
Yes, but they didn't shut it down.
Right. The other thing is too, there's numerous incidents where Russian pilots during the Cold War bumped into aircraft, ships collided, rammed each other. They dumped fuel. I think there's a pilot. They had it was on one of the Russian telegrams. It was like the hero of such and such. Apparently, this guy's dumped fuel on a P-3 Orion's cockpit before and buzzed a B-52 and collided with something else and lost a piece of his rudder. I mean,
Vaughn, the question I have for you, were these all on Russia's border?
I don't know where they were. I'm sure they were outside the Russian airspace. But I'm just saying, how they showboat around each other. But that's the thing, during the Cold War, a lot of that stuff happened. I mean, there was always showboating on both sides. I mean, if you were in somebody who was in Germany could speak to it better than I could, but I know guys that were there. When they had the Czech border, it was marked with white stones. Well, they would set a $5 bill there and walk off and go do their patrol and come back. Maybe a Czech guard would leave a pin or a belt buckle or a hat as a trade. They're going to fight each other maybe someday, but they ain't trying to fight that day. It's all cool. Another guy I know, they were flying OH-58 along the border. A Hind came up next to them on their side, and they just kind of played follow the leader with each other for a while. Then they split ways and headed back. I mean, there's all kinds of shit going on like that all the time.
Yeah. The Kerch Bridge,
it's the government and the politicians and the media trying to hype up something that's fairly commonplace between professionals, and they have no intention of engaging in any kind of combat. It's more like, check me out. Hey, nice ride, bro. I mean, there's tension there, but for the most part, that stuff, even the showboating around that drone, is probably more just fucking around than it is serious. I mean, I'm sure they wanted to take it down, but.
Well, in the history of military
I'd also like to add to what Prada said.
Honor, like pilots kind of having this certain code of conduct amongst each other. You know what I mean? That goes back. I mean, even the Russians and the Germans even had that, and they freaking hated each other. But even the pilots kind of had this weird thing going on.
I was just about to say, because this is
planes, pilots now. The way you look at it now, pilots now are like cavalry back in the classical days or the medieval days, right? Cavalry guys. Yeah, if you fall off your horse, they're just like, oh, I'm done.
Not back cavalry, but chivalry.
Of course.
Chivalry.
No. I'm talking about chivalry was a common practice among knights, but cavalry had this unspoken respect. It was written in many history books that if a cavalryman fell off his horse, he would not be attacked. Now, Now that I have everyone's attention, I'd like to also
just kill them all.
Yeah, exactly. Prada, hold on.
That's the best time to get him.
Prada, you earlier brought up how they identified the drone, right? If they could see it or something like that.
Yeah.
Something that's really important to know about modern radar systems is radars can actually identify the type of aircraft that is approaching you down to like the sub-variant models. And that's something a lot of people don't understand. The Russians knew it was an MQ-9 Reaper drone when it just crossed over the horizon before they even sent anybody out to intercept it. They knew what it was probably armed with because the radar system can probably detect it so well. There are radar systems inside of fighter aircraft that, you know, the fighter would be on its patrol. Vaughn could probably tell a story about this, probably knows a guy. They'll be doing a flight patrol maybe in Afghanistan or something like that, and they'll get a radar ping, and they'll just instantly know the aircraft that just popped up on their aircraft because the radar signature is so unique.
Okay.
Vaughn, you're muted.
Oh, they do have stuff like that. I mean, but a lot of that has to do with just the transponder signatures and the fact that they know what aircraft are operating in the area. But like in submarines, sonar, let's say you had 3 Nimitz-class carriers going by. The sonar is so good, they can actually tell you, oh, that's the JFK, and that's the Reagan, and that's that. Because each ship has a very distinct acoustic sound, so they can identify the class and the type, and then they could actually tell you which ship it is. So then they would know, oh, well, that's this such and such air wing, and it has this complement, and these are the ships with it. And each of those ships, like the cruiser, the destroyer, each one of those, they can tell you exactly if they have that sound, acoustic sound on file. They can tell you, that's the Admiral Kustanov or that whatever. And that they had that back in the 80s, so you can imagine how much more advanced the sonar is now. If they continue to pay to develop it, but you know they're stupid, so they probably didn't. But you can assume that stuff like that in radar is probably somewhat possible, but maybe some kind of image. I think it's probably more in the air defense realm than it is in the air-to-air radar because.
No, air-to-air is that scary. Ground-to-air is what's scary. A ground-to-air radar can pick out like individual points on an aircraft to target.
I mean, like if you think about it, if the story's true about the F-117, you know, it was raining and they noticed a ripple effect through the waves of energy off the cell phone towers, and they saw that disruption line going through it, and that's how they were able to pick it up and track it. You could assume modern radars are probably working off something like that too, where it could almost be passive and it's just looking for a disruption in the magnetic field out in front of it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Radar is crazy. Same applies to airplanes. It's the radar. It's not so good to recognize, especially sub-variants of the same type of the airplane. It's more electronic signatures that they're looking for in order to recognize what type of the plane. I would say that's more important because every sensor, every radio positional or radar on the plane would show what type of the plane is, the order of the electronics inside the airplane.
Yeah,
it's more important than radar itself.
Right, but those systems are usually built into the radar, like the radar platforms, the radar trucks, the radar installations. Those systems usually come together. That's why I counted them as one unit, because you wouldn't usually use one without the other.
They would also shield the electronic energy as much as they could, even if it wasn't stealth.
The Russians have worked a lot to detect passive signals, passive electronic signals, to detect especially the stealthy fighters, because you have
even on the Su-27s.
Yeah, you have GPS, you have TV antenna, radio antenna, and exactly, and those can bounce on a stealth fighter from a different angle. And the Russians have managed to build different type of radars that spot those electronic signals to better identify and direct and know the direction.
You're right because the Russians have I think we have it too, but integrated. You were saying, Alan was talking about ground to air radar. They have it integrated radar system where it's not just one system. They'll have several of them, and they're kind of like daisy chained. So
Yeah, so they can hit it from different angles.
Well, yeah, but also for identification purposes, because they're all software linked, so they can share the information. But I'm sorry, Vasily, go ahead.
This is a question I have for you guys, though. So stealth planes, we know they can identify them from a large distance, correct? But everybody claims the targeting data is shortened, correct?
Not identify.
Well, it depends. I think you have to.
Well,
the reason
there is a stealth plane there, but not
stealth is a bit of
identifying
a
it.
misnomer because it's not that they can't see it, but I think what you were getting at is yes, the details of it are, and getting a quote unquote lock on it becomes
The lock, yeah, and the reason I bring this up is a guy Mihailovic, a Serbian guy who served during the Serbian War. Uzado, you probably know who he is, and he was a radar guy on an air defense. I think it was like an S-125 or something like that. That shot down the F-117 at the time. And what he's saying is we can identify those planes from a large distance, and it doesn't even matter. The stealth doesn't matter because if you shoot a rocket with an active homing radar and it gets close enough to the stealth, it takes over at that point and it'll target the plane and shoot it down.
Yeah, I think what they did was they saw that disruption. And that gave them an area to fire at, and those missiles. I believe they fired several missiles, and only one of them locked up.
I think it was.
But I think they saw the trajectory through that disruption, and they aimed out in that area, and one of the missiles got lucky.
Yeah,
but
so
also on like the XU-20.
Keep in mind that's
actually
like a
that missile. That missile actually recognized the plane when it opened the door, weapon doors.
Yeah, you see that's another thing too. With those.
That's when that was the lock. That was
that's not the guy I'm talking about.
That's what he
said.
The Serbian guy who was manning the Serbian guy who was manning the S-125 told that he decided with his technician to change the wavelength also to lower frequencies.
What's the thing?
So,
what's the stealth?
and it's not
it's actually minimizing the size
with lower frequency. You can't pinpoint a target, but you can know that there is something there.
And if you shoot an active homing missile at it,
exactly,
as it gets close to it,
and especially if that missile has infrared seeker, because even if it's stealth, its reactor always show heat.
Will take over once it gets
Well,
close enough.
yeah, but you got to understand, they don't have. There's very few integrated missiles that have radar and infrared combined seekers because those are very, very expensive to make and very difficult to manufacture.
If I may,
most missiles are either
technicalities a little bit.
It's either usually only radar guided. It's either only radar guided or only infrared guided or heat seeking. So yes, you could in theory have one that does both, and that would be very effective at taking down stealth aircraft. But if you're having most ground launched missiles like that are anti-aircraft missiles are usually only purely radar guided. Now they may have a radar guidance chip inside of them so that they can still track, but the reason that stealth can be effective is because the stealth makes it difficult for the missile to lock on. The radar sight itself could lock on all they want. They could stare at it and follow it around the sky all they want. The sight's not going to hit it. The missile has to hit it. When the missile's in the air, it usually has to rely on its own radar data, and its radar package is not as powerful as the one on the ground. And that's why.
What we're basically saying is, if Russia actually has a good enough homing missile, this could really mean that stealth is not as effective as it is.
The Russians say they can shoot down and track stealth, and target stealth, but there's no been proof of it.
You have to assume too.
Yes. The Serbian put down aircraft is a proof of it.
No, Dracu, you're misunderstanding. I'm saying specifically they have systems in place that can do that by themselves.
You have to assume.
Yes, Yuri, go ahead.
You have to assume that when the
let Yuri talk.
Oh, sorry.
What stealth means, it actually minimizes the size of the recognition of the object. Okay, so every radar system has a program that discards all the small signatures that would look like birds or something else, or smaller planes or everything. So it plays with that. Stealth means that computer discards that signature. So only way to do it is by following the trajectory. And that's what would mean that Russians have the system. They follow the trajectory, and computer includes that signature of the target as a plane, right? So it's a speed, it's everything. So you need a lot of computational power in order to just follow the trajectory of so many signals and recognize it as a plane, right? That's the thing. So if you actually choose that small signature that looks like a bird and target it with a rocket, it's gonna hit it, right? It's gonna hit it, but you have to choose which signature it's actually a plane. That's the basic.
From what I understand,
I was going to say also
pretty clearly. From what I understand,
there is a big difference. There is a big difference between a bird and a stealthy plane. It's the
So
speed.
some computers are not smart enough to figure out the difference.
I mean,
I
a
think
bird.
today they
bird
are.
can't fly at the
Alan,
speed
just
of
think
sound.
about.
No,
This
Draco,
was,
I understand. I get it.
this
But
was
many of the
20 years
many
ago.
of the systems is built in like 70s, 80s. This kind of radar, they don't have the kind of computer power to actually understand a bird cannot be flying 1,000 kilometers per hour. No, it doesn't really understand that. And I think this is also the kind of understanding I have about stealth. Even like Iran, like I think almost like 10 years ago, they already have the kind of radar to track stealth aircraft. But shooting it down is that the problem. And I think like even during across this war also, I seem to read that the Russians at the beginning have no ways to shoot down the HIMARS rockets, and it's only after they have the radar signature of how what is the rocket size or or whatever the signature is, then they start to program it into their anti-aircraft systems. Then they are able to shoot it down very effectively. Yeah, this is something that seems to be it's like you need to some kind of program it for them to able to track it and shoot it down.
Vaughn,
like what Jure have said.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, the original Su-27, the Russians put on a passive infrared detection system, which would help defeat the stealth, because I believe the range was maybe 100 kilometers or something like that, but it would look out in front for heat signatures off the hot engines, so they could they could passively be out there with minimal detection, because they're not running any radar, so they're not going to pop up. They're not going to run a transponder. I mean, they might be detected, but they're out there looking, and that's something that at the time, I don't know if we've ever incorporated that, but at the time that was one advantage. People, it's got vacuum tubes on it. It's like, yeah, it's got a passive infrared sensor that can reach out 100 kilometers and look for you, even if you're stealth and you're turned off, your weapon bay doors are closed. They can still see you out there, and once they see you, they can fire at you. And once the missiles get close, especially the Russian air-to-air missiles are just as good as the American or Western missiles. And you have to assume that we had F-22s in Syria, they had Su-57s in Syria. Both sides probably have radar signature data on what those aircraft look like based on what a Patriot system has or whatever they had in Russia had in there, which they at least had S-300s in there. So they know what a F-22 on a S-300 looks like, and the Americans probably know what a Su-57 looks like on a Patriot. I'm sure they flew around each other and checked each other out because they were both based there. The only thing they never did was probably, lock each other up or anything like that. But they probably, who knows, somewhere there's probably a picture of a F-22 guy and a Su-57 guy inverted flipping each other off.
To give a little... to validate what Russia is claiming that they can see them and target them, if you go to that guy Millennium 7 channel, the guy that gives the big details on all the different planes, he says now the Su-57 has that low frequency radar throughout its wings and everywhere. Usually it's supposed to be a very big radar. I don't think they would have wasted so much time putting that radar on there if it wasn't effective.
Are you
guys?
I mean, there's stories about aircraft being shot down in Ukraine way behind the front line, and people suspect the 57s are creeping around and hitting them with long-range missiles.
But
they might not even be crossing into Ukrainian airspace.
You got to understand understanding like Russian anti-air technology. It's because the United States never, or the NATO countries never invested in much in it as the Russians did, because the Russians were always surrounded. Where the United States, we had two oceans on either side of us, so we never spent our money really doing that. Where the Russians were forced to. They've been obsessed with anti-air technology since freaking Hitler, man. So.
Our rivals build their militaries to defend against our advantages. I mean, they built air defense because they knew they weren't going to win the air war over Europe against F-15s, F-16s, F-117s, Tornadoes, Rafales. They knew they weren't going to win that, so they have to build better missiles. And they do have some good aircraft. They just don't have the numbers the West has right now. Maybe that'll change. Because
in fairness, their aircraft are not as good as the West.
I'm talking about like the later model Su-35s, maybe the S-257, the higher quality aircraft.
But that's the
those
game.
Are small batch numbers too. That's probably why they're better.
That's the game. They responded to the Western designs of better aircraft with better missiles, and then the West responded with better to better missiles with stealthier aircraft, and then with this game just keeps going on. The arms race never actually ended.
It's just like the Chinese J-20. It's not designed to fight the F-22. It's designed to shoot down the AWACS, shoot down the tankers, shoot down transports, and shoot down the J-Stars or the rivet joint. That's what it's designed for. It's not designed to go up against the F-22.
Yeah, the Sukhoi 57 is designed.
How I understood how they
wait. Let RL and
they
then
shoot
Jordan.
the plane.
No, Jordan.
Okay.
Let RL speak.
The Sukhoi 57 was designed to counter stealthy aircraft from the West. It's purely designed for that. Thanks to what the Millennium 7 channel have said with the L-bands radars it has on its wings, and also there are footage of
does that project a 360 like detection rate bubble around it? Then I'm just asking real quick.
Apparently, it's got radars all around it.
Not 360, but in the front of it on a large spectrum.
270 degrees. Maybe not 360.
Something like that, yeah, or maybe more than between 90 and 180 degrees in the front of the plane, because it's also a fighter jet. It's a hunter.
No.
Yeah.
It can do forward. It's 270 because it can actually be technically flying away from a target and still lock it up, or not lock it, but track it. Not lock it, but track it.
But guys.
Okay,
guys,
but
also they shoot that plane 150 kilometers away. How I understood how they use the Su-57s to shoot 150 kilometers away an enemy airplane is that they use two Su-57s because of the communications ability of the rockets and the Su-57s. Networking, right? It was the one plane that actually shot a rocket in a direction of the because it's going to take some time, right? 5-10 minutes for the rocket to arrive to go 150 kilometers, and it will shoot in a direction where the enemy plane was supposed to be at that time. And
are you saying they shot down they shot down a rocket aimed at them? I'm not understanding you. You said
they shoot in a rocket without targeting. They just shoot it in that direction, and the rocket will fly in a level, right? And then another Su-57 would arrive to take over the communication with the rocket, and then direct it, target the enemy plane at the time, just like 30 seconds before the hit, right?
You are correct. They're also using the MiG-31 with a bigger radar also.
Yeah, the MiG-31 is scary as they are, man.
But guys, did you saw how tremendously good this pilot was? This
with the drone?
Yes. As he approached the drone, he was like a god of flying. This I said, wow, he's coming now. He's gonna hit the fucking drone.
That was some skills.
Wow. This was like Star Wars. I don't know.
No, the
That's
Reapers
never saw something like that. Never saw something like that. He came so near. He was so precise. He was so.
He knew what he was doing.
No,
but this is another big question.
The Reaper fly at between 400 and 500 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that's why I mean he was so good. This guy, he was.
It's
tremendous.
very easy for
That's not that fast.
Can go supersonic to.
But with such a high angle of attack to go on it, it's very, very
You saw the video. You saw the video. How he approached.
It's high angle of shit.
With the whole place, it was like, fuck.
Keep in mind, guys. Everybody here in Canada and America, for some reason, believes that they're only trading 40, 80 hours a year on their planes. That's not true. They're training at closer to 200 hours a year.
These guys were so skilled. This was like Star Wars. I don't know.
I bet most of TF can do
better. Are you guys
better.
aware that Biden is going to be attending the funeral for the drone pilot? You know.
Yeah, I saw that.
But here's a question for you guys. What's up with all the NATO countries and keeping up with weapon systems? Like you see all these, the DDXG, they're putting the same weapon systems on them. You see Russia's coming out, China comes out, they come out with all these new weapon systems. Why are we not keeping up with weapon systems?
You mean like the
new weapon
West, or
systems.
just the United States? Like what?
The United States, yeah. Let's say United States as an example. Yeah, we're building the hypersonic rocket.
I'd actually like to comment on this and why we've seen a drastic decrease in the amount of publicly acknowledged weapons that the U.S. develops, and that primary thing, like the thing that actually takes most of the funding, funnily enough, is DARPA. DARPA is not a weapon development program; it's a weapon research program. And the amount of money that they can get funneled to them from the government is unbelievable. Most of the money that would go to the development of new stealth aircraft, next generation aircraft, air defense missiles, even the new Army's new field rifle. And some bullshit, doesn't matter the name. Some new rifle was being tested, developed by SIG. They got it developed almost fully all the way done. Developed from DARPA, and then weeks ago they canceled it. It's like they just cancel project after project after spending billions and billions of dollars on it.
Well, it's kind
That's
of like,
why we're not
Alan,
seeing...
when you say it, isn't it like similar to like the joke about the United States spent $2 million working on a zero gravity pen to use in space, and the Russians used a pencil?
Yeah,
like that's why. You know, like the Russians are very practical about because they don't have the resources that the West has.
I wouldn't say that's not the problem. You know,
I wouldn't.
You guys have
too
the
much on the
Zawats,
Russians
right?
either.
Like you guys have the Zamwat destroyer or something.
Zamwat
like that,
destroyers, yeah, $2 billion destroyers that we don't use at all.
The turret is actually super high tech, but the thing is that the military industrial complex is so greedy. They made it so expensive to the point where the government just canceled the project. So as a result, over 20 years, United States is losing the technological edge simply because of the military industrial complex is just pricing everything beyond practical means.
And that's not to say that we don't have effective weapons to defend ourselves with. I think we do. I just don't think we're developing new projects on a scale large enough to really bring ourselves forward. For example, look at the new B-21 bomber. It's literally a B-2 Spirit, updated with a new, coating of paint and a new flight package inside. Its capacity for bombing is not substantially increased. The B-2 can carry a nuclear warhead the same way a B-21 can carry a nuclear warhead, and it costs almost $120, $130 million per plane. Are you kidding me? Why not just use a B-1 Lancer and mass produce those for? I mean, still they're expensive, but they're not expensive as a B-21. And RL, I see you've been waiting for a while. RL, go ahead.
RL, go ahead.
In the research,
it's not just that; it's the choice they have made to make their weapons or their project. The amount of money, like the Zumwalt, like the railgun, the electromagnetic cannon. I mean, why spending a
so much money, so much brain, so much stuff to make an electromagnetic cannon that fires a $1 million round when you can use a missile that can have a bigger range. I mean, it's many things like that. Stealth, that United States have invested so much money into stealth fighters, into stealth boat, into I don't know, but the result is shit. And instead of focusing on a real deal, on real things. Sorry, Vasily, you're muted, so it's great. I can't hear you.
But
look at the Russians. Look at the Chinese.
Look, small numbers
the Chinese.
Of it.
The Chinese are advertising a radar they have built based on quantum computing and on quantum stuff, specially made to detect stealth aircraft. It's very clever from their part, fucking clever. I don't know what happened in with the American DARPA and people.
DARPA's so fun. I could talk about DARPA all day long.
But they are investing on weapons.
RL, if you're wondering why they do that, the reason they're doing it, are quote unquote wasting money. I think that what Alan was kind of alluding to is because it's making people rich.
Yeah, I do agree with what you guys are saying, but at the same time, look at the wars where we've been fighting. Scott Ritter brings up that as a good point. We haven't been fighting these type of wars, so why design the weapons to fight them? Afghanistan, you didn't need it.
You could look at the theory. There's actually a fun theory that goes the F-22 is never going to be used in a war that matters, because the only time we would ever use an F-22 in a combat scenario is if it's a war that ultimately ends a nuclear war. So why use the F-22 when you could just go straight to the nuclear weapon?
Against a balloon.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking balloon, dude. Dude, they used a plane. They used
by a F-22.
They used a plane
even bigger issue.
and fired a missile that costs more than the building I'm sitting in, the surrounding neighborhood, and about, I don't know, 5 square miles of land. They used an airplane and missile combined that costs more than all of that combined. I'm dead serious.
Why did they?
If they didn't use it,
an F-16 to shoot it down was because it would have been a hell of a lot cheaper. The reason they did that, I heard, was, and I don't know if this is bullshit, was just because they wanted the F-22 to actually shoot at something for real. That's why
it's height.
It's the height.
It's the height, 62,000 feet.
Is it true that the first missile, they missed the first one?
They missed the first 3.
Only F-22 could fly that high, and you can see how in video you could see that actually F-25 were flying upwards in order to reach it close. Right?
You're right.
It's 62,000 feet. It's really difficult to fly for a long time, so he was shooting using the inertia to reach that high, and then to fire it.
And that's not to say anything against the U.S. about aircraft production. Most aircraft can't fly above 55.
Very easily.
Most aircraft can't fly that high.
They should have took another balloon, the idiots. Just take another
anti-balloon.
Yes. That's the
anti-balloon balloon.
Modern warfare.
Yeah.
Here's another question.
Yeah, there was this guy that jumped off of the balloon, Coca-Cola guy.
No, why didn't That's right. Yeah. They should have sent the guy up in the suit, right?
Yes.
Send him up there with a gun or a rifle, and then just have the 2 balloons come over. And go,
Here's a question I have for you guys. So the X-37B, that new missile that they're using, that's got like a 300-kilometer range. All the guys on DCS that I watch sometimes, they all claim that it can't maneuver. Do you guys think it can maneuver good enough to hit jets?
I would say, I'm just going to say yes, because we don't have they claim it can, but we don't have any effective combat proof that it can't. So
it's made to shoot down AWACS. It's made to shoot down AWACS at very long distance.
It's made to, yeah.
But that doesn't mean it can't.
It can maneuver, but not maneuver in a way to shoot down a very agile target.
Yeah, it can't shoot out a fighter jet. No, I don't think. Well,
it has shot down dozens of fighter jets.
Why didn't use why didn't use a fucking laser to take out the balloon? Yeah, just a laser.
They don't have it
because lasers are not that good. If the
it's
balloon
too
has
expensive. The project got
kind of,
cancelled as well.
if it has a kind of mirror layer, I mean, the laser will just bounce and be reflected by the layer.
Understand, but
simple as that.
Yeah, but the balloon didn't have a
lasers
mirror.
needs a lot of power.
The balloon is very strong.
Lasers
Yes, I
need a
know,
lot
I
of
know,
power.
I know.
Lasers cannot be they require too much power to be moved from the experimental stage, right? So all the power lasers are just there, sitting there where they experimented with.
Did you
They
hear about
cannot
the
move it
Russian?
and connect it to something.
Did you hear about the Russian laser?
Yeah, you mean the satellite lasers?
Peresvet, yeah, Peresvet.
The trick. Because the problem of lasers, its power is directly correlated to the energy you can bring. And the problem
it loses power through the atmosphere.
Not directly, geometrically.
Also, directly, mathematically, geometrically, physically, in the sense of value. Yeah, I mean, if you can back your laser with a nuclear power plant, your laser will be fucking powerful. But you can't put a big electric generator on a plane. It's very complicated. But on a truck,
well, that's why the only probably military
more clever.
applications for lasers would probably be in space, right? Because you're not going to have the
Ships.
ionosphere messing up with it, or
But again, JS, the problem is the amount of energy a satellite can provide to that laser. If you put, I don't know, a kind of
satellites are nuclear powered.
The new DDXG is going to have 2 or 3 different laser systems on
solar
it.
panels to recharge their batteries. Fucking solar panels.
There's even the Voyager 1 and 2 were nuclear powered, but it's very low yield. It's just a decay, radioactive decay of the plutonium or what they used it, and that creates a little bit of energy to warm up and create power.
No
right?
plutonium, Mure. No plutonium.
I don't know. I don't know what they use.
Uranium.
Well, for Voyager they use uranium. Nowadays they use plutonium, but anyway.
No, plutonium is used just for bombs because plutonium is just garbage of atomic plants.
No, they use plutonium for satellites.
The new generation of French nuclear reactor are using plutonium.
Okay.
The EPR you have for Finland and you have in China, made by EDF, are using byproducts of first generation of nuclear power plant.
Do you guys think?
In France, they completely use total radioactive power of the fuel, right? While in the rest of the nuclear reactor, they just use up to 80%, and below 80% of the radioactivity is just not effective anymore. But French use it to completely exhaust the radiation of it. So basically, very low radiation.
Why is that?
Technology. It's technology. Difficulty of technology, right? But French could do it because it used to be socialist state, right?
France has actually very bad nuclear technology. Actually, it's not one of the best.
It's not. It's bad. I mean, it's the level. It's the level of requirement of administration which is different.
I must have.
You have the EPR new generation of nuclear reactors, civilian nuclear reactor. In China, they are built, they are running, but not in France.
The French were building a nuclear power station in Finland, and it took much longer than it should because the Finnish one or the Finns were not convinced about the security
because of administrative and regulations. The level of regulations the Finns have is very, very high. In China, they don't have that. That's why in China, those same technology reactors are already built.
What about our nuclear reactors in America, 60, 70 years old, leaking?
What about Wyatt
We
going
got
to this?
problems.
As long as you replace the I don't know if pipes you all know and that because pumps. it's important. Just a point, just a short point. It's important to say that plutonium is just the garbage of the power plants. It's the
leftover
residuum of uranium.
Yeah.
This is plutonium.
now
It's quite
you can
interesting.
use
We're
it.
talking. It's quite interesting. We were talking about nuclear power plants now because they wanted to sanction Rosatom, the Russian nuclear agency, and they can't.
Yeah.
They just can't.
Because of Ross. Because
Nobody
half
will
of
substitute.
nuclear material of French nuclear power plants are coming from Russia.
Most of the fuel comes
treated
from
in
Russia.
Russian, or treated in Russia. Yes, Rosatom is a very important piece in almost all the process to rework.
More than half of enriched uranium sold to civilian nuclear power plants across the
What
world
about thorium
are from
reactors?
Rosatom.
Thorium reactors are far more efficient and create much less waste. Why can't we use thorium reactors?
We don't have one yet. I don't think we have one yet.
Okay,
So
Prada, you
let's-
say
let's
we don't have
see.
the money. We have the money to spend on $2 billion.
Yes, but we still
we have
don't
the money
have
to-
one.
We don't
That
have
goes
one.
with
Yeah,
this.
yeah. But
Yeah.
why can't we put?
Technically?
Why don't we put the funding where it actually needs to go?
Because
There is one in China.
Because the
There is
woke
one in
culture
China.
decided, the woke culture decided that nuclear energy is bad.
Fine, let's make a fusion
it's-
reactor.
But
No radiation there.
Thorium reactors don't
Let's
produce
study
plutonium.
Tesla again. Tesla theory.
Thorium reactors don't
reactor
produce
exists.
plutonium.
Yeah, I know
Thorium
they don't use
reactor
plutonium.
exists. Thorium reactor exists. There is one in China. The Chinese have invested not a lot of money, but they have invested in one thorium reactor. It exists. What's the result of it? I don't know. I want to have some information about it, but I can't get it. And they have made another type of reactor, which is very interesting. It's a salt reactor. Instead of having a physical uranium, you have the chemical version of the uranium, which is in salt. No, Ukraine will turn into black hole.
Do you also want to talk about Ukraine conflict?
Yeah, back to the
Black
Ukrainian
Ukraine.
thing though. I got a question. If the West wanted to have like real embargoes, is there any way, like let's say France could keep the lights on if they were to completely boycott getting nuclear material from Russia?
They think that Westin, this American company, will substitute Rosatom. They don't have any capacity. They have been trying to supply Westinghouse. Sorry, they have been trying to supply the Czech Republic for years, and they will just be able to supply them in 4 years. No, to produce the same that
We have uranium in the United States, though.
Sure.
I mean, we have uranium mines here. What's the problem?
Yes, that's no problem.
You have to develop them.
It's the quantity.
GS, when you have the ore of uranium, normally, well, there are some places in the world that are very rich in uranium, like 20%, but normally, uranium mines, they have less than 1% uranium inside of the ore. It's a very complicated process to produce. Even though
It's
that
not complicated,
uranium
it's just long process.
Yeah,
You need like
long, yes.
5,000 tubes in one space to separate 235 and 238, which is like really tedious process. It takes like for 1 gram, it takes years to separate 235 and 238 and to get enough
closing time.
No, you have uranium everywhere. Everywhere you have uranium, but it's the concentration of uranium which make the thing sustainable for industrial production. And there are only very few places on Earth where you have in the ground, in the rocks, enough concentration of uranium-235.
Romania has it.
You take tons of rocks to just have some grams of uranium
Exactly. Yeah. There is 1 or 2 mines in the world with 20%, but that's very, very rare.
Congo.
But uranium you have everywhere. The first atomic bombs, Little Boy and Fat Man, was made with Congolese from former
it was actually
Belgian.
Fat Man and Little Boy.
Yeah.
Fat Man like you. Was from Belgian Congo.
I understand that.
It's a French joke. Let's not.
Supposedly, there's a pretty large uranium deposit along the Grand Canyon, but I wouldn't know about the purity of it. But obviously, it's not touchable because it's by the Grand Canyon.
Well,
Even
what
though
is
we
the
could
level? What is
fund
the
all
level of
kinds of great
purity?
things with selling that.
What is the level of purity being used in Ukraine by in their reactors? I heard it's called Ukrainium. Is it very pure or no?
Full of
No, Ukrainium is different product.
I'm embarrassed to say it took me a second to get that.
Nuclear technology is not bad.
Hey guys, let's talk about Bakhmut. What do you think
Sure.
about?
Somebody, hey Wyatt, pull up the map. Let's do it.
Are we going to wrap up on Bakhmut then?
Yeah, I guess
taking
we should
too
wrap
much
up.
time.
We're going really long.
Let's do 6 hours, man.
No,
No,
I'm fucking tired.
Why don't we just do a little Bakhmut and wrap it up then?
I cannot because I
Prada,
got
you've
locked out
been
by
muted
my
for about
Google.
2 minutes.
So just now, you guys all think that I'm sleeping. I'm not sleeping. I got locked out
Yes, you are
out
sleeping.
of my. So
You are
I got locked out
sleeping.
of my Google account. So now I cannot log into the map. So you can't actually see the map. So I was trying to figure out because so what happened is that when you got locked out or there's some suspicious activities, then they will tell you to verify your identity. Then they will come up with a security code on your phone, right? The stupid security code don't appear on my phone. And then I asked you to SMS me. I entered the code. They said it's still not enough information, so I'm still got locked out. So I restarted my phone. I updated the phone. So yeah, so no Bakhmut. No, I need to log into my Google account first.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's CIA in your mobile.
Yeah, I think you pissed off the NSA, Wyatt.
They got
No,
ya.
It's the Russians. It's always the Russians.
Nah.
Not
this time.
It's the Jews. It's the Jews. That's what's going on.
Those motherfucker Russians.
Have you noticed that Bakhmut
It's
is
Alex
getting
people.
bigger? Bakhmut is getting bigger by the day. That
Did
thing
that-
never closes. It just gets bigger.
What do you mean
Next-
getting
For
bigger?
the past 24, 84 hours. I mean, no.
The pencils keep growing into the north.
Yeah.
By the
But
day,
now-
it's not.
I think he's talking about the larger encirclement north and south of Bakhmut is getting bigger, and it is. I mean, and then you look at Kremenaya. It looks to me like the Russians are really pushing hard there because it seems like they've made a lot of gains there, and we've seen the fighting with the Terminators and all that, and they're obviously just fucking those guys up. I mean, to be honest, I'm sure they've lost guys too, but I've seen plenty of videos of them just tearing through those woods. And Bakhmut, what's there to say about Bakhmut? I mean, they keep sending guys in there. I mean, they're not even trying to hold the flanks just to get guys out.
Did you
It
think?
seems
Okay,
it will fall.
I have a question.
It seems it will fall. That's my impression. It seems it will fall.
Okay.
Against what Zelensky is saying and doing. Yeah.
Draku, I don't think so because they would have to go further around Chasiv Yar before they get in there.
Alan's in the Brady Bunch.
They will do that too.
Yep.
Just a matter of
So
time.
that's the thing. I don't think they're going to let Bakhmut just fall. I don't think they're going to swarm through the city. That wouldn't make any sense. It would make more
No.
sense for Ukraine to send more personnel into Chasiv Yar, build it up, and then have that encirclement push all the way. Not even encircle Chasiv Yar, just push the flanks up way far, because
I
then it's going
don't
to be a
think
massive
Ukraine
blow.
is now capable to do that.
No, I'm saying
I think they
Ukraine
need
already
to
has personnel in Chasiv Yar. I'm saying Russia might continuously just stretch out the flanks.
I think
Instead
they
of
need to
taking
hit
the city.
Konstantinka, Yanka, whatever. I think that's where they need to hit next, because that's another major crossroad. And I think just threatening it would cause panic in the civilian population and probably force Ukraine to send troops back that way. I mean, they're getting out of the pocket, but at the same time, I mean, that city is sitting there. I mean, they're already on the high ground looking down into it, so why not make a move? You got the breakthrough T-90s, baby. Let's go. I need a breakthrough. I'm tired of it.
I believe when Putin said that they didn't want to destroy Ukraine. Okay, so when you consider that, and he was saying that before April 1st, before they retreated from Kiev and Kharkiv region, my idea was, okay, if you want to denazify and demilitarize and don't want to destroy it, then you should go. I mean, I would set up the army in a field, okay, not attack the cities, because that's where destruction is and a lot of protection for the military. So I would set up the front and cause them to provoke them to attack you. That way you don't do destruction, civilians and everything. So I believe that if, let's say, the Russian military would take over the Bakhmut, then they will have to go on to the another city to destroy more of the civilian, collateral, and to destroy more cities. This way is just slowly provoking them. If they don't come, then Russians move forward. That's why such slow advance. Not so much that they want to take the territory. Everybody agreed a long time ago that Russian military doesn't want to take territory, just want to demilitarize. And that's the way to just get them, provoke them, attack us, then we'll destroy you. That's my idea why the Bakhmut is so slow and not wanting to collapse it completely and take over it. And especially they will need to go forward to Kamenskaya and Chasiv Yar and more destruction, right? This is just provoking them enough to come in. That's my idea.
I don't care about Bakhmut or Chasiv Yar or anything like that. I'm waiting for to see Western tanks. I want to see the Leopard, the Bradleys, the AMX 10RC, the Challenger 2. I want to see that.
So
what you guys saying that one of the explosion was one of the big explosions like few days ago was the train. That's what I heard from it was speculation.
That the big mushroom I posted on Telegram, it was a fuel depot.
No, one of the big explosions, not that one. I know. I meant the other one. There was multiple places that with huge explosions. Yeah. There was one.
I know it's a surprise, but apparently on some channels it's breaking news that there's air raid sirens in Ukraine. I mean, imagine that.
Right, that never happened before. How? That never happened before. Yeah.
Haven't they run out of missiles though?
They ran out in March. They're actually using they're using air conditioners and washing machines.
They're dropping the kitchen sink on them. They're just flying over with a kitchen sink. Whee!
Well, you know, just slap a plane attacking on the back of a Maytag and some wings, and it's, you know, fill it up with some explosives.
Hold on, can you say that again?
Oh, Drew again. What about penicillin? Do you guys?
The weapon system.
Yeah, the penicillin.
I think at the current moment, it's only effective. It should stay only effective against artillery. I don't think they're going to make any huge strides because it's very effective at tracking incoming artillery fire. I could see it being developed to be an air defense asset, but I think they'll need time to do some research on that.
Oh, so the system is completely new.
Yeah. What I was saying was what they're doing is they're taking the mag tags and they put a lawnmower engine on the back, and then they put some foam wings on it because you got to stay light. And then they fill up the tub with explosives and probably just a cheap GPS system from Radio Shack. And
Did you guys?
I came out to say one thing.
Yeah.
I came out to say that I've been waiting for the last 4 hours for someone to bring up this topic, but nobody actually brought it up. Which is
You can
the
bring it
real
up.
sign that nothing is happening. The banks, nothing. No, all the banks have just consolidated.
It's just a 2008
built up
remake.
CFSB. Huh? Sorry?
Yeah.
It's just a 2008 remake. That's all.
No, it's not. It's
No, it's
nowhere
so
near
quiet.
that.
Drew,
No news
we were gonna
about
do it at
American
closing.
banks.
I was
It's financial
You
stuff
we
again.
build
you to it.
financial things. Drew.
Okay.
No, but last week
It's so
everyone was
quiet.
doom and gloom, and the
I'm
whole
still
financial
doom and
thing is gonna
gloom. I give it a week.
Drew, fuck the banks.
Nothing
What's
happened.
going on is the bond market.
I'm still worried, but I mean, I haven't heard anything new to make me not worry more or worry less. So I'm just going to stay
The
worried.
big news is the
Yeah,
big
me
news
and
recently
Drew
is
said
they sold CFSB Credit Suisse was sold to
Yeah.
the other big
UBS.
what's the name of it? I forgot.
UBS.
UBS. So UBS is going to absorb CS. And and that's what's going to happen to all the American banks that got collapsed. They're just going to absorb
The CEO.
Isn't that just kicking the can down the road, though?
Is a tranny.
Not really, because UBS is
tranny.
much better well run than Credit Suisse.
It's a
Credit
man
Suisse has been dying since
who
2008.
transformed
so
himself
it's gonna
into
die
a lady.
anyway. Yeah.
None of us really know what the problem is, but if you look at the smart money, the bond
I
market,
do.
it's telling us there's a huge problem.
I do.
It's a huge
I
problem.
do. I know
No
what
one
the problem
knows,
is.
So what is it?
People don't have enough income to pay off the credit debt. That's the
Right.
problem. They don't want to
There's
solve
another way.
that.
Hold on. There's another way
They
to
don't
say
want to
that.
solve that.
There's
Yes.
another way to say that. The other way to say that is people. Okay, you say people don't have enough money to pay off the credit debt. The other way to say that is people have been taking out so much debt on credit that it's risking the stability of the economy. And I think that's a very interesting way to look at it.
Yes, because income has not a real income hasn't been growing since 72. That's the real reason. Real income, which means income reduced by inflation. It stayed the same level. If you see the tracking of the technology development and profits and real income, it just went sideways in 72.
I think one of the best indicators of that is if, like, you'll see these old ads for cars back in the 70s. You know, you could get a station wagon Chevy V8 for like $2,000 or $3,000 brand new. I mean, and now the same car, if it existed, would probably be $30,000 or $40,000, and you're not getting anything better, and you're probably getting less quality.
It's actually worse
All
than
right.
what
No, but
Euro
that's
is
just
saying,
regular
because
inflation.
Hold on.
I agree with you. That is a problem. But the point I'm trying to make is the smart money in the economy is betting that the government and the central bank will not be able to fix this. That's what the signal we're getting. There's something underneath that's going to cause chaos in the future. We don't know what that is yet.
Whose
But the
computer
smart
is
money
about
is
to
telling
explode?
us there's a huge problem. Do you get what
You
I'm
guys
trying
hear
to
that?
say?
Yeah, it's
Just
been
like,
going on.
Yeah, we
in
hear
2008,
the buzzing.
the bond market
Mute
was signaling
your
then that
mics,
there's going to be a
guys. Mute
collapse.
your mics, all.
Sorry?
Yep.
There's a fan
Let's
noise
see.
that's been going on for the whole stream.
So it's Pratap. It's Pratap.
Your computer will explode.
It's got dodgy servo
Yeah, but
$5 headphones, mate.
It's actually worse. It's actually worse than what Euro is saying, because that calculation, that real income calculation, is based on the posted inflation rates. But the posted inflation rates are actually they don't count as an inflation. So when your house and your rent and your house goes up in price, that's not counted as inflation. So it's actually your real value of your income has actually gone down. It hasn't actually stayed flat since 1972. So that's why you can't buy a house. That's why, you know.
They are talking about a bubble in the housing market in Germany. It might explode somehow. So prices going down rapidly, I would be surprised, but they're talking about
I
it in
hear
Germany.
so many bubble talks. It always somebody scaring people about bubble bursting there, bubble bursting this, especially Peter Schick.
I'm not trying to scare people. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm actively trying to destroy the economy. I want people to actually be scared and collapse the economy.
We love you.
all jokes aside,
my understanding about money is I love money, I hate banks.
all jokes aside, there are indicators that give us signals. When you have the 2 and the 10-year and the lower and the higher invert. So when you have a 2-year bond paying out more than a 5-year bond, that's an inversion. That gives us a signal that usually within a year and a half, you're going to have a crisis. That signal reversed last week. And now the yield curve is straightening out. When that happens, you're in a recession depression. And that signal.
I saw that like 5 months ago it happened also. So
yeah.
It's just a technical signal.
Yeah, I know, but it just reversed now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now when it corrects, that's the signal for a recession depression. And that actually happened. And it's happened every single time in the last 100 years.
I have a question. Like you guys are talking about the bubbles in the housing market. Like in 2008, I short sold my house by about 40,000. And I wonder, do you think that's going to cause a problem with the upcoming, if there's a lot of people doing that, unloading real estate short? Because the IRS still counted that as taxable income, even though I never saw that money. The fact that I got a $40,000 break was like they saying they gave me $40,000 and wanted to tax me on it.
I managed the one of the Jackson Hewitt offices.
Let Drew. I was wanting Drew to go ahead.
No, I didn't understand what you were saying. Did you sell it or something?
Yeah, we had to short. We got underwater on the mortgage, so we made a deal with the mortgage company to short sell our house. So we sold it for less than the market value, and we're allowed to be clear and free of it. But the IRS still took that $40,000 loss and applied it to me as taxable income, which was bullshit.
Okay, I had.
And
okay, how it works?
It's going to hurt a lot of people too, because I'm middle class. I didn't have $25,000 laying around to pay a tax bill.
I had a loan officer license in US for 2008, 9, 10. And I was a manager of a Jackson Hewitt office. Okay, one of the Jackson Hewitt offices in Phoenix. I was manager for 4 years, 4 seasons, let's say. So what it happens if so what happens is when your loan on a house is higher than the value of the house at the present time. Okay, that difference between the value of the house and the loan is treated as a gift to you. So that money, you have to pay the tax on it. Okay, and you have about 11 states that are non-recurring. That's called non-recurring loans. Okay, so that's how they treat for those 11 states. Let's say in some states you just got rid of it, don't get that, right? They don't charge you tax for that gift because it's forgiven. That amount of loan is forgiven. Okay, so they treat it as a gift and they tax you on it next year, right? So let's say when I foreclosed on my house, actually I tried to give it back to the bank because I wanted to move and I wasn't paying my payments, right, for a few months. But only 10 months later that they called me and wanted to repossess the house, even though it was empty for a while. But level value of my house at the time was same as the loan. So it was just 0-0 gift, right? So I had no tax on it. That's the thing, right? That's how it works.
I do not understand the word.
My profession, the profession I'm trying to get into, was blamed for the entire 2008 collapse.
because of the value of the house was falling, okay, at the time, right?
Well, no, first
your loan stays the same.
First, appraisers
stays
kept
the same,
giving
doesn't
higher and
fall.
higher values. That's the difference.
Yes, they were giving.
Yes, that was the cause. That was the cause of the crisis.
They were over-evaluating the houses to extreme prices.
So if
Yeah,
you
so
sold,
they can get
say
your
you bought it
property
for $1
taxes
million,
up.
say you bought it for $1 million, and then you sold the house for 750,000. So you're taking the loss. The bank you still pay back the bank the $1 million, right? You still have to cough up.
No.
So the bank,
you don't pay.
The bank forgives it.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
And you pay. Yes, you have to pay the tax on that forgiveness.
That's why Bond had to pay a tax, right? Okay.
Yes.
Well, at least you didn't have to pay. You didn't have to cough up that.
Hey, Vaughn, you fact.
Yeah.
But,
I think in Singapore, what they'll do is they'll make you pay the 40,000. You don't get it. You're going to get away because
Same
the property value fell. Yeah.
Yeah, but Drew, so you were saying
I do have a story about that. I do have a story about them taxes, but I can't really tell it.
Okay. So Drew, you were saying,
I'm an American, and I don't like taxes.
So Drew, your
let's say you don't like taxes.
Your idea is that the crisis continue, but nobody is going to publish it, or they will, so that people don't know. What was your point at the beginning? Because
nothing's going to happen. Some small banks are going to collapse. CSFB collapsed because it was going to collapse anyway. It was dying since 2008. So a slight wind blowing, or it would just fall over. So a lot of banks are just going to consolidate, and then your banking system will become like the rest of the world, 4 or 5 large banks in the US, and then nothing else will happen. So all this doom and gloom talk is overblown.
I don't think we should worry about the banks. I think they are doing fine.
The banks aren't the problem. The banks aren't the problem.
All the time.
Okay, so I want to stop the open mic already, because before we reach 6 hours, which I think we will still reach 6 hours after the closing. So
if I may just one
closing.
thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Jerry, last, what do you want to say?
Well, I wanted to say about one complaints about taxes. Okay, let's say suddenly everybody stops paying taxes. Suddenly your income is higher. It's same as printing money. It will equalize to the value of what you can buy before you pay the taxes and after you stop paying taxes. Okay, if everybody
I'm all about paying my fair share, but I ain't gonna say nothing else.
Okay, I calculated in 2011. In 2011, I calculated how is a fair share of each American individual of taxes. It's about $40,000 in taxes to pay. That's equally every citizen, right? 40,000. So if you pay less, you pay less than your share.
A year?
Yeah.
Is that a year?
Yeah.
I don't agree. In that particular situation, that was a tax bill that would have come out of nowhere. That's not normal.
That is assuming the expenditure is legitimate. I don't agree with you, Juro, but let's not get into it.
Okay, I just calculated. I split total budget to the population, and that's how much you get.
If you go back 120 years ago, the U.S. didn't have taxes; they did tariffs, and they funded everything just fine.
And they had horse baggies and no roads. Okay.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I don't care already. Shh. Cannot. You will never stop. So we need to do the closing before we reach 6 hours. I really don't want to reach 6 hours. So Prata.
Okay. Yeah. So great. All the discussions we had. Perhaps the thing with the church was a bit too chaotic.
You're welcome.
But anyways, the thing is, as I understand this week, is that, and already for some time now, is that the war is coming to a new type of phase where nobody wants to lose face and is looking for little things like Putin's arrest warrants, then the drone, So I think we'll have more of that this week, more of some interesting
memes.
Yes, memes. We can call it that. Yes. Last week was also one very interesting. 2 weeks ago was one very interesting one. Like India is going to impose the price cap, and on the end it was just a lie. So I don't know. Probably this week Brazil will get out of the BRICS, something like that. Yeah. So.
Traku.
Yeah. It was a nice discussion. You see, if you let me talk sometimes, then I am a nice guy. And I will always say that violence is not a solution. We should try to modernize our thoughts, our way to think about the world. Because violence is never a solution for nothing. Violence is bringing only worse,
more violence.
So, so that's my opinion about the world. And otherwise, the democratic tools that we are using now are very old. We should try to think new. We should try to modernize our way to think about. That's my thought about this all. Thank you, guys.
We don't hear about Zaluzhny for a few days now, which he was occupying all the news for so long. And it seems that command center attack by Kinjal was confirmed on March 9th. So it could be possible that is eliminated. And that's why Zelensky is talking about removing Zaluzhny as chief commander. And by the way, today I was in some big festival and I saw Zelensky. The guy wore green khaki shirt and khaki pants, and he looked like a Zelensky. I didn't dare to ask him for a photo, but he was really spit image of a Zelensky. Unbelievable. That's
maybe one of his body doubles.
You never take photo.
On holiday.
Yeah.
You should take your mobile phone and take photo. No photo, doesn't exist. Never happened before.
Yeah.
All right, RL.
Make it to 6 hours. So
No.
It was great to be here, talking with nice people. Yeah. And Drew, you say that it's no burger. What happened with the bank in the United States? Yeah, maybe. The Fed just put $300 billion trying to save the bank. So it's way different than in 2008, even bigger. So we didn't talk that much about Ukraine, just a little bit. That was great. And
Ukraine is boring.
Yeah.
It began to be boring. So let's see what's happening in the ground. Yeah, maybe in 1 or 2 weeks or 1 or 2 months. Yeah. So see you next.
Thank you, RL. And your kid is very cute. That's your kid, right? Your baby.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dinosaur drawings. He wanted to show off his dinosaur drawings.
Yeah. Cut out, right? That's so cool. Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just say, I mean, there's not a whole lot going on in Bakhmut that we haven't already covered. So, I mean, it's a bad place to be. The Russians are moving. The sit rep will keep you up to date. I mean, there hasn't been any major changes. It's the weekend, so it's slowing down. As always, an awesome panel. Love everybody rotating through and getting some new people in there. if you want to come on the open mic, come on. Hoping things ain't here, so we got a space. You know, he's out probably in the woods with some reindeer or something. I don't know.
It's traveling.
But I hope everyone has a good week and enjoy the conversations as always.
Andrew.
Yeah, I just want to say it's not going to be like 2008 because in 2008 they actually lost the principal. So the loans actually became worthless because of the borrowers were actually not paying back the loans. Whereas this time, no money was actually lost. It was an accounting loss. They kind of they were risking the chance of having future small losses on the difference in the interest rates of the bonds, basically. So there was no real money lost. So the banks aren't going to, the financial system isn't going to collapse. There's just going to be some bank runs. Some small banks will collapse and be absorbed by the big ones. That's it. So don't panic. Don't go and buy like cans of food
panic, crumble that satanic state.
It's not gonna crumble. But So as always, it's been fun, and I like to really congratulate RL on his change of behavior. Now he is no longer the most loudest and talks the most and talks over everybody. Now that honor goes to Prata, right? so then next week we need to see Prata's improvement, and then we'll all be very polite after that.
Just bring Carl Weiss and Morton, and I will wake up.
Oh yeah, okay. Well,
I don't think
as
he
long
will
as
come
you're
on.
not triggered, hopefully you will continue being polite from now on.
All right, Papa Roach. Papa came in very late. Didn't talk much.
Yeah. Oh, look. Yeah, just peace. Really, that's what we want to see. So,
introduce your Telegram channel.
Yeah, sure. So I'm creating a newsroom where everyone can come and post their thoughts. Just it's a bit of automation. Talk to a bot, and you can post up. So yeah, everyone come along, subscribe, and get in the conversation.
Cool. And Vasil.
Just to add to Draco on the violence and governing, I guess just some food for thought for people to think about. How do people actually understand what's right and wrong? How do people decide what's right and wrong? For me, as a Christian, God tells me what's right and wrong, and that's how I can decide what's right and wrong. For an atheist, how would he decide what's right and wrong? And then how do you govern a country with all these differences when people can't even describe what's right and wrong?
Yeah,
are you saying atheists don't know what's right and wrong?
It's your lived experience.
I am not religious.
Yeah, but if you're going philosophically, that's subjective. That's not. You're not actually giving. Like, I can tell you, I live my life by the 10 Commandments, and those commandments guide me into what I decide what's right and wrong. If you say my life experience, everybody has a different life experience. You see what I'm saying?
I would say that we will follow what our mom teach us, but the problem with the West, the entire society breaking down, I was like, yeah, if the mom teach you rubbish, then yeah,
I'm not saying Christianity is better than everybody else. I'm just giving you an example, right?
What if your mom has a penis?
Me, Vukadinovich, I am not Christian. I am not religious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need the 10 things to be a good man. I don't need nothing to tell me how to do.
I'm not saying you're a bad man.
My consciousness alone is telling me what to do to be a good man. You know what I mean?
That's
the difference.
Course of human history,
yes,
we've all figured out what we need to do to survive as a species.
This is not a discussion. This is a closing statement. He closed his statement. You all cannot discuss.
His closing statement is extremely controversial.
Alan, 3 minutes for 6 hours.
Basil, you need send.
Okay, Alan, talk for 3 minutes.
Basil, I say already.
I'm
we're going
done.
to
I'm
reach 6
done. Yeah,
hours.
go ahead, guys.
So
Vasil, you need to give me your email. Or you sent me an email. You have my email? Yeah.
No, I don't. Where do I get it?
Do you see the private chat? You know, there's a private chat, right? You
Oh,
can
okay,
send me
yeah.
give me your email. Yeah. Then I can invite you into the lounge, our chat group in Telegram. Then you can actually, quarrel with them every day. Yeah, they're very noisy every day. I don't read their messages. Like 1,000 over messages. It's not possible to read.
You want me to just type it in there?
Yeah, you can send me the. You can trust all these people. They will be in there. But yeah, I will. Yeah, I just need the email so that I can send you the.
We were
invite.
thinking one of us is a CIA spook, so I don't think you should trust all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, then
I think we all are. We'll just go with that assumption.
Okay, now the last speaker to give the
Echo
closing
chamber.
statement, our CIA agent, Agent Alan.
No, KGB, dude. So, I mean, this discussion, at least from my opinion, this was probably one of the better ones we've had. I feel like the last 3 in a row have just been knocking it out of the park. Very, very good discussions. Very broad opinions or not opinions, but very broad discussions. Very many points, all that kind of stuff like that. What I'd like to see more is more people from the chat come in here, because we have new people coming on throughout the day, or not throughout the day, but throughout the stream. But usually they may have come back. Like Vasily, you were here like one time before, or 2 times before, or Jordan, you've been here twice before. I would really like to see the people in the chat who talk the maddest shit to come in here and have a conversation with us.
They won't.
Because
That's
there
why they
are
talk mad shit.
no, but there's a point in the fun. There's fun in pointing out the people who act like that. Additionally, I want to also emphasize Prada. Everything you said is wrong. Draku, everything you said is wrong. Jordan, everything you said is wrong. RL, everything you said is wrong. Vaughn, Drew, Roach, Vasily, everything you guys have said is objectively wrong, and everything that I said is objectively correct. There's nothing you can do to change my mind. I'm sure you guys understand. Additionally, everyone, make sure, since Coping's not here and I'm the last guy speaking, everyone, please like these streams, man. Like, how could you guys stick around, talk in the chat, participate in all that, but not like the stream? You guys are douchebags if you don't do that. You know who I'm talking to. I can see you guys in the chat too. Additionally, there's going to be more panels in the future, and we hope to have more people come on. Oh, thanks, Craig. What else does Coping usually say?
Yeah,
you already said everything.
Yeah.
You got it. In the past 6 hours, you're done.
Yep. 6 hours. There you go. Done. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm going to get some
guys.
He usually has a mic to drop, doesn't he?
There you go.
Congratulations, guys. You guys have
bye, guys.
For 6
bye, guys.
hours.
Have a fine time.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Everyone have a good week.
Thank you, everyone. So here goes another 6 hours. Oh my god. Why it's supposed to be 5 hours? Why now it become like a 6 hours norm? It's not a norm, okay? It's not a norm. It's not going to continue to be 6 hours. It will go back to 5 hours. I promise. Because 6 hours is a bit too long. No. So thank you everyone for watching, and hope you guys enjoy it. Do share this, about the open mic, introduce this to your friends and contacts and families, in your social media, tell them about the open mic. I think this is something very special, and it's very, very hard to grow, because unless you have been watched this before once or twice, you're not going to know all these faces, because you don't see them every day or every week, so you're not going to get used to them. And for new viewers, they're not going to recognize these people, and they are not going to watch. They're not even going to click the thumbnail and watch it. So, which is why it's important to share the message. It's like the gospel. It's like a religion. You have to share this. This awesome shit called open mic, DPA Open Mic, to all your friends and contacts, so that they can actually come and join and watch, and then enjoy it. And over time, I'm quite sure many of you guys are addicted to it, in a way. you guys want to watch more of this, you want to listen to the discussion, maybe put it on the background while you're working or doing something else. I think it's similar for everyone else. So we all learned something, you know, from everyone from all around the world. They have differences, and it's cool because we learn the differences, the different way of thinking, the different way of understanding things, and it helped us, you know, expand our mind to understand the world better in different ways. You know, there's not one truth. Sometimes, you know, there can be multiple truth. Very interesting. And so, you know, it's important to be exposed to more minds and opinions and perspectives, so that, you know, we don't get duped by the mainstream media, because the mainstream media, you know, they are all human beings. They're just writers. They are paid a salary. They are paid to do something, to write something. And the articles they write, to be honest, you know, when I was much younger, I think that, you know, these people know what they're doing. You know, the things that are written in the newspaper must be by someone who really knows something. No, but as I grew older, now I'm 40 years old. After 20 years of adulthood, I realized everyone is just an idiot. No, they are no better than you and me. To be honest, they are really no better than you and me. These people that come on the open mic, are they worse off than the speakers that goes into, you know, other podcasts or other YouTube channels that, you know, always do interviews, or, you know, having panels? Are they really worse than them? No. Are they really less qualified? No. Does the things that they say is lousier? No, it's not. No, to be honest, I have listened to so many panels. Very, very few people actually are qualified and good enough to actually give good insights. No. And if there are such people, eventually one day I will invite these, you know, high profile people onto some kind of panel, super panel from DPA. I will do this kind of thing, but it wouldn't be common. My focus is still on the community, on you guys, because really, you know, you just look at people like Craig, like Waka. Oh my freaking god! You know, the kind of knowledge and the kind of things that they can say is so much smarter, wiser, and better than things that we watch on the TV and on news channels. So, or even on talk shows. So better than, you know, some professors, or, you know, the politicians. So which is why it's important for us to grow this community together. DPA Open Mic is not about me. It's actually about you guys, the community. So the Ukraine war will not fight forever. You know, even the Afghanistan war actually ended. So one day, you know, DPA have to carry on and report all the other news. You know, maybe there will be less attraction, but hopefully the open mic will be actually the superstar in the line of content that the DPA will be producing. And hopefully you guys will continue to be supporting and help to grow this thing, because this open mic is really you guys. It's really for you guys. No, it's not really for me. So thank you guys for watching, and hopefully, you know, some of you guys might be inspired to come on next time. And do prepare, you know, have earphones, have good webcam, have good internet connections. You will enjoy it. You'll get addicted, and you'll be able to join the open mic speaker lounge, which is basically a Telegram chat group that exclusively for only people that have appeared on the open mic to chat along. And you can imagine these people being in the chat group is crazy. The kind of things that they talk about, they debate and argue about it's not like Twitter. You know, Twitter is nonsense. So anyway, thank you guys for watching, and hopefully you guys learn something. I'm for those that say that I'm sleepy, no, not yet, but yeah, it's a bit too long. You know, the problem is actually my ears is very painful because of this size is actually not the right size for my ears. Anyway, thank you for watching, and hope for those that need to sleep, go and sleep. Need to eat dinner. I think those Americans dinner time now. Go have your dinner, and yeah, what else to say? Yeah, do go and check out all the videos. I posted 4 videos. It's a bit too much, you know, in the space of 2-3 hours to post 4 videos. It's really bad for the algorithm. But anyway, do support it, because, you know, my time schedule is just like shit. So thank you for watching, and let me drop in the open mic logo, and I'll see you in the next update.